is 9:50 here local time. We are running slightly ahead of schedule. Great work by the officials, the drivers and all of the entrants, keeping this race running tip-top, I say ahead of schedule at the moment. And also just to say as well, for the IAME categories later on today, really good to see really strong grids, considering there have been other big races. Myself just getting back from the IAME Euro Series race in northern Spain yesterday, where we had a lot of British representation, showing that once again, especially at the club karting level, British karting in a really, really good place right now. Something myself and Henry Baudet were discussing on the Slipstream podcast not too long ago. These Shenington Kart Racing Club meetings running on this weekend every single month. You will be able to watch every single round of Shenington Kart Racing Club throughout the course of the season. And as I say, if you want to get on the grid as well, keep an eye out for entries being open in the not too distant future for May's round. And on the basis of today, get them in quick, because the club continues to be very, very popular with many entrants across the country. So we've got a very wide array of drivers who've made it here today. So just waiting for the start of this Senior Max category. And in a moment, I'll pull some of your comments up as well and give a warm hello to those of you in the discussion. Drivers to keep an eye on across the course of today in Senior Rotax. Well, the driver right at the top of the entry list is definitely one. Good to see Ethan Ling, not in this particular race, but Ethan, the Welshman, renowned for running in the CRG, is here for the first time this season. Again, a few novices on the grid as well, and a few drivers who've just moved off novice plates as well. As out onto the grid, out onto the track, go the drivers for their formation lap. Now I can see your comments. Morning, Jensen. Morning, Jensen. Hooky. See your comments in there. Absolutely would recommend Shenny. Great racing here. Hello to AFF Motorsport. Evening all. 8:53 p.m. here in Bathurst, Australia. Once again, an international audience here on Alpha Live. And yeah, keep your comments coming in across the course of the day. Good morning to David Whitehouse as well. I say, if you're new to karting, and you're not quite sure what's happening here, why is this happening, why is that happening, pop a question in. The most likely answer of it will be our very own Mr. David Whitehouse. Are we ready for a race? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and immediately one driver who started on driver's right-hand side spears off to the left, to the other side. I think that might have been the number 18 of Lilia Scatchard, who was due to start this one from the front row of the grid. All grip conditions looking a little bit tricky down there into the Stratford hairpin. Whilst it is dry, it's cold. It's been very, very cold overnight, very clear skies. So the grip levels are still going to be a little bit lower than perhaps the drivers would have liked going into the spring. Very busy field then, running through into Hanger Corner. New to this circuit, we're going to see a lot of overtaking in this region today. Tom Taylor having a bit of a moment there, coming off of Hanger Corner there in the bright blue suit. End of the first lap then. Iggy Smith has come to the front of the order. Apologies, it wasn't Lilia Scatchard who was off. It was the number 15 instead of the 18, so it's Tom Nottingham in the number 15 who was off the road there before turn 1. So it's Smith, Scatchard, Winslow, Morton, Lily Charlton in 4th. Good start for Joseph Orton, up 4 places to 5th. Abby Sanders as well, up 2 spots to 6th. Freddie Snelling, Marissa Teague, Ethan Martin. Oh, that's a spin for one of the front runners. Not a good moment there. We'll count that through in a moment. May have been the number 17 of Lily Charlton. Yeah, I think it was indeed. Lily falling down the order. Got to say, the rest of the drivers very, very quick to see Lily's position and not cause us a further incident. There's more drivers who've dropped out of this race as well. I can see 2 karts being recovered back to the pits just below me here in the commentary box. This has been a very busy start to this first heat in Senior Rotax. Out of the race, it's the number 63 of Daniel Kiyayov. And is that going to be one of the novices? Yes, it is the number 81 of Oliver Bamford Senior. Do not take any further part in this race. Right. Let's take a breather whilst this one goes through the motions. Nice move there. That was Joseph Orton in the number 64, going through past Rudy Winslow Morton and taking his kart up to 3rd place. 5.5 minutes of this first heat to go. Good lead though for Iggy Smith, 1.4 seconds ahead. Running with the Japdex Racing team here this weekend, as there's a nice move as well. The number 45 of Abby Sanders moving up the order now. Abby's been with us in previous rounds here at Shenington earlier on in the year. For many of these drivers, this may be the first time they've raced in proper dry conditions across the course of 2026, because it has just been so wet in the UK for the start of the year. Good move there by Ethan Martin as well. Ethan Martin, in fact, the fastest driver on circuit for the EM Improvements team. 42.55 seconds on that last lap, and with that move on Winslow Morton, Ethan Martin now up to 5th place. Looking further down the order, who else has made good progress in this race so far? See Harry Gill down at the moment in 12th place. I say down, he's on the move upwards though. That's a gain of 5 for Harry and the Attack Motorsport team. Do a lot of work with drivers moving into owner racing. Do a lot of arrive and drive packages to get them into this next step of the karting pathway. So we'll keep an eye on those battles in the midfield. Meanwhile, Ethan Martin, who's moved up from the back of the grid. Remember, random grids for all of these heats. That's another position gained for Ethan Martin. So this is an early statement from Ethan Martin. If you're new to this kind of setup, all the drivers have the same average grid position. So you basically either start one from the very front of the 2 heats that you'll do across the earlier part of today, one from the front or one from the back, or 2 kind of from the middle. I say it all averages out. So if you are charging up through the field from the back in the first heats, that's a very good sign indeed. This is a good scrap as well. This is all around 7th, 8th, 9th place. Kyan Eastick, Marissa Teague and Tom Taylor with that bright livery. Tom Taylor, a very experienced driver, has been racing in Senior Rotax for a good number of years. And with that move, looks like Tom is now up to 8th place. So good news. He did have those problems in the early stages off of Hanger Corner, this very corner here. 3 minutes of this one to go then, or there or thereabouts. Smith still leads this one from Scatchard. Orton, Martin, Sanders, Winslow, Morton, Eastick, Taylor, Teague and Alfie Davis now all in the top 10. Harvey Quick is moving up the order as well, as Harry Gill gains another position there. Harry Wilch currently running 13th. Max Chown, Lily Charlton. So Lily coming back through the field after that earlier spin, racing for the AJ Racing team, run by Ami Jurga. Daniel Gurney, Freddie Snelling, Ralphie Greenway and others take us down to the bottom of the order. Here we go then. This is the fight for 2nd place. Martin down the inside of Orton. And easy as you like. I've liked this drive from Ethan Martin early on. It's made very efficient work, moving up from 15th on the grid. As we say, Ethan will have a much better starting grid position for his 2nd heat later on today on this evidence. Ethan's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on across the course of this club meeting. Can hear out there though. Ooh, that sound that you just heard there on the cameras. Has someone got a bit of bodywork loose perhaps? I hope it's not the leader. It could potentially be a problem for Iggy Smith if it is a loose piece of bodywork. It's just come past me here. I think, oh no, everything looks okay. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. It's going to be a bit of a tall order here for Martin and Orton to catch back up to Iggy Smith on circuit. Just to update you on other movements in the field, Alfie Davis has got through past Marissa Teague for 9th place. Apart from that, this race has settled into a nice rhythm. Oh, here's a big one on the brakes from Joseph Orton. That is a good move. You can go very deep on the brakes into Wilkins' corner, and that was spot on, but Martin has straight away responded again. Retakes 2nd place. As these drivers know that 2nd is going to be all they can really race for in this one, unless something happens to Iggy Smith. It's a little bit unexpected. Towards the Bruno chicane now. Not as big an opportunity to overtake is this part of the circuit, especially on a day like this, the dry conditions. You want a nice run through that right, left, right section to set yourself up for here, through Hanger and then on the brakes into Wilkins. There's a seam down the middle of the circuit that you kind of want to use as a guide for your braking. Sometimes rivals can leave an entry a little bit wide and give you an opportunity to get down the inside. Looks like there's been further moves in the midfield. Harvey Quick is now up to P10. Harry Gill and Max Chown are through as well into 11th and 12th places respectively. Fortunately, when someone's moving up, it means someone's moving down, and that's Marissa Teague in this case. Marissa now running in 13th place. 2 laps to go then, including the one that we are on. Here is the squabble for 6th place, with K&A Eastick still at the front of it. Tom Taylor and Alfie Davis having a good run here, as there's another move. That's what we're talking about, that little entry down the inside. That was Harry Gill in the Attack Motorsport machine going through. Look at Harvey Quick here coming through the order as well. And number 76 of Alfie Davies running around the outside there. It's been a good race from the senior Rotax drivers, as we are now on the last lap. There is your race leader, Iggy Smith. Got that great start. I can still hear that little skipping though. It might just be that the bodywork has been set quite low. But right now, Iggy Smith crosses the line, takes P1. These results will be provisional, of course. Ethan Martin, very impressive drive. From 15th on the grid, up 13 to 2nd. Joseph Orton running in 3rd. 4th place for Abby Sanders. Lilia Scatchard in 5th. Kyan Eastick 6th, Alfie Davies, Tom Taylor, Harvey Quick, Max Chown, and well, that's your top 10. Harvey Gill in 11th, Marissa Teague 12th, Rudy Winslow Morton 13th out of Freddie Snelling and Harry Wilch. That's your top 15. Daniel Gurney, Lily Charlton, Ralphie Greenway, Ralphie the first of the novices home, Dylan Tutton, the second of the novices, and then Tom Nottingham, who had that dramatic spin right at the start of the race. That's your top 20. 3 drivers, in fact, did not see the end of, or the full complement of laps. Nottingham was one of them, and then we saw Dan Kiryov and Oliver Bamford Senior retire earlier on in the race. And there we go. That's heat number 1 then for the Rotax, the senior Rotax category complete. The next time we will see the senior max drivers, or some of the senior max drivers out, because of course we're running across 3 heats today, will be around 10 past 12 to round up to the 5 minutes. So we'll look forward to that. Right now though, next race out on circuit, it's X30 Senior. Let's take you through the grid then for X30 Senior. First race of the day, and it's Lauren Dunleavy who'll start on pole position. Zef Nurnberger alongside on the front row, Lucas Armstrong, Pietro Jurovic on row 2, Dan Samir and Andrew Platt on row 3. Samantha Seward and Alvin Chugo from row 4, Noosh, Saffron Levers and Adam White on 5, Oliver Meek and Ben Cowley on row number 6, Don Parabok and Jack Monkhouse on 7, Katie Ashman and Alfie Gallagher row 8, Ryan Gill and Jake Brook go from row number 9, Reese Barber, Reese Masters, that's your top 20, Bailey Brooker, Monty Brathwaite on row 11, Sasha Pagley and William Omar on row 12. John O'Donnell is our single novice in this grid of 25. We're going to get, it always happens. Always happens. You fly through a grid, conscious that they've not given us much time. And then we get a chevron flag and false starts, and we can go round again. And we could have taken that a little bit easier, but who was to know that that was going to happen? So, extra formation lap for the drivers. Whilst this is going on, we'll just give you a rundown, because we weren't quite able to do this at the top of the show, of the order, because I know there's many people tuning in for particular classes following a particular driver. So we've seen Senior Rotax, we've got X30 Senior out on track at the moment. The cadets, the IAME Water Swift Restricted class and the Honda Cadet class, that'll be up after this. Then 2 heats for Junior Rotax. KZ2s will be out 6th, IAME Water Swifts will be out 7th. Minimax after that, then Formula Libre, then X30 Junior. So that group of 10 racers is how we run, and then we go and do that again later on in the day. But right now, let's turn our focus to X30 Senior. Their first heat of the day is underway. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Cleaner start this time from the X30 Seniors. Oh, the number 81's just done a full 360 in the middle of the pack. That was impressive from Jack Monkhouse. Lost a couple of positions, but at least is still in the race. Down through Stratford Hairpin then. It's been a good start for the Jade Racing team in those red and white Birrell ART colours. So it's Dunleavy and Nürnberger still at the front of the field. A couple of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers trying to make their way up through the order. So keep an eye on the likes of Daniel Samir and Ben Cowley starting in the middle of the field. Nice move there. I think that might have been Katie Ashman going down the inside and gaining a position. In fact, Katie's had a very good start, up 4 places into the top 5. Don Parabok ahead 4th, Piotr Jurevich 3rd, and then those 2 Jade Racing team members, as mentioned, Zef Nürnberger 2nd and Lauren Dunleavy in the lead. Through Stratford Hairpin then, the drivers who've not had the best of starts. Oliver Meek, unfortunately, down 8 places. Very experienced driver is Oliver, racing with the Croc Promotion team, who've had a very busy weekend. Club racing and continental racing here for them this weekend. There was a move from Alfie Gallagher in the number 14. In fact, that was a heck of a lap from Alfie. I was slightly confused for a moment there and questioning myself, because Alfie started that lap in around 15th place and is now up into the top 10. Jack Monkhouse after that 360, moving back up the order. That's not as good a moment for Jack Monkhouse and others. A little bit too close through Stratford Hairpin. It's number 32 of Monty Brathwaite on the screen. Monty, another driver with a lot of experience in the X30 categories. Noosh Safar Levers hung out to dry a little bit there, down to 16th place. This is good racing so far from the X30 Seniors. Lots of good racing in the X30s out in Spain over the last few days. Hopefully that's going to inspire these drivers at the club level to do likewise. A couple of drivers under investigation, we should just note. Alvin Chu in the number 25 and Bailey Brooker in the 71. And then the 99 of Reese Masters has had a contact warning as well from the race officials around the circuit and working back in race control. 5 minutes of this race to go. Oh, that's not so good a moment there, as round goes one of the Tim Wilson Motorsports drivers. Alvin Chu and Bailey Brooker both falling down the order on this lap. Not been a good moment for them. And there's another moment. That's the number 57 VRE machine going round, and that was Piotr Jurevich from 4th place. So for Piotr Jurevich, a potential good result falls by the wayside there. Katie Ashman down the inside takes 2nd place on the road away from Zef Nürnberger, and could be setting about trying to take the race lead here away from Lauren Dunleavy. Lauren's got about half a second in the back pocket at the moment, but quite a few minutes of this race to go. Contact warning for the number 33 of Oliver Meek out there. Just to note as well, Sasha Bagley, I think, has had a problem. Sasha Bagley down the order, now running in 24th. Yeah, lost about 12 seconds on that last lap, so not quite sure what's happened to Sasha there. Alvin Chu is now under investigation for a second time in this race. Has changed for the lead. There goes Katie Ashman. This has been a really good drive from Katie. Started this race 16th and now leads it, and it hasn't taken long at all. You know, normally we see these drives up 10, 15 positions and they work out later in one of these heats, but for Katie, she's done it with 3.5 minutes still remaining on the clock. Also to note, John O'Donnell, we said there was one novice in this race. By virtue of the regulations, novices start from the back in heats. Well, John O'Donnell's not at the back anymore. He's up to P17 in this one, which is a really good going from the driver of the number 20 for the MLR team. The two Jade Racing team members. What can they do to get back on terms with Katie Ashman? Nürnberger looks down the inside. Not quite enough speed, though, an overlap to get that move done into and through Park Bend and towards Cafe Corner. Nürnberger now looks down the inside again. Not quite able to commit fully to the move, though. They are teammates. Rule number 1 of motorsport. Don't take out your teammates, especially when you're running second and third. The trouble is, those moments are letting Katie Ashman break away and also letting another of the VREs come into play. Dom Powerbuck there closing in. Penalties coming through, 2 of them. Ooh, and one of them's quite significant. 5 seconds for the number 94 of Lucas Armstrong, currently running in 5th place. And I did wonder with this when we saw the start, but I never like to be armchair steward, leave it to the officials. 3-second penalty for Laurenton Levy. I reckon that is for the start. Drivers have to stay in the tram lines in formation up to the point where the lights go out. I think Lauren has just got that wrong. Just stepped out of those tram lines before the lights have gone out. That's the general rule in owner racing. So those tram lines that you see there, because she did move to the middle of the circuit very, very early to cover off any moves from Zef Nürnberger. So 3 seconds at the moment would drop Dunleavy down. Actually, not too far. Would drop Dunleavy down to 4th place. Right, let's try to keep hold of this 2nd place on the road. Oh, Dom Powerbuck, that's nice driving. Dom Powerbuck taking advantage of the situation between the 2 teammates and taking 3rd place, which will now convert through to 2nd place once that penalty for Dunleavy has been applied. Daniel Samir's race is over. Mechanical flag is out. Daniel was running in 17th place. Not fully sure what it's for at the moment, as we've had our eyes on this battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. We'll try and catch Daniel as he comes in to give you a fuller description of what's happened to the number 17. 40 seconds remaining. Changes in the midfield. Monkhouse now running 10th. Ben Cowley 11th. Good to see that Noosh Zafar-Levers has been able to gain some places back. Is now running in 12th position. Not long to go in this one then. Could be seeing a VRE 1-2 here, especially if Powerbuck does that on the brakes. Oh, that's got too close off the corner. Dunleavy off the road. Zef Nürnberger will say thank you very much. I'll take 2 positions without having to do much at all there. It was a bold one on the brakes from Powerbuck. Let's have a look at that again. But it's just, yeah, I think Powerbuck runs a touch wide off of the apex. They both drift out, 2 drivers left, and simply the tarmac runs out. Dunleavy coming off worst there. And, well, even worse for Dunleavy now is that 3-second penalty will convert through to more positions lost. Time is up, but we're not quite on the final lap yet. Katie Ashman, this has been a very good drive from Katie. All of the X30 seniors will of course go through straight to the A final, with 25 of them running today. And like we said with drivers earlier on in the day, Katie will have a starting position for the 2nd heat in X30 Senior, which is due on our schedule around 12:45. Katie will be able to start the next race towards the front, which is an ominous prospect for the rest of the field, considering how this performance has gone. Katie Ashman over the line, takes the first heat in X30 Senior with relative ease. 2 seconds clear of Zef Nürnberger. Dom Parabok third. Was your fastest driver over a single lap in that one. Dunleavy fourth, but a 3-second penalty will drop Dunleavy behind Lucas Armstrong, Alfie Gallagher and Adam White. Good drive from Monty Brathwaite there for the crop promotion team. Started this race where, because I want to say it was quite down the order, yeah, 23rd, and in the end finishes 8th. Jack Monkhouse and Ryan Gill complete the top 10. Noosh Safa Levers in 11th, Ben Cowley 12th, Jake Brook ahead of Andrew Platt and John O'Donnell, your single novice in that one, all in the top 15. Good drive there from the novice, running under the United States of America here this weekend on his licence. William Omar in 16th, Bailey Brooker 17th, who into the ones who had trouble in that race. Alvin Chu 18th, Oliver Meek 19th. Oliver won't be happy with that one, would have expected a lot more in this field. 20th for Reese Masters, Reese Barber 21st, Sasha Bagley, Daniel Samir, Peter Jurovic. We all had problems. Samantha Seward as well, unfortunately falling down from 7th on the grid, but will score points for 25th. So, as mentioned, we will see the X30 Seniors later on today. If you're particularly following them, 12:47 to be exact is when they're scheduled to go for heat number 2, and their A final will be at 3:28. Right now, though, attention turns to the cadets. Cadets out on circuit then, let's take you through the grid. Ollie West will be on pole position in the IAME Water Swift Restricteds. Harry Murphy alongside on the front row. Louis Wilson and Benjamin Schlivar on row 2. Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts go from row 3. Patrick Wood and Caden Hakura go from row 4. Remember, all of those with the black number boards, these are our novices. Jennifer Banks and Max St. Hilaire go from row 5, and then Freddie Purnell is the last of the IAMEs. Through our Hondas then, Ben Bowers and Nico Vasilowski go from row 7. Ollie Knox and Louis Dawson on row 8. Cian Doherty and Shaylin Shakanton go from row 9. Finley Thirstfield and Phoebe Shelton on row 10. Oliver Ratton, the last of those not on novice plates. And then Fraser Messer, the single novice in this one. Apologies, I missed out who the Honda Cadet pole sitter is for this one. It's Jacob West, the number 85. So, are we ready for a race start here? Don't think we are quite yet. Yeah, I just saw the chevron flag there, and the Saturday night disco moves of the fingers whirling in the airs, indicating that yep, we're going round again, everybody. So, no problems here. I think this is just to make sure that everyone's in the right position. This is a 2 races going on at once. New to this kind of format, so 23 drivers in total out there on circuit. Gotta say, it's a high quality field, some good names on this grid here today. Now we're racing, away go the IAME Water Swift Restricteds for the start of their 8-minute race. It's the number 65 of Harry Murphy, who is in the best position of all, right at the front of the field. A couple of seeded drivers, of course, in this race. Ollie West 4th in the British Kart Championships last year, and Benjamin Schlivar as well. Benjamin, who's impressed a lot of people in the last 9 months, is still one of the youngest drivers in the field. Has been doing a lot of racing out in the Arab Emirates as well. Here go the Honda Cadets. They're away and running, and it's the number 85 of Jacob West who has got the best start. Ben Bowers, though, going side by side with him through turn 2. There to change. Through goes Ollie West into the race lead, just ahead of Henry Hales. Henry's had some good races so far this season here at Shenington Kart Racing Club. Cadets, one of the categories who probably had a bit more running over the first 2 rounds of the season than other categories. Hales back down the inside. Good move there from the youngster, the privateer. goes past Ollie West, running with the DK Academy. Spoiler alert, if you haven't watched any of the action from the Euro Series, what a weekend it's already been for the DK Academy. Les Danny's made it. Oh, as there's a kart off to my right hand side. It's one of the Hondas. Just trying to make out which number it might be. It might be the number 28 of Ollie Knox who's gone off. So there's going to be yellow flags through this portion of the circuit, which the IAME Water Swift Restricteds obliged by very nicely. Actually, apologies, it's the 88, not the 28 that's had a problem. Fraser Messer has not come through Sector 1. I can see Fraser moving around. I think he's just waiting for a bit of assistance. And yeah, slow boards are out. So yeah, thumbs up from Fraser. He's okay. He just needs a bit of help with that tyre wall being on the front left corner of the kart. So good work there by the officials, neutralising the race and allowing our marshals to head out there on circuit safely. So let's take you through the order then. Henry Hales leads in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Ollie West P2, Benjamin Schlivar P3, Harry Murphy and Patrick Wood in the top 5. Louis Wilson, Logan Hodgetts 6th and 7th. Freddie Purnell, Max St Hillier, Jennifer Banks and Caden Hakura. That's how they run in IAME. And in the Hondas, Ben Bowers, Ollie Knox, Cian Doherty, 1, 2, 3. Shaylin Shrikanthan, another seeded driver from last year's Honda Cadets British Kart Championships, is 4th. Krish Doshi in 5th. Oliver Ratton, Jacob West, Finley Thursfield, Phoebe Shelton, Nico Raslovsky, Louis Dawson and Fraser Messer, who I'm glad to report is back on circuit. Has unfortunately lost at least one lap, but is okay and able to run once again. I think we're going to stay under yellow for now. Yeah, just the reconstruction of the tyre barrier, which did its job very, very well there with the incident for Fraser Messer. Just being put back together. And now it is back together. We might be looking to go racing this next time around. We'll keep an eye out for those static yellows, which indicate that we are set to go racing again. So Hales from West, Schlivar. Now the difference here is that the Hondas have now all caught up to the IAMEs. So this could be an intriguing start for those in the Hondas, because they might have a bit of traffic to deal with in terms of the lesser experienced IAME drivers. Don't normally see this in this kind of race. I do believe that we are going to be going back to green this time, with 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. 2 class victories to race for here. And yes, we are now back to green. It's Ollie West has gone on the attack straight away. And Ollie Knox as well has gone on the attack of Ben Bowers. So it's actually the Hondas that are at the front of the pack. So apologies, the Hondas haven't caught up the IAMEs. The IAMEs have caught up the Hondas with how this has all worked out. So this is going to be a little bit complex for us to follow, but we'll get there. 3 minutes of this one remaining. Through the Bruno chicane we go there. Keep an eye on those yellow numbers with the black number boards. This is going to be complex now for Henry Hales, because the faster running IAME drivers would be expected to get through past the Hondas, but they're going to have to do so cleanly here. There are your IAMEs, with Hales still ahead of West, Schlivar, Murphy. Louis Wilson has taken advantage of this restart and has gone back up to 5th place. Oh no, as off there goes one of the Hondas. It's the number 85 of Jacob West who's gone round there. Jacob rejoins the circuit, but unfortunately will fall down to 22nd place in the overall classification. 3-second penalty as well has just come in on our screens for Louis Wilson. That's the number 63, 5th place in the IAMEs at the moment. You see there Ollie West, the number 4. Just to go back to that DK Academy story, a 1-2 yesterday for them in the IAME Euro Series with Ilias Sami and Chester Forks. That team's in a really, really good position. I think they're going to be having a very strong 2026 at all levels that they are competing in. Henry Hales, though, has still got the lead, though, in the IAMEs. You just see him there with that very bright red NASA panel. That's the best way you can spot Henry Hales in the midst of all the Hondas right now. At the front of the Hondas, though, Ben Bowe is doing a very good job indeed. He's got a lead of just around a second over Ollie Knox. Shaylin Srikantan for the MJR Racing team is up to third place. There's a good level of experience in this grid. Good to see some drivers that we're familiar with from the national racing scene competing here. Trouble for Henry Hales at the moment is it's perfectly understandable that some of the Hondas might not be aware that that is the race leader and effectively lapping those Honda cadets. I've got to say, Henry Hales is dealing with this slightly different situation very well indeed. 40 seconds remaining, so I reckon the time will run out on this tour of the circuit. And then we'll see the last lap board. Henry Hales continuing to make his way through. He's going wheel to wheel there with Shaylin Srikantan. Shaylin Srikantan has got through past Ollie Knox, so in that last lap Ollie Knox has unfortunately lost a couple of positions. He's still in the top three in Hondas, but it's now Ben Bowe's in the lead of that one. Oh, 3 wide. That is brave stuff from Henry Hales, but I tell you what, that's the kind of move that could have actually secured him the win in IAME Water Swift Restricted here, because he's got multiple karts now between himself and his closest challenger, Ollie West. Now the last lap board is out. It won't have necessarily gone to Henry Hales, sorry, to Ben Bowe's and everybody else, who's ahead of Henry Hales at this present moment. But it will effectively be now, because Henry Hales has got himself through into the lead on track as well. Oh dear, was that the number 63 of Louis Wilson round? Yes, it was. So Louis Wilson had a bit of a difficult race here. So this one will end on this lap for everybody. Effectively, all of the Hondas have now gone one lap off the overall lead. And Hales will come round to take the checkered flag, and a very nice first heat victory of the day. Not an easy situation that for Henry Hales. He won't have many heats like that. The slow procedure just slightly shuffling the pack into a not intended order, but the drivers dealt with it very, very well. So both of our class winners come into the pits line astern. Ben Bowe takes the win in Honda Cadet. Ollie West second in IAME. Benjamin Schlivar third in IAME. Harry Murphy, Patrick Wood, Logan Hodgetts all in the top 6. Good drive from Freddie Purnell, top novice in the IAMEs. P7 in the number 33. Louis Wilson, a difficult race there, but more opportunities later in the day to race back through. P8. Max St. Hilaire in 9th, Caden Hakura 10th, and Jennifer Banks. So that's how they lined up in the IAMEs. Just to run through your Hondas as well: Ben Bowe, Shaylin Srikantan, Ollie Knox, 1, 2, 3. Cian Doherty and Phoebe Shelton in the top 5. Chris Doshi and Finley Thursfield 6th and 7th. Oliver Ratton, Nika Velaslovsky, Louis Dawson and Jacob West completed the running order. We'll see the cadets out again later on today at 1 o'clock. Right now, though, we turn our attention to the first of 2 heats in Junior Rotax. Here we go then for the first heat in Junior Rotax. 60 drivers with us here today. Zach Jennings, Joseph Beckery there on the front row. Archie Ray Watson and Jess Whitmore on row 2. Omar Kiani and Shay Hilton go from the third row of the grid ahead of Joseph Baxter and Alex Shepherd. Charlie White and Molly Mizzen complete the top 10. Hakeem Butt and Lily Shaw go from row 6 in this one. It's then Jacob Carnes and Amelie Johnston. Jensen Hookie, Stanley Williams, Ethan Guest, Elijah Hartley, Causa Crawford, Cousins, as they've gone round again. Let's see if we can bring that grid graphic back up from around row 8. So Jennings, Berkery, Watson, Jesse Whitmore. As I say, I think we got the 2 about row 8 on that occasion. Yes, Jensen Hookie and Stanley Williams on row 8. Ethan Guest and Elijah Hartley on row 9. Row 10 should be Ava Crawford and Jensen Powers, Ralph Crisis and Ethan Cossins on row 11, Oliver Barton and Harvey Everts around row 12, Kian Hundle and Jay Singh next up. Well, actually, no, Ethan Guest we've already read out. I think he's just had a bit of a moment on that formation lap. Austin Moth, Cooper Moore and Hugh Phillips complete the order for this one. As I say, big entry again for Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax in a really good place at the moment. 34 places in the A finals compete for, and the competition begins right now with 8 minutes plus 1 lap for this first heat in this category. Good start. Looks like everybody's made it through the first few corners, which is good to report. A couple of the novices just keeping things nice and easy at the start of this one. I think Ralph Kites has fallen to the back of the field. That wasn't in the plan for the privateer. Through into the first few corners of this race then. Doesn't look like Zach Jennings has had this good start here as they're out the far end of the circuit now, down towards Wilkins Corner, through to complete the first lap. So Zach Jennings leads aboard the X Kart. Archie Ray Watson P2, Joseph Berkery down to third. That's not a bad way to start a race. I often say in these short heats that it can be very hard to start from P2. P3 often gets the jump just following the pole sitter, and that's exactly what Archie Ray Watson did on that occasion. Oh, that was a moment there for Jensen Hookey, out beyond almost the track limits on driver's right-hand side, but Jensen was able to get it back on circuit fully before it's quite sizable curves through the Bruno chicane. He's had a good start, just looking down the field. Jensen Powers is on the move, up 9 places. He's now 10 places up from where he started. P11, also gaining out there. Ethan Cossins, another of the privateers, has gained 6 places so far in this race. Leaders through the Stratford hairpin. And a little signal there from Watson to Jennings to say, let's try and work together, don't defend, because that's going to bring us back into the grips of the pack with Berkery, Whitmore, Baxter, Shea Hilton in there. Good to see Shea moving up the ranks. Likes his stock car racing, if I'm not mistaken. There's some very good merch in the paddock. It's a growing part of the sport in British karting, particularly amongst the privateers, doing their own merchandise as a way of getting a bit more support, a bit more funding for their racing. Jensen Hookey up to P7, by the way, is there to the defensive shape from Jennings. This is going to get tight. Watson needs to make this move, I feel, and has made this move. That's decisive work from Archie Ray Watson on the air karts. Oh, that's going to be a problem for, was that Joseph Berkery? Yes, I think it was, the number 52, having a half spin there. Didn't quite catch at first glance whether that was driver error or whether he was encouraged into that one, but either way, Joseph Berkery, I think he's lost maybe 5 or 6 positions. Oh dear, no, he's lost more than that. He's down to tumbling down outside the top 15 now. Jensen Hookey there, you had a quick sight of. Oh, there's another spin, this time for the number 31 of Joseph Baxter. And unfortunately, Joseph's going to have to wait. There's another sizable curb on the inside of the Stratford corner. He, for quite understandable reasons, doesn't want to just drive over that and potentially damage the bottom of his chassis. The trouble is, this is a big field of Junior Rotax runners. He's got to wait until there's an opportunity to safely rejoin the pack, and he's going to lose a lot of positions as a result of that. In fact, he's not going to rejoin at all. Out of the race is the number 31 of Joseph Baxter. That is a real shame. Understandably, driver walking back to the marshal post, not really wanting to talk to anyone, with that good opportunity of good points having fallen by the wayside. Drivers who don't quite make it through to the A final outright. There will be a B final for drivers to race in and potentially repecharge their way through into the full grid of 34 later on today. And that's more for later in the day. It's all Hookey down the inside. There wasn't much room there for the number 33.
Archie Ray Watson, who has lost the lead, by the way, has gone back to Zach Jennings as through comes Jensen Powers in the number 16. Jensen Powers is also the fastest driver on circuit as I think we've gone to slow procedure. Yes, we have. So for a reason out there, not clear to us at the moment in the box. That's why. There's 2 karts, 2 drivers left just out of the Stratford corner in quite a precarious position. So that's another good call from the race officials to neutralise the race. Those karts were the number 65 and the number 44. It's 2 of the novices. It's Kian Hundle and Jay Singh, who unfortunately aren't going any further in this one. It's going to be a tall order for them to now make it straight through to the A final. As I say, you can repecharge through, but that's not what you want in these first heats. Everybody has 2 heats. So if you have a problem in the first round, you've got 1 opportunity only to recoup some points and break straight through the top half of the field of 60, immediately go through to the A final. So Zach Jennings paces the field round in the correct fashion, keeping it nice and calm. Safety paramount at this point of the race, of course. Watson P2, Powers P3. I think Jensen Powers will quite like this situation. He's moved up from 22nd on the grid. Very experienced driver is Jensen Powers, and again running with the Jack Dex Racing team, who know this circuit so well. I think he'd back himself to potentially win this heat once we get going again. Zach Jennings playing a wise bit of strategy here. It's, oh dear, there's a kart that's come to a stop just through the pit's bend. With my old eyes, I can't quite make out exactly which number it is, and can't quite see from that angle as well. It's one of the TB karts that is out of this race. I think it's going to be, well, it's not going to be Elijah Hartley, because Elijah Hartley's been noted as running. No, it is Elijah Hartley in number 81. So Elijah Hartley, sadly, will go no further in this one. Had a decent start, but some form of mechanical problem there has affected Elijah. And is out of this race. And again, he's going to need a big performance in the second heat now. We'll have a middle-ish grid start for the second heat that we see Elijah in. It's always interesting talking to the drivers of what they prefer. Would they rather have 1 from near the front and 1 from the back, or 2 from the middle where they can push through, say, gain 10 positions and already be straight into the top 10? You do get a bit of a split sometimes. Personally, I think I'd always prefer the 1 from the front and 1 from the back. Things tend to converge in the middle of the field sometimes when you're in that starting position. So the wise job that Zach Jennings has done here is he's reduced the number of laps that this race is going to run by. If he can get it over the line, we might be last lap here. Oh, he missed that by 2 seconds. So we'll have 2 laps here. I could see what Zach was trying to do there. He was trying to reduce the number of opportunities for others to have a go at him. Nearly got it absolutely spot on. So we'll have 2 more laps. Down the inside there is Powers, or Hooky on Powers, I should say. And Alex Shepherd has come to play as well. Alex Shepherd in the number 85 was having a go and has got past Hooky there for 4th place. So Powers up to 3rd. Oh, Powers might have a go at Watson here as well. Watson had a problem off of the Bruno chicane. Thinks better of it. We'll have 1 more lap to go then for Zach Jennings and the X-Karts team to hold on to this position at the front of the field. Through towards Cafe Corner. Differing lines there. Watson looking round the outside. That may open the door for Powers to get down the inside into... in fact, has Powers taken the lead? Yes, Powers has taken the lead. So that was a great run through Cafe and towards Pitts Bend. Jensen Powers has taken the lead of this race on the last lap. Through goes Alex Shepherd for a moment there as well in that battle for 2nd place. Jensen Hooky has come back into this as well. He's holding in 4th, but that was really good work from Jensen Powers. This is going to be a big result in terms of, drivers off there on the approach to Wilkins. I think 3 drivers may have been involved. Powers takes the win, Shepherd P2, Hookie P3. Who was it? It was Watson, Hilton, and I think Ethan Guest as well, all got together running down into Wilkins' corner and have lost a huge number of positions there. Stanley Williams P4, Zach Jennings P5, Molly Mizzen, good drive there from Molly, up 4 places to 6th, Jesse Whitmore 7th, Ethan Costins, Jacob Carnes and Joseph Berkery in the top 10. Good recovery from Joseph there after the spin in the early stages through the Bruno chicane. Lily Shaw 11th, Hakeem Bart 12th, Omar Kiani, Oliver Barton and Charlie White all in the top 15. Cooper Moore was your top novice, P16 for Lucas Blanford Racing. Jack Corser, Ralph Rukaitis, Emily Johnston and Archie Ray Watson all score in the top 20. Hugh Phillips, Austin Moth, Harvey Everett and all in the top 25, completed by Shea Hilton and Ethan Guest, would say fell a lot of positions there on that last lap. Elijah Hartley P26, Kean Hundle, Jay Singh, Joseph Baxter and Ava Crawford completed 30 drivers in that one. We had 5 retirements across the course of that race. We will see those drivers later on. They'll all race again in the second round of heats, which goes from 12:21 for heat number 3 and 12:34 for heat number 4. So depending on which assigned group they are in, they'll either be in that third heat or that fourth heat. All of the detailed information, we've not quite got time to cover it all at this precise moment. But if you want to know when a particular driver is racing next, head across to results.alphatiming.co.uk/SKRC. That is where all of the details are for today and for the season as a whole. So a little pause just to allow mechanics to recover the karts that weren't quite able to get to the end of that one. But we will stay with Junior Rotax. Heat 2 is up next. Heat 2 then for Junior Rotax. We'll bring you the grid in a short moment. But if you're following a particular Junior Rotax driver and you didn't see them in that last race, they will most definitely be in this one. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Jacob, who was cheering on Ethan Guest in that last one. Floorball asks, how many more races is left? Many races. 28 races to be exact. If you want a copy of the schedule, probably best places to head over to is the Shenington Facebook page. I know there's a copy of it on there, and the new website as well for Shenington Kart Racing Club. Right, let's see if we can bring you a grid for this one. Christian Kayov and Toby Dukes on the front row. Clark, Naylor and Cooper Campbell-Lees on row 2. Isaac Jameson and Oscar King go from 3. Next up, Jake Richardson and Daniel Wisnauskas, Louis Marshall and Liam Nasrawati go from row number 10. Ethan Hunt and Rimu on row number 6. We're going to have to cut that short though. We are racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Through the first couple of corners to go. Spinners towards the back of the field. Some of the novices have had a bit of a problem there immediately from the get-go. Looks like Toby Duke says, big spin across the road there. That was the number 71 of Cooper Campbell-Lees. There were 2 other drivers, I think, who had to take avoiding action there. That could have been a lot worse than it actually was. Thankfully, everybody's okay. Not quite sure what happened at all there to Cooper Campbell-Lees. Let's have a look at it again. So, now did he get a bit of encouragement from behind? I think Isaac Jameson was one of the drivers who had to take avoiding action. Christian Kayov as well. I think they may have had to have taken a unscheduled loop round the gearbox layout in response to that. That's not good for them. They would have wanted to convert these positions at the front of the field. You get them in Heat 1, you've got to get the points on the board. That's going to be very tricky for them to do now. Right, back at the front of the field, Dukes leads Oscar Keane, Ethan Hunt, and Liam Nashawati for Evolution Racing, all in this group of 4. Now, if they can work together, they could break away from that Clark Naylor, Daniel Wisniewski and Connor Large group. Connor Large has had a great start, up from 21st on the grid. Is now running solidly in the top 10. Harrison Bishop as well has gained a lot of places in the early stages of this race. Drivers who had problems at the very start, I think it was Louis Marchand and Archie Tomlin Evans there towards the bottom of the order with Campbell Lees, Jameson and Kiyov. Looking here at the group all around 8th, 9th, 10th places. Ryuma Komatsu in there. And number 80 kart. And move down the inside there. Nice one indeed from the number 40 of Harrison Bishop. Harrison Bishop, one of your biggest movers in this race so far. Oh, was that a challenge for the race lead from Oscar Keane on Toby Jukes? Yes, Toby Jukes has lost the race lead going through the Stratford hairpin. It's the number 37 of Oscar Keane now at the front of this field. Clearly taking the decision that he wasn't happy with the pace of Jukes and wants to wind it up a bit. And I can understand why, because yeah, you can see just behind Wisniewski and Connor Large closing in. Connor has had a very good season so far. Been doing a lot of club racing at various venues around the country and quite regularly has been featuring towards the front of the field. He started 21st in this race and is now up to P5 and is the fastest driver on circuit. Oh, as Nashawati has a go at Ethan Hunt there for P3. That is going to make Connor Large light up here. It's going to allow the chasing group to close in quite rapidly as, oh dear, that's an alternative line from one of the Zip kart racing team. That's Clark Naylor, who's just holding to the outside. Well, Clark was running in 10th place. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure how Clark got there. He's back in the running now, but a long way down the order. Also moving up through the field, Adam Judatis, the A3E team. As here's another look down the inside from Oscar Keane, retakes the lead away from Toby Jukes. It's good fun to watch, but this battling is going to bring others very much into the equation. And those top 2 need to be aware of Connor Large, who's now up to 4th place. Make that 3rd place, there or thereabouts. That's perfectly executed move through Wilkins corner. Nothing that Liam Nashawati could do in terms of a counter-attack there. Ethan Hunt also moving up the order in that number 63 machine. Started in 12th place. He's got a gain of 7 at the moment. 3 minutes there or thereabouts to go. Hello to Jess Smith, who's cheering on Layla Bell. And good news for you, Jess. Layla's just got past Luca Luen for 15th place and is holding position where Layla started. Here's another change for the race lead. So Keane goes back through past Jukes. Taking it in turns at the front of the field here. Harrison Bishop up to P6 now ahead of Daniel Wisniewski. I'm just thinking that Connor Large is waiting for his moment. He knows he's got time on his side. 2.5 minutes remaining in this race. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in last time around from Connor Large. Privateer running on the Tony Kart chassis, of course, with the standard but very recognisable colours of the Italian brand. As down the inside there goes Jukes. That could open the door though for Large, although no, that's a good recovery from Oscar Keane. Oscar Keane goes straight back on the counter-attack. This is great racing between these top 4 drivers. Liam Nashawati is still in it as well. In fact, Liam Nashawati has got back ahead of Connor Large, so good opportunistic driving there from the number 19. Down the inside again goes Toby Jukes, retakes the lead. How many lead changes have we had in this one? This is fantastic. And we've still got more than a minute and a half of it to go. Harrison Bishop, his eyes might be widening as well at potential opportunities in the latter part of this race. Down towards Wilkins again. Good line there from Toby Jukes. Just held to the inside. It's through into third place. Has gone Connor Large. That was a bold one down the inside into Wilkins' corner. Still a few laps of this one to go. There'll be 2 more on time and then the +1 after the clock hits 0. Just to mention as well, a couple of investigations underway by the race officials. One of them is for the number 29 of Isaac Jameson. The other is the number 15 of Jake Richardson. A contact warning has come in for number 43 of Stanley Stafford. That's you up to date on your notifications from race control. Less than a minute to go on the clock. Connor Large has caught back up to the rear fairing, the rear bumper of Oscar Keane, and is looking down the inside for second place. Another great move from Connor Large into Wilkins' corner. There's other goings on behind. Liam Nashawati has been shuffled down the pack a little bit. Is now running in 6th place. Has lost out to Ethan Hunt and to Harrison Bishop. Also looking to get involved there is Daniel Wisniauskas in the number 27. But what can Toby Jukes now do to hold this race lead? Has been challenged pretty much from lap 3 onwards in this heat. But every time he's lost the lead, he's immediately countered straight back. But that's always been versus Oscar Keane. Can he deal with a charging Connor Large here? That's a bit close. Through Wilkins and through goes Large. Large takes the race lead then. We've got 1 more lap to go then. The timer has hit 0. But now Connor Large will have to be on the defensive. Slipstream quite effective around this circuit. Is a key part of keeping yourself quick on laps around here at Shenington. And we've seen Toby Jukes be able to make moves on Oscar Keane at various points of this race. And if he gets the exit out of the Bruno chicane right, he could still have a chance. But that's a good run from Connor Large off of the Bruno chicane. Look at the gap that Large has got. Running into the final braking zone. There's nothing that Jukes is going to be able to do from there. Connor Large will take Heat 2 in Junior Rotax. Jukes and Keane, very entertaining battle there. Home in 2nd and 3rd. Bishop 4th, Hunt 5th. Wisniauskas 6th. Good drive from Matthew So as well. Apologies, Matthew. That went under my radar a bit there. Up 16 positions from 23rd on the grid. We'll see Matthew towards the front of the field a little bit later on for his 2nd heat. Liam Najawati 8th, Louis Marshall 9th, Adam Judaitis in 10th, Stanley Stafford 11th. All of these drivers moving up through the field. Zane Perry 12th, Hayden Adams 13th, Layla Bell 14th in the end in that one. Ryuma Komatsu for Pro Train in 15th, Isaac Jameson 16th and under investigation. Luca Lewin was the first of the novices home, P17. Cooper Campbell Lees, after that dramatic spin on lap 1, comes back to 18th, just ahead of Liam Dooling and Finley Cass. And that was the top 20. Jake Richardson also under investigation, P21. Cody Longdon, 3rd of the novices. Cass, should mention, was 2nd of the novices. So Longdon in 22nd. Sam Batty there in 23rd. Aidan Young 24th. Christian Kayayov was another of the drivers having problems on lap 1, P25. And then others, Archie Thomond Evans, Louis Marchand and Clark Naylor. There we go. Those are the first round of heats done for Junior Rotax. We'll see them out again at 12:21 and 12:34. Keep up to date on the Alpha Timing website for exactly which heat the drivers are in. For now, though, let's change things up. It's time to go to the longer layout. KZ2 Heat 1 is up next. Here's your grid then for KZ2, heat number 1. The experienced hand of Ryan Green will have pole position for this first race in the shifter gearbox category. Harry Walsh alongside on the front row. Jack Price will start from 3rd. Jessica Edgar starts P4. Is going to be having a good day, I think. Here is Jess. Lee Ward starts P5. another very experienced hand there in the number 80. Milo Manderson is due to go from 6th on the grid, and we've got a novice in KZ2, which is great to see. Lexi Fells. Lexi raced during the previous event, the Love of Speed event a month ago in February. And that completes our 7-kart KZ2 field. 3 from the Jade Racing team, and then 4 privateers, including 2 very experienced privateers in this category in the shape of Ryan Green, Lee Ward. Have raced KZ2s for many years, have raced around and supported much of the club scene, and of course on the national level as well. Intrigued to see how Marlon Manderson does in this race as well. One of the younger drivers in this race has raced through a number of the Rotax categories, if my memory serves me correctly. Apologies if it doesn't serve me correctly, it's been a long week. But yeah, he's taken to KZ2 racing very well indeed. Good to see more young drivers having a go at KZ2. So, 8 minutes plus 1 lap as normal for the heat, but what's different is it's a standing start, and away we go for KZ2. Flying start there from Ryan Green. Got that kart off to a flyer. Jess Edgar immediately up to P2. Had a good run here a month ago. No, they haven't got lost. If you're new here to Shenington, they're going straight down to the gearbox layout of Shenington here. It's still called Stratford Corner. They're both Stratford Corners, just that's the gearbox version of it. So Green in the number 11 leads this one from Edgar. Lee Ward is up third. As Lexi Fells has had a spin into the Bruno chicane. Now, will Lexi be able to get that going again, or is that unfortunately the end of the race for the single novice in this one? I think that may be the end of things. So 6 of them continue round. Green leads from Edgar, Ward, Walsh, and then Marlo Manderson running in 5th place ahead of Jack Price. And I think we've gone full course yellow as well. Yes, just for the recovery of Lexi Fells' number 40 kart. You can see Lexi's perfectly okay, which is the most important thing. I think it was just a spin, and the engine's probably stalled. Not easy to get going, these KZ2s. Lexi is actually having a go at getting this running again, and has done so. Great work from Lexi Fells. So yes, it's gone a lap down, but is still in this race. And of course, experience so important to get to know these karts. They're not easy. They're not meant to be easy. They're meant to be a challenge for both driver and mechanics. So yeah, the driver's just been told to keep it a little bit slower here. We are still under the slow procedure. So Ryan Green needs to be careful here. Doesn't want to get in trouble with the race officials at this early stage. The incident is now, of course, cleared. So fingers crossed, we should be going back to green this next time around. And indeed, 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the clock. Ryan Green turns at the noise once again, gets this race restarted. What can Jess Edgar do here from 2nd place? But keep an eye on Lee Ward as well. Lee Ward knows how to win a race in KZ2. And he's never going to be too far behind. Down towards Stratford Corner again. Green covers the middle of the road. No opportunity there for Edgar to get through. And towards the Bruno chicane. Should note, of course, no Ella Stevens this weekend in KZ2. She's been racing in China on the Formula 1 support for the first round of the F1 Academy. Should note as well, viewers, from our last race, Ella was okay. Had a quick chat with her after the event, after that slightly scary incident during the first heat, and yeah, she was perfectly okay. It was one of those that thankfully looked worse than it was. But meanwhile, back in this race, 4.5 minutes to go. Ryan Green doing a really good job here, holding at the front of the field. not phased at all that he's got two similarly very experienced hands in the shape of Jess Edgar and Lee Ward, not too far behind. Out of the Bruno chicane once again. Such speed there through Hanger Corner into Wilkins. It's a joy to see. Should note as well, upcoming later on in the spring, if you've got a free weekend when we race in May, it'll be a good weekend to come along. Expecting a good number of entries for the May round, which, if I'm not mistaken, at least the last time I looked at the plans, is scheduled to be a qualifying round for the national championships, as a point scoring round for the British Kart Championships. The best KZ2 racers in the country will be descending on this part of the world. Such a great spectator class as well, to just stand trackside and watch these drivers, watch these karts thrash their way round. Some of the highest speeds that you will encounter in karting, on short circuit karting at least in the UK. 3 minutes to go in this one. Ryan Green looking like he's got the measure of the others at the moment. Ward has a look there for second place. Jess Edgar, good on the brakes, holds on to that position. Harry Walsh still there in fourth place, but Marlon Manderson improving his pace across the course of this heat, is running now in the 45s. He's just drifting towards the back of Harry Walsh, so we could see a battle here for fourth place. 2.5 minutes remaining. What a feel for Lee Ward that he's got to get through past Jess Edgar as soon as possible, because Ryan Green is taking this one away from the rest of the field. But we've seen Lee Ward be able to win races before. That's a much more decisive move, and that's a great move. Into second place then goes Lee Ward. Now we've got a new element to talk about in this race. Has Ryan Green got enough speed to hold off the charge of Lee Ward? He's going to get his head down even more so now. Jessica Edgar now having to deal with her teammate. Harry Walsh there trying to hold on to third. 44.83 for Green, 44.87 for Ward. In fact, Ward was, no, apologies, 45.02 last time around for Green. So Ward was quicker than Green, even though Ward was doing some overtaking down this far end of the circuit, so his line will naturally have been compromised. This race is still on, I think, for a change of lead potentially. Ryan Green through the Bruno chicane once again. That's a good first sector from Ryan Green, but Ward is strong through the corners. Sector 2 has taken 2/10 out of Green's lead. Jess Edgar has pulled away from Harry Walsh. Harry Walsh now dealing with Marlon Manderson, who's looking quick in the latter stages of this race. 1 minute to go. 3 more laps by my quick maths here in the box. And Lee Ward, last time around, at a 44.74. It's sector 2 where Ward is quickest. Oh, but he's outbraked himself a little bit there through the hairpin. Maybe got a touch excited as he closed in on Ryan Green. Still got time, still got opportunities. Good tight line there from Ward through the Bruno chicane. Pretty much on par that time with Ryan Green. This next lap is crucial for Lee Ward if he wants to win this heat. Both of them in the 44.8. We saw that for Ward, that was with a mistake down into Stratford Corner. Changed for fourth place. Marlon Manderson has got through past Harry Walsh. Down towards the Stratford Corner. Ward has a think about it. It was simply too far back there. It's at the end of the day, it's only the first heat. You don't want to damage your karts. You don't want to damage your materials this early on in the day, especially when you're either of these drivers clearly with a bit of pace here today. Good drive from Green off of the Bruno chicane. Dealing with the pressure well, as I say. These two drivers with a lot of experience in this category. They love their KZ2 racing. Coming back year after year. We're on to the last lap now. Ryan Green, though, is very good through sector number 3. He's very strong off of the corners. Just serving him in well so far in this one. Ward's having a look, thinking about it. Not quite able to get through, though. That's the kind of move that maybe in the final Lee would have a bigger go at. Although Ryan Green's had to defend there into the Bruno chicane. This could all come down to the final braking zone, which we'll see in a few moments' time. Through Hanger Corner, drifting through that right-hander on the brakes into the next right-hander. That's brilliantly controlled by Ryan Green, who's going to take victory in heat number 1 of KZ2. Entertaining scrap with Lee Ward. Jess Edgar 3rd, Milo Manderson 4th. Harry Walsh comes home in 5th place, or will come home. Or hopefully now, where has Harry Walsh gone? Walsh has stopped, I think. Jack Price comes over the line there in 5th. Just trying to do this the old-fashioned way. Look out the window. Where has... no, Walsh has now been scored over the line in 5th place. And Lexi Fells will be classified there in 7th. So good race there from the KZs, from the KZ2s. We'll see them again later on in the day. When is their second heat scheduled? It's the penultimate race before the lunch break, so it's 1:13 to be exact. The time currently 11:06. So yeah, I think we're still running a little bit ahead of schedule. So so just make that adjustment if you're following the timetable at home. It is, of course, subject to change. You know, sometimes we run a little bit further forward just to give us a bit more time later in the day should we need it. But right now, though, we'll move away from KZ2s and move to something very different indeed. Next up, it's IAME Water Swifts out on track next. Here's your grid then for the first heat in IAME Water Swift. This is the inter-class variation of the Water Swift category. Felix Booker starts on pole position for this one with Rudger Golkanath alongside. Theo Tyack and Oliver Kleinfelter go from row 2. William Bennett and Ethan Lucas go from row number 3. Harry Fable and Finley Bedford go from row 4. And then we've got 2 novices in this one as well. Max Frisbee and Cody Vertigan. So the first of 2 heats for this category here today. Big hello to Mike Bennett, who sent messages in during the week. Sent a whole raft of pages of information on William. Driver from Newport in South Wales. And yeah, started out in the Bambino categories at the age of 7, and yeah, I've seen William race for a good couple of years. Hopefully looking for a good one here. Now, is this going to go to green? Yes, it is. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway then. Bit of a busy start there through and over the tram lines. The number 19 of Felix Booker has come to the front of the field. Rudger Golkanath slots into 2nd place. Down and through the Stratford hairpin. Now back onto the 1,000 metre layout. Should just note, I think Max Frisbee had a bit of a delay at the start of this race. Max has just come past us here in the commentary box, but is running. Is out there on track. One of the 2 novices in this race. Oh, side by side. Little bit of a drift there from Golkanath. That was well controlled by Booker on the outside. Gave enough racing room there to make sure they both got through the corner. But Golkanath wasn't able to follow through and take the lead by the time they got through into Wilkins Corner. So it's Booker from Golkanath, Tyack, Bennett. Good start for Harry Fable as well. Another of the drivers with the DK, the Danny Curl Academy, up to 5th place. Oliver Kleinfelter 6th, Ethan Lucas there in 7th, Finley Bedford 8th, and 2 novices, Cody Vertigan just at the rear of this group, and then Max Frisbee running round, so a little bit delayed off the start, but still circulating about 16 seconds behind. There's, oh, bit of a spin there in the middle of the pack, and the rest of the drivers do very well to avoid Theo Tyack. Now, was that a mechanical problem? Because see that Theo was trying to get the kart going again there. Oliver Kleinfelter, let's have a look at it again. So this is into Hanger Corner. Keep an eye on the driver in the yellow helmet. As, oh, now, couldn't quite tell from that angle whether there was a touch from behind. But either way, Theo Tyack out of the race. I think he might have just been stuck on the berm there of the edge of the circuit. So hopefully Theo, has now been able to get going again and continues round in 10th place. Change of lead. Roger Golkanath through into the lead of this one, ahead of Felix Booker. William Bennett there as well. So William's been racing in the Water Swift platform for a good couple of years. He's done a lot of racing in the IAME Water Swift restricted category. Now steps up to the Inter category. Has got good speed as well through past his teammate Booker and into second place. Felix Booker has had a contact warning as well out there. But Bennett definitely on the move. So William Bennett looking to potentially take the lead here. As again in the notes that his dad Mike has sent through. A lot of help from Scott Allen, of course, in the Jade Racing team, and Marcus Littlewood. Marcus, a very experienced karter in his own right. I'm sure Marcus won't like me for saying this, but I remember commentating on Marcus back in his earlier days. I think even back to his minis days. I'm talking about 10 years ago now. At circuits such as this, and not too far away from here at Wilton Mill. Back in the very early days of Alpha Live broadcasting. This is a good bit of work between Golkanath and Bennett. Not fighting too hard at the moment, which is spot on. That's what you need to do at this stage of the race, because they're reducing the numbers. They're reducing the opportunities for the likes of Booker and Kleinfelter to get in the midst of this battle for the race lead. Keeping this pace high, 48.6 last time for Golkanath, 48.5 for William Bennett. So they're about 3/10 quicker than Felix Booker over a lap. I think for Oliver Kleinfelter, if there's any hopes of winning this race, Oliver's got to make a move pretty soon, although there, Golkanath has a bit of a defensive shape into Stratford Corner. Clearly wants to keep this one under his control. Three minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Bennett quite happy at the moment, just to sit there, wait for the opportunity. And again, got to remember, the job at hand in these heats is about scoring the points. It's not necessarily about taking race wins. Race wins are nice, of course, but I tell you where race wins are much better, in a final, where you've started from the front of the field. And the only way to start from the front of the field is doing well in these heats, keeping yourself consistent and not making mistakes at these earlier stages of the race day. Golkanath again, a little bit defensive. Not overly defensive though, the pace is still good between these two. Equal on pace. In fact, no, they took out another big chunk of time on Booker and Kleinfelter last time around there. So the lead now up to over a second. But the body language of these two is positive at the moment as well. They're just looking very relaxed. They're not looking edgy. Both of them know that this race, in terms of who wins it, will be more decided in the last lap or so. We've still got 2 minutes to go on the timer. Golkanath again, just showing with that move, defensive into the Stratford Corner, that it's like, no, I want to be in the lead of this race. I know you want to be in the lead of this race, William, as well, but I want to control it and take us through to the last couple of laps. Now, changes potentially in the battle for third place. Oliver Kleinfelter trying to move past Felix Booker and may get a bit of an assist here from Harry Fable. Will indeed, so nothing much that Booker could do there. Drops to 5th place. Through goes Kleinfelter, and Harry Fable was nicely positioned there. That was good decision making from Harry, just to give a little nudge, just the tiniest little nudge to Oliver on the approach to the hanger corner to make sure that both of them would get through past Felix Booker there. So let's see what their pace is like now that they've got a bit more clear air, and see if Felix can go down the inside and take 4th place back. Really nice move there from Felix Booker. Side by side once again on the approach and through the Bruno chicane. Favel's going to have a run, no, not quite, off of the Bruno chicane. Now what that has done, it's left Oliver Kleinfelter kind of a little bit marooned in no man's land between the two pairs right now. It's going to be hard for Kleinfelter to close into the top 2. Momentum's so important, especially in the 60cc categories, where you haven't got as much power as the juniors and the seniors, and you've got to keep working together to get the best lap times. That's exactly what Golkanath and Bennett are doing right now. They've been consistently in the low to mid 48s for the last, 9 laps completed in this one. Harry Favel just went fastest of anyone though through sector number 2. So yeah, just working with Booker to try and close back into Kleinfelter. That's very good. Very good racing from both Booker and Favel there. They're still going to have an opportunity here of fighting for 3rd place. We're on the final lap. Is William Bennett going to have an opportunity for a move? Could just take the points in 2nd place and look towards the 2nd heat. Of course, the final later on today as well, which will be at about 4:15. But do hope you can stay with us. Whole day is free, remember. Every single racing lap here from Shenington, free to view on the Alpha Live channel. Bennett close behind, but Golkanath has got the line absolutely right there. Just needs to get the exit of Wilkins done. Good race between these two. Calm one. And they thought the bigger job at hand was making sure they got good points, and that they have done. Golkanath wins, Bennett P2, Felix Booker comes back to 3rd place. Good recovery there from Felix. The middle of the race was looking a little bit tricky, but returns back into the top 3, just ahead of Oliver Kleinfelter and Harry Favel. Finley Bedford comes home in 4th place, just ahead of Ethan Lucas. Cody Vertigan 8th, the top novice. Theo Tyek had that spin early on, recovers back to 9th, and Max Frisbee means that all 10 drivers getting home there all finished the race. Well done to the IAME Water Swift Inters. We'll see them again. They're the first, their 2nd heat's the first race after the lunch break, scheduled for 2:10. But for now, let's stay with the same age group, but change engine platforms. The Rotaxes, the Minimaxes, are up next. Here's your grid then for the next race. Rotax Inter, the Minimax category. Finley Thompson starts in pole position for this one. Jay Birmingham starts alongside on the front row. Toby Miles and Finley Rhodes will go from row 2. Sandro Kemp and Hugo Torpy start on row number 3. Lucas Gray and Daniel Holsco from 4. Adam Causa and Jude Story on row 5. Jake Hansford and Dexter Petty go from 6. It's then Thomas Laidler and Isaac Garth on row 7. Noah Hobson and Hayden Wardale go from 8. Arthur Kaiser and Phoenix Millen Sexton go from row number 9. Oscar Churches and Adam Bart on 10. Ben Hunt and Matthew Lilly will be looking to move up from row number 11. Charlie Heffer and Seiki Komatsu, the second of the Komatsus there, starting on row 12. Then into our novices. Good number of novices here in Minimax. Harry Swift and Ollie Blanford on row 13. Max Hall and Emrys Perring on row 14. Eva Jones and Freya Lally go from row number 15. And there's even more of them. Row 16, Roshan Bachada and Xavier Davidson. Arlo Atwood wraps out a strong 33 grid, 33 strong grid here, that's what I was trying to say, for the intercategory within the Rotax ladder. We talked about the juniors. and how well subscribed that category is now. This is the age category down from that. Running towards those lights. Do we see them go green? Yes, we do. Away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's a very good start for the number 83 aboard that Kart Republic. It is Finley Thompson for Ben Folland Motorsport, who will lead them all down towards turn number 1. Ben, who raced himself for many years in these categories. This is a stage where I start to feel quite old. That the drivers I remember from... no, we've gone false start. So the race officials not quite happy with how that one went. So we'll have another go. But yeah, I remember Ben racing again in categories lower than seniors. I won't say which one because it'll again give an indicator of how old I am. But it's quite humbling when they all start running their own teams now with their expertise and knowledge from their racing days and sharing it with the next generation of karters. So we'll have another go at that one. I think it was just a little bit quick out of the final corner for the race officials' liking. They like, understandably, to see the pace nice and controlled. Let's see if we go green fully this time. Away we go. Second attempt for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's another good start for Thompson. Through the first couple of corners. Oh, 4 wide in the middle of the pack there. The number 27 of Seika Komatsu fighting with some of the novices. Remember, once again, random grid. So if they're starting towards the back of those non-novice plates in this one, those around 20th to 23rd place, they'll start towards the front of the next one, and the flip reverse, the likes of Thompson, Birmingham, Mars and Rhodes, who've all got to convert this opportunity into good points, you'd think. Similarly, the novices, they have a random grid allocation as well, as there down the inside goes Jay Birmingham into the race lead. The novices start from the rear of the field, but similarly, if you start at the front of the novice subclass, as it were, in Heat 1, you go from the back of that subclass in Heat number 2 to keep it all fair and equal. End of the first lap then. So after that good move through Wilkins Corner, it's Jay Birmingham leading from Finley Thompson, Finley Rhodes in third, Toby Miles and Hugo Torpy completing the top 5. Big movers on that first lap. Ben Hunt up 12 places to P9 as well. We're going to mention Adam Butt for the KMS Kato Motorsport team. Very experienced team, of course, in these categories. Adam is up 9 places to 11th, and I think we'll mention as well, we'll go a little bit further up the order, Thomas Laidlow, apologies, should have said this one first, up 7 places and is now running in 6th place, although he's just lost that position to Dexter Petty. So on to lap number 3 then. Jay Birmingham leads this one by 0.2 of a second. Minimax, which if you're relatively new to the British karting scene, I'm going to say it, I think Minimax and the Rotax Inter category has been, pound for pound, the most entertaining category over the past 18 months. We've seen some fantastic racing and some great talents coming through the British karting system. Oh, and it's racing like that. That's great stuff. From Finley Rhodes down the inside, brave on the brakes, respectful from Finley Thompson as well, to not just turn in, go, fair play, Finley Rhodes, that's a good move, but I'll get you again later on in this race. 5.5 minutes to go in this one. Jay Birmingham trying to make a break for it, but that's very much easier said than done here at Shenington. Now, under investigation, kart number 83, Finley Thompson. This early in the race, could that be something to do with a potential start infringement? It wouldn't be the first one that we've seen today. Lucas Gray as well, the number 67, is also under the watchful eye for something that's occurred in this race that the race officials are having a little look at. Gray currently running in 11th place. 5 minutes to go then. Birmingham from Rhodes, Thompson, Miles, Petty, Torpy, Laidler, Hunt, Story, Bart, Heffer. Charlie Heffer is moving through the order. Charlie started P23, is now running in 11th. Lucas Gray, Sandro Kemp, Noah Hobson and Ollie Blanford all in the top 15. What a drive from Ollie that is as well. On his novice plates is the Scottish driver. for the family team, of course, but it's up to P15, so it's overtaken half of the field. The novices, of course, it's when they're in their early days, they have to do so many races under Motorsport UK licence before they then move on to going on the yellow plates. But they're still within their own rights, able to race up through the field. They start from the back of the heats. They don't necessarily start from the back of the final if they've been able to race their way through. Toby Miles, another one we need to keep an eye on. Saw a few moments ago the number 90 moving up to third place. It's a privateer 1, 2, 3 at the moment in this race, which is really positive to see. A few more notifications from race control. Arlo Atwood has had a contact warning, as has Hayden Wardale, and Wardale also under investigation for something else out there. Alan Bart has joined the list of drivers under the watchful eye of the race officials. Looking down the inside again, there is the number 99 of Dexter Petty. Dexter's made some good progress in this race and has got through past Finley Thompson there into fourth place. Thomas Laidler also followed through. He's now up into the top 5. So that was teammates on teammates in the Ben Follen Motorsport sort of awning, as it were, although there's a problem there for Dexter Petty. Ran a bit wide out of Cafe Corner and is now back down to, I think, around 7th or 8th place. As expected, just the energy that you pick up from these Minimax drivers. Action every single place you look. So exciting, you fumble over your words. 45.85 at the moment is the fastest lap time from Ben Hunt in the number 53. And Ben moving through there, running on the LN chassis. The Lando Norris chassis. One of the many OTK group products. Very popular in the UK because of how strong the OTK products are over a breadth of conditions. And in a part of the world, to our international audience, well, you're probably already aware, it rains a lot in the UK, although hopefully not today. That's one of the reasons why you see a lot of Tony Karts, LNs, Red Speeds, all those chassis under that umbrella used by the drivers. Saying that you're starting to get a little bit more variance. A lot more Kart Republics used now as well, given their success on the international scene, trickling down through the customer market. Minutes and 30 seconds of this one to go. Nice move there from Thomas Laidler. I can tell you what, Thomas Laidler's got a chance of winning this race. Thomas Laidler is the fastest driver on circuit. That was a 45.76 last time around for Laidler. You can see him there, Laidler on board a Kart Republic chassis, as just mentioned. We'll have 3 laps. 3 laps to catch and overtake Jay Birmingham. 60 seconds to go, so the time won't quite run out on this tour of Shenington. More news from further down the order. Adam Bart's now up into the top 10. That's a gain of 11 positions in this one. Just to note in some of our novices as well, it's probably the heaviest amount of novices that we've seen so far today. Harry Swift running second of the novices at the moment, having a really good battle with Max Hall for second in the novices and a space in the top 20. Should note as well, no concern of cut-offs, repecharges, anything of that nature, because it's just under 34 drivers in this category. They will all proceed straight into an A final. No B final necessary here today for this field. But at the front, Laidler continuing to close in. This is good driving from Thomas Laidler. Not over-rushing things. Knows he's got a lap and a half to make this move that could give him a heat win to kick things off here for round 3 of the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships in the Rotax Inter category. Here he goes then. Birmingham to the inside. This would be a brave one from Laidler around the outside. That's good defensive work from Jay Birmingham. In fact, that was a very good work from Jay Birmingham. You don't often see that pulled off. That I think he just quite happily put Thomas on the outside there, knowing that it's very, very hard indeed, particularly in dry conditions, for someone to go all the way round through two very quick right-handers. Birmingham on the brakes, middle of the road, through the Stratford corner. This could bring Rhodes and Miles back into having a chance of winning this race. Drivers have got to remember, this is a heat. You don't want to throw away a good result at this stage. This time, Thomas Laidler's got down underneath. There's nothing that Jay Birmingham's going to be able to do about this. Through goes Laidler into the race lead. Down into Wilkins' corner. He was patient. He was speedy. He was exact there out of the Bruno chicane. Thomas Laidler takes Heat 1 in Rotax into Jay Birmingham P2. Finley Rhodes, Toby Miles, Dexter Petty all score very well indeed, all in the top 5. Ben Hunt, Hugo Torpy, Finley Thompson, Adam Barton, Jude Story over the line, all secure top 10s. Charlie Heffer 11th, Noah Hobson 12th, Seiki Komatsu 13th, and Ollie Blanford, one of the stars in that race, the first novice in the top half from the back of the grid. Keep an eye on that number 60 machine as we run through the day. Sandro Kemp completes the top 15, just ahead of Isaac Garth, Hayden Wardale, Adam Causa, Lucas Gray and Matthew Lilly, all in the top 20. Good drivers as well from 2nd, 3rd and 4th novices. Harry Swift, Freya Lally and Max Hall all score decent points in that one. Arthur Kaiser, Daniel Holst there in the top 25. It was then Xavier Davidson, Jake Hansford, Roshan Bachada, Oscar Churches and Phoenix Millen Sexton in the top 30. All drivers, I think, finished that one lap, which I say in a 33 strong field. That is very good to see indeed. That you know, we didn't have any retirements, we didn't have any problems out there. Really entertaining stuff once again from the Rotax Inters. They'll be back out at around 2:20 local time. They're the second race after the lunch break. We'll move on though to the next category. Formula Libre are out on track. Here is a grid then for Heat 1 in Formula Libre. Harple Baines has pole position. Andrew Silvers alongside on the front row. Ben Stanford and Ewan Davis go from row 2. It's Lewis Paynton and Mark Armstrong on row 3. Oliver Kershaw and Amy Catchpole go from 4. Ashley White and Richard Mallinson from 5. Oliver Bourne and Pierce Armstrong on row 6. Running through the rest of them, James Ogden and Ollie Venn on row 7. Jamie Jenkins and Barney Mortimer go from 8. Rhys Baines and Jack Foreman on 9. Liv Jenkins and David Davis on row 10. Eden James, Archie White, Josh Derry and Isaac Wilkinson take us down to row 12. Luke Smith, Joseph Emmett and Dylan Chadwick. 27 drivers in the field for Formula Libre. The sound of X30's roar through the first couple of corners. If you're new to this category, this is a cost-effective category where drivers use age-restricted equipment to keep the costs low and the racing close as well. As, oh dear, who's that into the bank and pitched around a bit there. Can't quite make out through the sunlight today. So far this season, in races I've commentated on, I can't make them out through the gloom. I think it might have been Luke Smith and Joseph Emmett who've been delayed. David Davis as well had a slightly slower sector 2 than the rest of them. End of the first lap though, look at this. Lewis Paynton to the front of the field. Great start for Lewis from grid 5. Has the early advantage in this one. Ben Stanford P2, Harple Baines P3, the familiar names there of Mark Armstrong and Pierce Armstrong are both in the top 5 at the moment, 4th and 5th. Ewan Davis in 6th place. Oliver Bourne, Ollie Venn, James Ogden and Ashley White completing the top 10 as things stand. Dylan Chadwick's had a good start as well amongst the novices. He's up to 21st place and first of those novices. Good scrap going on for 2nd place. This is what I like about Formula Libre. Look how close it is amongst these drivers from 2nd place all the way down to, what would you say, around 15th. Really competitive class. If you want to get into owner karting, but you haven't necessarily got the kind of budget
for the categories like X30 Senior. Take a good look at this Formula Libre category. That has been well supported at Shenington for a good number of years. I'm not gonna lie, I want to have a go at this myself if I can get a kart together and myself and my fitness together more than anything. That's going to be the real problem for this man in a box. But never mind that. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this one. Payton has established quite a strong lead here and is running very good pace at the front of the field, 44.71. Now 2.75 seconds ahead of Mark Armstrong. But Mark Armstrong now with a bit of clear air ahead of him could start making progress. Close in the middle there with the number 13 of Rhys Baines coming through. Rhys, a good example. You see a number of drivers who've raced as younger individuals. They take this category up when, you know, they're working a 9 to 5, life is busy. It's a very accessible category to race once a month on a weekend, still have fun and have competitive racing along the way. Down the inside there, nice move from Ian Davis. Back up the order a little bit there to 12th place, as this is a scrap going on between Oliver Bourne and Mark Armstrong, and Bourne gets through into second place. Oliver Bourne, who started this race in 11th, back comes Armstrong down the inside. James Ogden's in this group as well, as really out on the curb there. As I say, these drivers, they love their race and they love getting stuck in to the battles, as James Ogden has come to the front of this battle for second place. Pierce Armstrong has moved up in this as well, running on the Gillard there. The red, black and a little bit of yellow piping on the bodywork to tell that one apart. Just ahead of Mark Armstrong now for that 4th place. Also, just a note, you also have family situations in this one. You have multiple drivers from the same family racing out there, including the Jakins. Liv Jakins at the moment is up from 19th on the grid and currently running in 7th place at the moment. And the other good thing for Liv, ahead of James Jakins as well. So James is immediately behind, although James is at the hold of the fastest lap at the moment in this one. And there they go through. That's Ollie Venn on the attack. So Ollie Venn goes through in the number 66 up to P5. Mark Armstrong not having things all his own way at the moment. Race might not be done yet as well. Payton's pace has been very good, as noted, but James Ogden just took half a second out of Payton's lead. We've got 3 minutes of this race to go. 3.2 seconds is the advantage for Lewis Payton. Mechanical flag is out, unfortunately, for Ben Stanford. So Ben, has been out for Ben Stanford, and Ben's already come in and served that one. Apologies, didn't quite see what the problem was for Ben, but either way, a safety-related issue in terms of something with the kart not being right, and out of this race. So I just saw Liv Jakins going through there, past Mark Armstrong. Jamie Jakins now has go. Mark Armstrong going backwards in this race, which I'll be honest, I was not expecting a few laps ago when Mark was running up in that battle for second place. I thought that was going to be the start of a good, strong run for the number 11, but not quite to be the case on this occasion. Perhaps some setup changes needed when they go for the second race later today. 2 minutes to go then. Payton leads, but now by 2.52 seconds. I still think this race isn't done yet. Ogden is consistently pulling 4-5 tenths out per lap. And if Lewis Payton makes one mistake, James Ogden is going to be right there. Oliver Bourne has gone with James Ogden as well. So that's good for the two privateers, that they can run together and potentially work in the latter stages of this race to close the leader down. Pierce Armstrong is 4th, Ollie Venn 5th, and then the Jakins duo of Liv and Jamie 6th and 7th. Mark Armstrong, Rhys Baines and Ashley White on the top 10. Ashley's had a good second half of this race.
I want to say was down to around 15th place in the early stages, but has fought back well. The driver racing out of the Tim Wilson Motorsport awning this week. As there's another move from Liv Jenkins, followed through by Jamie Jenkins. They're making good progress here. Past Pierce Armstrong, both of them. It's now 5th and 6th places for them respectively. Lead gap down to 1.78 seconds. And this is without a toe at the moment as well for James Ogden. You can see getting as aerodynamic as a position as possible ahead of Oliver Bourne. Other potential problem for Lewis Payton. I think I saw a little bit of traffic up ahead. Maybe Andrew Silvers, who started on the front row of the grid. Contact warning for Ollie Venn. Oliver Bourne did have a look for the for second place, but stayed behind James Ogden. Well, now the chasing duo might have just caught that back marker at the unopportune moment. There's nothing much that Andrew Silvers could do about that. I think they'll have lost a bit of time on the start of sector number 3. We're going to see that last lap board coming out as into the pits has come the number 88. So Harple Baines is out of this race, unfortunately. Gap is 0.7 now at the front of the field. Ogden and Bourne are going to need a lightning lap, and in fact, yeah, Bourne's gone down the inside. I can understand why he's done that, because I think the gap's just a little bit too big. They lost 2 or 3 tenths with the back markers. Ogden's going to fight back. Ogden wants that second place. And as long as Lewis Payton can get through the last couple of corners, very entrepreneuring young man is Lewis Payton. And I tell you what, he can pedal a kart pretty quickly as well. The starts was where he won this one. Lewis Payton will take heat number 1 very nicely indeed in Formula Libre. Entertaining race there from James Ogden and Oliver Bourne, second and third. Liv Jenkins, great drive from Liv there. Up 15 places, takes P4 ahead of Jamie Jenkins in 5th. Ollie Venn, Pierce Armstrong, Rhys Baines, Ashley White and Mark Armstrong all home in the top 10. It's then Jack Foreman in 11th. Jan Davies in 12th, Archie White, Josh Derry and Oliver Kershaw come home in the top 15. Dylan Chadwick was your top novice, the Jade Racing team driver in the number 30, coming home in 16th place, just ahead of Joseph Emmett, second of the novices there for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Amy Catchpole, Eden James and the third of the novices, Isaac Wilkinson, all come home in the top 20 on the road. Barney Mortimer, David Davis on the lead lap. Andrew Silvers finished but was 1 lap off the overall lead. Harple Baines was a retirement. Ben Stafford had a mechanical flag, and then Luke Smith had problems in the early stages as well. Good stuff there from the Formula Libres. I enjoyed that. Enjoyed Duncan, Millen Tomlinson and Ayrton Lima Evans on row 7. Ayrton off his novice plates now. Ollie Brunt and Jack Baker on row 8. Exton Cook and Jacob Marples on row 9. The rest of them, Alfie Taylor and James Backworth row 10. Tom Fox and Sebastian G on row 11. Lewis Hay, the last of those not on novice plates. And then you've got 5 or 6 novices in this one. Harrison Maxwell, Tom Seamarks, Ethan Winter, Theo Thomas, Lucas Murray and Josh Bundock. We go round again. That was a false start, so we'll get an extra formation lap here. I've got to say, really nice conditions here today. It's still quite cool. It's still single digits in terms of air temperature, but that's, I think, more down to the breeze that's rolling through. Might be feeling it, in fact, a little bit chillier than the 6 degrees that I'm seeing on the monitor here in the box, but it's bright. A few clouds overhead, but I tell you what, after what is, if you're not in the UK, I've got to say, in my 35 years on planet Earth, I cannot remember many a more depressing winter in terms of the weather as what we've had the last few months. It feels so good to be racing in the UK, not be dealing with fog, not be dealing with wind,
not be dealing with rain. So we've got to be thankful for that, haven't we? Keep your comments coming in as well, your messages of support for the drivers as we bring this first rotation to a close. What are we going to see here in X30 Junior Heat number 1? 8 minutes are underway for this race. Through the first couple of corners to go then. Good starts for Katie Clark. Katie will lead off of the first couple of corners. Not so good though in the second half of the field. One of the Jades in trouble there was the number 42 of Alfie Taylor, who started around in 15th place. Ooh, did I just see someone disappearing down the KZ2 route? Yes, it did. So we'll try and catch up with who that was. Was it Lucy Lovell, possibly? Lucy Lovell is missing from the timing information through sector number 1. So a few thrills and spills on this first lap. Through into Wilkins. Whoa, was wildly off the road there. Goes one of the drivers. We'll just count who that couldn't quite make out the race number on that occasion. Was it Joseph Davis, possibly? Yeah, Joseph and Archie Lee Bullock and Henry Clark have fallen down the order. Just watching the drivers coming through. I had problems with the number 21 out of our window as well. It was, I think that's another one who's gone in there. That was Harrison Maxwell, who's had another problem for a driver down at the approach to Wilkins Corner. Katie Donaldson has taken the lead of this race. So Katie Donaldson, I said she's had a good season so far. Has been doing a lot of the club races around the country in the last couple of months. I think this is a driver that we need to keep an eye on across both club and national level potentially for 2026. The speed is there, but also the consistency, which in the junior categories is such an important part of having a good season. 3 wide down into the Stratford hairpin. That looked to be James Backworth and Sebastian G moving through the order. And I tell you what, both of those drivers are doing a great job. They started outside the top 20. They're now knocking on the door of the top 10. Through towards Wilkins Corner. I think Exton Cook has had a problem out there. Exton has fallen down the order, is now running in 26th place. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Katie Donaldson has got a good lead over Finley Hines, nearly 2 seconds. Alfie Fulton running in 3rd. Millen Tomlinson 4th, and then William Haynes completing the top 5. And then all sorts going on in the middle of the pack. You can see Ayrton Lima Evans moving up the order. So we've seen Ayrton racing through from the Club 100 arriving drive ranks. He's had his time on novice place, but now Ayrton, you're right in the middle of everything that's going on in the X30 Junior race. And I tell you what, he's holding his head above water, and oh no, that's all getting a little bit too tangled up and messy. That's Sebastian G and James Backworth, all the 2 teammates that we were just talking about as having a really good run through the field. That's how quickly it can all change in junior karting. All that hard work completely undone. Back down to P21 and P24 for Backworth and G. So about the halfway stage of this one, or just before it I should say, once you consider the +1 lap. Donaldson still from Hines, but Hines is starting to close in. Was faster that last time around. Alfie Fulton in 3rd, Millen Tomlinson 4th, Conrad Barton 5th, a little bit further back. I tell you what, look who's having a good race here. Yes, that is a novice, not falling at all, going up through the order. Lucas Murray is now 9th from the back of the field. That's impressive. That's very impressive indeed from another newer name to this great and historic kart racing club. Through into the Bruno chicane. Once again, the single grid means no one needs to worry about B finals and cut-offs here. Which in this situation does mean I think you've got to be a bit more aggressive when you've got so many karts out there. Oh no, it's a spin for Lima Evans. And there was another kart involved. I think it was another Tim Wilson Motorsport entry. Yes, it was. It was Conrad Barton
So again, another 2 drivers up in the top 10, getting together, not in a good way, and losing a lot of points there as a result of that latest exchange. Katie Donaldson, meanwhile, is responding to the pace of Finley Hines. They're both running at 43.4 last time around, so the gap holding at 1.5 seconds. Hang on though, just on the screen here in the box, or was a few minutes ago actually, Katie Donaldson under investigation. So is this another potential case of a start not quite being right, perhaps? That's what we've seen a couple of instances of so far today. Contact warning for the number 65 of Ayrton Lima Evans, who's now also under investigation. Alfie Taylor in the number 42, also under investigation. Where is Alfie at the moment in the order? Running 10th. So the officials with a bit of work to be carried out in this part of the day. There is a change. Jacob Marples up through past William Hines for 5th place. And at the moment as well, Jacob running as the top privateer in this one. The top 4 positions being occupied by members of the Jade Racing team, and Finley Hines running with Croc Promotion again this weekend. 1 minute and 45 seconds of this race to go. Who else has made good progress? Should mention Lewis Hay has come through the order. Started 24th, now 10th. He's in that pack. In fact, a good pack with Murray, the top novice, is up 21. Alfie Taylor up 11. Hay up 14. Jack Baker as well up 6. And Tom Fox for good measure as well up 10 spots. So that's a quintet working well together. And gaining lap by lap. Also gaining out there, that is Alfie Taylor, as mentioned. So Alfie Taylor now up into what's going to be 7th place. Who goes Millen Tomlinson and Alfie Fulton in that shot there. And then back once again with Jacob Marples still running in 5th place. Could be quite a few changes in this run from 5th place down to 10th, as we've got 40 seconds on the clock. We'll have 2 more laps. Alfie Taylor though is now under investigation. I say it's there's a fair amount going on out there in this one. A couple of changes further down the order. Archie Bullock, who had problems early on, has got past Tom Seamarks for 19th place. Josh Bundlock as well has got past Katie Clark. Difficult race for Katie Clark in this one. Started P2, unfortunately has lost around 20 positions in this race. Through the Bruno chicane once again. Jacob Marples doing a good job here. You can see quite clearly he's a taller driver than some of his competitors. This age category with young teenagers. Growth spurts happen, and they do tend to punch a big hole in the air for some of the smaller drivers, but Jacob's dealing with this situation very well indeed. We're on the last lap now. Pretty even at the front. They've been matching each other's lap times, so Katie Donaldson's still ahead by 1.5 seconds. Oh, that's all gone wrong for William Haynes. Tried to go in on Jacob Marples there, got the braking wrong, clipped rear axle to rear axle, pitched himself slightly in the air for the moment. And unfortunately for Haynes, all that good work from early in the race is gone. Donaldson wins heat number 1 in X30 Junior. Hines across the line, P2. Good drive as well from Millen Tomlinson. Up from 14th on the grid, takes P3. Fulton is 4th. It's going to be Alfie Taylor over the line in P5. Jacob Marples holds on for 6th ahead of Lucas Murray. What a drive that is. 22 positions gained for the novice. Props to Lucas Murray, well prepared by the TWM team there. Charlie Blenkinsop 8th, Tom Fox 9th, Jack Baker P10, Joseph Davis, Lewis Hay, Henry Duncan, and a recovering Henry Clark, who had that spin down, pretty sure at Wilkins Corner, got back to P14. James Backworth P15,
Quite a few drivers getting into trouble in that one. Spins and incidents out there. Theo Thomas was able to pick his way through and be the second novice home in P16. William Haynes, Sebastian G, Archie Lee Bullock, Archie Ayrton, Limmer Evans all in the top 20. Tom Seamarks, Josh Bunduck, they were up next, 21st and 22nd. Katie Clark, Ethan Windsor and Exton Cook complete the top 25. 3 retirements in that race: Conrad Barton, Harrison Maxwell and Lucy Lovell, unfortunately very early on in that one. As they're going back to the paddock areas. Conrad Barton's number 13. That's another update that we should mention, that the paddock areas, the hard standing areas, have continued to grow here. That's allowed even better services here at Shenington Kart Racing Club, but as I say, we reckon one of the biggest, if not the biggest, entry for a single club meeting that was not a Super Prix here this month. So big thanks to everybody who's supported the near 250 drivers out there on circuit. Right, let's move on. That's rotation number 1 do. Let's switch back to Senior Rotax for their second heat. So let's take you through the runners and riders in this one. For some of them it's their first heat, for others it's the second. Agastia Lakar starts on the front row with William Webb. Bertie Wellesley and Harry Gill go from row 2. Ethan Martin and Oliver Lomax go from 3. Robin Brain and Tom Taylor go from 4. Freddie Snelling and Josh Gora go from 5. Charles Sutton and Harry Wiltsh start on row number 6. It's then Joseph Orton and Ethan Ling on row 7. Scott Hayward and Abby Sanders go from row 8. Marissa Teague and Ryan Sayers on row 9. Lily Charlton and Ivo Ivanov go from row number 10. Rest of the novices behind Ivanov, Oliver Bamford Senior, and those that you see on your screen. We're racing once again here at Shenington, and it's a little bit of a messy start for the second half of the field. Abby Sanders spinning round there amongst others. The 81, in fact the pole sitter was involved in that. That wasn't just in the second half of the field. Lakar in the Pro Train number 84 has not had the start that they would have wanted. And we didn't see Lakar in the first race. As I say, half of this field, this is their first race. For the other half, it's their second one. So those drivers will have in the back of their minds how they did in the first race. I want to get those good grid positions later on today. They all go into the same race, though. There's no B final today. But still, you don't want to be at the back of the 34 strong field, do you? So we'll see how they get on. William Webb is your early leader in this race, from Ethan Martin, Harry Gill, Tom Taylor, Josh Gora, all in the top 5 right now. Who's had a good start in the midfield? Joseph Orton has. Orton slithering up the field from 13th place, is now P7. Charles Sutton as well, up 2 spots and into the top 10. Good to see Marissa Teague also moving up the order. Marissa had a tough time. Oh dear, out of the race is Oliver Lomax. It's the number 27 for Dean Dukes Racing. Goes no further than lap number 2. So 6¼ minutes of this one remaining. There's Tom Taylor on your screens, currently running in 3rd, close behind as well, as I think that was Bertie Wellesley fighting back for the Racing Perfection outfit. It was indeed. So back up to 5th place then goes Bertie. Continuing battle for 3rd place there. Josh Gora is through, past Tom Taylor through the Wilkins complex. As the number 64, Joseph Orton, has a look there at the orange, blue and black livery of the Attack Motorsport number 86, piloted by Harry Gill. Down towards the Stratford hairpin once again. Just tell, or I feel like I can tell from the body language of the drivers, they're really enjoying this today, these better conditions than what we've had in previous parts of the season, not just here at Shenington, pretty much across the entire country for the winter part of the year. We're into spring now, and the racing's getting fiercer and fiercer as the temperatures slightly rise. I've got to keep reminding myself it is still quite chilly out there today, he says, from the comfort of a relatively warm comms box. Changes further down the order. Joseph Orton had a tough one on that last lap. He's dropped down to 13th place. So through has gone Ethan Ling, Charles Sutton, Freddie Snelling, Ryan Sayers. They're all up into the top 10 now. And also switching positions, Harry Wilsh and Ivo Ivanov for 15th place. Ivanov's still your top novice in this one at the moment. Racing down into Wilkins Corner. That's a brave one around the... I'll tell you what, that's a bold move from Ivo Ivanov. You don't often see that made to work. That was a good overtake from the top novice on Harry Wilch. Back into 15th place goes Ivanov. Other changes out there. Ethan Ling has got past Harry Gill for 6th place. Ryan Sayers for the Vantage Racing team. It's also through past Freddie Snelling. Here is your battle between Sutton and Gill. Charles Sutton for the Maxim Motorsport team. Good progress there. Sutton started this race 11th and is now up to P7. 3.5 minutes to go. Here are your leaders then, William Webb and Ethan Martin. And Ethan Martin has taken the lead of this race. This is potentially going to be a run for Ethan Martin, maybe to a pole position in the class. This is Ethan's second race. We saw that great drive earlier on in the day. And say with 3 minutes on the clock, William Webb will look to work with Ethan Martin now for the remainder of this race. Hopefully have a chance later on in the proceedings to try and retake the race lead. Josh Gore there still running in 3rd. Nice battle forming here. Tom Taylor, Bertie Wellesley, and great to see a CRG back out there again. Ethan loves racing on a CRG, has done it for many years, and the Welshman has moved through there into 5th place. Ethan Martin on for potentially 2 heat wins here, so yeah, that would be it. That would be a lock in of pole position for the final, unless William Webb can find a way through. I don't remember. Yeah, William wasn't in the first race, so win this one and then win the 3rd and final heats for the Senior Max category today. Could still take pole position and outscore Ethan Martin. But right now, Ethan Martin leads this one by 1/10 of a second. Here, though, is 2 drivers, both from Wales. Proud Welshmen, both of them are, Tom Taylor and Ethan Ling. And Ethan Ling down the inside. Oh, well held there by both of them. Taylor was aware of that, saw it coming, and left just enough space for Ethan Ling to get himself sorted and not have a meeting of the minds and the metal at Cafe Corner. Good fierce racing between the two of them, though. Tom Taylor running his own team, of course, TTR. Tom Taylor Racing. As here goes Ling again, slotting it down the inside. That's perfect. That's wonderful from Ethan Ling. He's done that move before many times here at Shenington. And that moves Ethan Ling now up to P4. I think the distance to Josh Scorer is going to be a little bit too much on this particular occasion as Bertie Wellesley goes back in. That's a nice move from the Racing Perfection number 48, back up into 5th place. The gap ahead of Ethan Ling is probably about 1.5 seconds, so yeah, I don't think that's going to be something that Ethan's going to be able to pull back and make a difference on. We've got 2 more laps of this one to go.
William Webb hasn't given this one up yet. Ethan Martin has taken charge of this race. He's taken charge of these qualifying heats at the moment. He can hold on to this position. 2 wins from 2. He'll be able to sit back and relax for the third and final heat, which of course he will not compete in. Everyone just does the 2. They sit one out. But he'll know that nobody can beat his intermediate score, having won both of his. 1 lap to go then. Pace at the moment for the race leaders in the mid 42s. Quicker than those behind by 2 or 3 tenths. Josh Gore still there in 3rd, Ethan Ling 4th, Bertie Wellesley in 5th, but now the battle begins. William Webb, if you want to be on pole position for that final, you've got to find a way through past Ethan Martin, who's been in good form so far here today. Ethan Martin will throw those defensive moves, will probably take a slightly tighter line, has a calm look over the shoulder just to be aware of where William Webb is. Webb's going to try and go around the outside, but I don't think there's going to be enough grip there. It's a good run to the line. Ethan Martin, 2 from 2, will be on pole position for the final later today in Senior Max. Webb 2nd, Gora 3rd, Ling on return to Shenington P4, Bertie Wellesley 5th, Tom Taylor, Ryan Sayers, Charles Sutton, Freddie Snelling and Harry Gill all in the top 10. Scott Hayward, Joseph Orton, Marissa Teague, Robin and Abby Sanders in the top 15. Lily Charlton home in 16th ahead of Harry Wilch. Jensen People was the top novice in that one, 18th. Gastier Lakar in 19th after that early spin. Oliver Bamford Senior 20th. And I think we lost 2 in that one. 2 retirements indeed. Ivo Ivanov, unfortunately, and Oliver Lomax. So for half of the field, that is their heats done. For the other half, we'll see them in heat number 3 for this category, with the third of drivers in the field who didn't compete in that one. That heat will be the last race before the lunch break. It will be, well, it's on our schedule at 1:27. The time's currently 12:08. We're actually running about a race ahead on the schedule because we were set to see that race that we've just seen start at 12:08 on the time schedule. All of that aside, let's move to the next category. Second round of heats for Junior Rotax are up next. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 3. Start of the second round of heats for everybody. Ralph Rakaitis and Oliver Barton on the front row. Jensen Powers and Ethan Cossins on row number 2. Ava Crawford and Jack Corser go from row 3. Elijah Hartley and Ethan Guest on row 4. Stanley Williams and Jensen Hookie complete the top 10. It's Emily Johnston and Jacob Carnes going from row number 6. Lily Shaw, Hakeem Bart on row 7. Molly Mizzen and Charlie White on row 8. Alex Shepherd and Joseph Baxter on row 9. Shay Hilton needs a good result in this one. Starts alongside Omar Kayani on row 10. Jesse Whitmore and Archie Ray Watson go from 11. Joseph Berkery and Zach Jennings on row 12. And then our novices, Austin Moth, Hugh Phillips, Cooper Moore, Jay Singh, Kean Hundle and Harvey Everett, with Cody Longdon completing the 31 drivers in this one. Away we go then, racing once again in Junior Max. This is where it starts to get tricky for the drivers. They all know a bad race here, you could end up in the B final. Nobody wants to end up in the B final. Of course, for those who've got good results in the first round of heats, their thoughts will also be thinking towards that A final. Where can they be on the grid for that one? It's all looking good so far. Good steady start from our juniors. Keep your messages of support coming in. Note to the Jensen Hookie. Oh, that's getting a little bit tight. That was that the number 82, 52 rather, of Joseph Berkery, I think, having a bit of a moment coming out of the final corner. Jensen Powers leads this race from Oliver Barton. Ethan Cossins 3rd.
Stanley Williams and Jensen Hookey, who before we got in the kart, correctly mentioned that the green machine is back, full livery of kart and helmet. No need for the damp condition race lids today. Screen. Ethan had a bit of a difficult time in the first round of races, and has just moved past Ralph Kaitis there, who was our pole sitter. Alex Shepherd making good progress as well early in this one. There's a big scrap going on there between Stanley Williams, the Evolution team, and Jensen Hookey, the privateer. Jensen Hookey now the fastest driver on circuit in the early stages of this one, on the 44.17 last time around. So a couple of minutes already gone in this one. Jensen Powers doing a really good job at the front of the field, knowing that he could well be on for a very, very strong grid position on the grid if he can bring this race home. He won his first heat from further back in the grid, started third on the grid for this one. Didn't have too much overtaking to do to get himself back into that familiar position. We continue to watch the battle for fourth place. There is your race leader from Oliver Barton, Ethan Cossins there in third. I say it's a battle, this one. I think at the moment they're correctly more focused on just trying to catch up to Ethan Cossins, so working together. See Hookey pushing hard there on the approach and through the first part of the Bruno chicane. Rest of the field coming through. Zach Jennings is having a good run here. We saw Zach have a strong start to things in the first round of heats earlier on today. This is the race where Zach goes from the rear of the field for those not on novice plates, and I tell you what, Zach has gone from 24th on the grid, now P7, flying up through the order, going wheel to wheel with Alex Shepherd there in the number 85. Shepherd retakes 7th place, but Zach Jennings here for the X-Kart team, who run their very popular scholarship each and every year. Jennings is on the move here. Also moving up the order, Jesse Whitmore, one of the privateers, has broken into the top 10, started this race 21st. Joseph Berkery up 11 spots to P12. And just a quick note as well on the novices. Oh dear, who's that being shuffled out of the order? I think it was Jesse Whitmore. Yeah, Jesse Whitmore. Well, that's I think that might be commentator curse number 1 of the day. Just mentioned that Jesse was up a number of positions, just lost a load of them, unfortunately. Again, now back down to 14th place. Quick note on the novices. Kian Hundle currently the top novice, racing for the Tom Day Racing team, is 3 wide. That's bold once again from Joseph Baxter, but he made it work. Through goes Baxter. I think we'll be into the top 10 with that one now. Under investigation, number 85 of Alex Shepherd. Not sure what that is for, so we won't speculate. We'll leave the officials to do their work. I'll update you on any news as and when we receive it through the course of this race. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Change for third place. Stanley Williams has caught up to Ethan Cossins and taken that position away. There's the number 78 of Lily Shaw coming through the order. Lily having a good race here, trying to hold inside that top 15. You've got to think that if you want to go straight through to the A final, if you don't want to be dropping down the order and into that B final, where it's a limited number of spaces in the B final to then proceed into the A, you've got to be at least top 15. Top 10s, solid top 10s should get you through into the A final. So that's, oh dear, off at the exit of the Bruno chicane. That's the number 81 again, Elijah Hartley, who had problems in race number 1. And it's all breaking down here. What's happening out of the final corner? 2 karts locked together, the 52 and the 53. That's Joseph Berkery and Ralph Rakaitis. So, well, a quick review of what's happened there. So Elijah Hartley, and we've gone to slow procedure. So Elijah Hartley will be in the B final now, because that's 2 retirements. The other kart involved, I think, was Omar Kayani, the number 38. But then there was that tussle between Berkery and Rakaitis that I'm not a massive fan of. Could have just been that their karts were locked together. It looked to me as if they were both having a little bit of unnecessary action, in my view. So, we've gone under slow procedure, which for Jensen Powers, he'll probably be thinking, oh, I was enjoying that. That was a good run up to that point. The other problem that he's got is that now Stanley Williams is going to be right on his rear bumper and looking pretty quick. So, for Jensen Powers, he will quite happily oblige by the instructions from the race officials and drivers briefing that slow procedures mean slow, to keep the safety of those working on track. But for Jensen Powers, he will look to wind this clock down now. The field has been backed up. That naturally happens, of course. What Jensen would like is to maybe knock a lap off of this race. He's not going to be able to wind the time down completely on this tour of the circuit because we've got more than 60 seconds to go. You can see Jensen there just with his hand on bits of the powertrain, just try and control the airflow. The incident at the Bruno chicane has been cleared. We're going to go back to green here, so it's going to be 2 laps then. Jensen Powers has just been able to work a bit of time off the clock, so it's not 3 laps. 2 to go then, 30 seconds, but here comes Williams. Stanley Williams on the attack. Not quite able to get through though. That was the first warning sign though for Jensen Powers that Stanley Williams is here to win this heat. Get himself up the order and look at Jensen Hookie running around the outside. Is there enough grip there? Just about. I thought Hookie was going to be flying off the road there. It is dry, but it's not that stage of the year where the track is that rubbered in. We've not had the warmth of the summer yet. That's why you're seeing many of these moves attempted around the outside kind of just drift in the middle part of the corner. There's simply not enough rubber laid down in those wider lines to give yourself a slingshot around the outside. That was a very good second half of the restart lap from Jensen Powers. He's edged away from Stanley Williams by 0.4 of a second. Maybe just held something in reserve to cover for this scenario. Changes further behind. Ethan Cossins is through past Oliver Barton for 4th place. Zach Jennings is also up the order a bit further. Is now 6th ahead of Alex Shepard. Ethan Guest has lost 2 places off of the restart as well. Further down the order, Molly Mizzen through past Amelie Johnston for 15th place. Jack Corser also improving, is just outside the top 20 now on the air karts. As over the line there, taking the checkered flag, Jensen Powers takes his second heat win of the day, and I think that will be pole. We'll see how the second race goes and how all these points shake out. But Jensen Powers, a very professional job here this morning in the early afternoon. Not easy, that restart. But he got the job done. Jensen Powers wins it from Stanley Williams, Jensen Hookie P3, Ethan Cossins and Ollie Barton all in the top 5. Alex Shepard, Zach Jennings, Ethan Guest, Joseph Baxter and Jacob Cairns will tally up their points. We hope to see them, of course, in the A final later today. Jesse Whitmore, a bit of an up and down race, but it ended positively. That's a gain of 10 for Whitmore in P11. Shea Hilton 12th. That might be enough to sneak through into the A final. Shea had problems in the first race. Lily Shaw 13th. Joseph Berkery 14th. Molly Mizzen inside the top 15. Now drivers who might be a little bit nervous on how this second race goes and where they shape up on the points classification from these 2 rounds of heats. Amelie Johnston 16th, Ralph Riccitis 17th, Charlie White, Jay Singh and Cody Longdon all in the top 20. Good drive there from Cody, second in the novices behind Jay Singh. Cody from the very back of the field in that one. Jack Corser P21 ahead of Austin Moth, Cooper Moore and Harvey Everett. Omar Kayani completed the top 25, did actually get going again. Hugh Phillips, Hakeem Bart, Ava Crawford, the last of the finishers, and it was Elijah Hartley's mentioned, and apologies, it was Kean Hundle, the other driver, off on the exit of the Bruno chicane. So, all of those drivers, we'll see them later today in some form of final. Those who haven't quite been able to get points on the board, we'll probably see them in the B final that'll be due to run around 3 o'clock. Those who've performed well, got good results, we'll see them in the A final, which is scheduled to be our last race of the day. Now, scratching the previously scheduled and advertised B final for the senior drivers, I reckon we'll be seeing that junior Rotax final around 5:10 today, maybe even early, because we are running ahead of schedule as well here. If in doubt, bookmark the live broadcast. Make sure that you've subscribed. Make sure you've liked the broadcast as well. If you do have to pop out, you can watch any of the action here today back at your time of choosing. Right, that is almost time to say goodbye to the Junior Rotax drivers, but not before the next race. Heat number 4, the second half of the Junior Rotax field, are up next. So here they are then, the second half of the field for the Junior Max, the Junior Rotax class, the 60-strong entry here today. Matthew So will have pole position for this fourth and final heat in this category. Harrison Bishop joins him on the front row. Connor Large had a great first race, starts this one from the inside of row number 2. Could also be a joint winner if he can move through, having won heat number 2. He's got Hayden Adams for company on row number 2. Stanley Stafford and Zane Perry, they're looking to light things up from row number 3. They're just ahead of the next row. Row number 4, that's Adam Juditis and Liam Dooling. Layla Bell and Jack Dimbleby go from row number 5. It's Ryuma Komatsu and Ethan Hunt on row number 6. Into the midfield then. Can get busy here from row 7 for Liam Natarawati and Louis Marshall. Daniel Wisniauskas and Jake Richardson go from row 8. Oscar Keane and Harry Watson go from row 9. Isaac Jameson needs a good race here. Had troubles in the first round. Is joined on the 10th row by Cooper Campbell-Lees, who had a very dramatic start to his first race. Clark Naylor, Toby Dukes, they're the last of the full row of non-novices. On the full plates on row 11, Christian K. also had problems in race number 1. Has got a lot of work to do there from row number 12. First of the novices on our screen at the moment is Cody Longman. I'm not sure that's correct, because we've just seen Cody in the previous race. There might have been a little bit of a change of the grids here. Finley Catt and Aidan Young, they will definitely be in this one. They go from row number 13. Louis Marchand and Archie Thomond Evans go from 14. Luca Lewin and Sam Batty go from row 15. So that is your field for this one. Junior Rotax, Junior Max Heat number 4, second heat in this second round of heats. And keep your messages of support coming in. Hello to Nancy, cheering on their driver, and to hello Alessandro Salas. Hello Alessandro, hope you're doing well. Is cheering on Felix Booker, who we will see not too far from now through one of the younger categories later on in the schedule. If you are just joining us, here's your list of races to go before we get to the lunch break. Junior Rotax heat number 4, of course, up next. X30 Seniors second and final heat is up after this. Then the cadets, both the IAME Water Swift restricted field and the Honda Cadet field out sometime just before 1 o'clock. KZ2, their second heat will follow up after that. And then the third and final heat for Senior Rotax Max will take us through to the lunch break. At the moment, where are we? We're 12:24. Yeah, we're still ahead of schedule for by about 10 minutes. I think there's just a kart or so being recovered out there on circuit. And indeed, do keep locked with us. If you're new to Alpha Live, if you've enjoyed the karting this morning, do give that subscribe button a click. And if you want even more club karting, you can become a member on the Slipstream platform. A number of other kart racing clubs around the country running their broadcasts on that platform, including the likes of Wilton Mill and PF International, Trent Valley Kart Club. But here at Shenington, every moment is free for you to view all the way through to the end of the finals today, and we're determined to get through. If you're not aware, we've had real bad luck with weather so far this year. The first round, the fog got us, and then the second round, it was the torrential rain. I am positive that we're going to get through today, and my curse of being present at events that get not quite to the end finished yesterday in northern Spain, so it's all good. It's all good to get us through the full programme. Last bit of this programme though, for Junior Rotax, heat number 4. Who is going to be on pole position for the finals later on today? We are racing once again here at Shenington. Good start for Matthew So and the Jack Dex Racing team through the first couple of corners. Everybody looking good, looking clean. Oh, apart from the number 77 that's gone round at the back of the field. Archie Thomond Evans, well recovered. Not too happy with himself. You can just see outside the commentary box window. But didn't lose too much time in all of that. The rest of the field have got through the Stratford hairpin. All good. It's still Matthew So at the front of the field, but it's Connor Large, P2. Connor Large potentially going for it early on here. Could be a tiebreaker situation in terms of points between the two of them, as through indeed goes Connor Large. Easy as that for the winner of heat number 2 earlier on today. We'd start comparing fastest lap times, which I'll be honest with you folks, is probably more data analysis than my bandwidth can do with at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep you up to date with if it is this situation of a tiebreaker between Powers and Large as to who will take pole position for the final later on today. We've still got 6 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go yet, and the other 26 drivers in the grid will be saying, well, Connor Large hasn't won this race yet. Andrew, he's got to get this one through the remainder of the time and the +1 lap, but he's looking good today, is Connor Large. Another driver who I've been really impressed with in this opening part of the season across a number of club events. Before we start talking about national championships, as there's a yellow flag, or a yellow light to be exact, that's the new digital displays, Pixelcom displays, doing their job very well indeed. So somebody's had a problem. Oh, now was there a slow sector number 3 for somebody out there? We'll keep, yeah, I think it was Toby Jukes who's had a problem out there. Toby's fallen down to the bottom of the order and had a bit of a slower sector number 3, but is still running. That's the important thing right now. There's a move down the inside. Look to be potentially Hayden Adams involved with Oscar Keane. Keane up to 11th place. Now, there's Ethan Hunt on your screens, the number 63, just behind Zane Perry, another driver who's come through from the arrive and drive ranks. It's one of the reasons why, particularly at club level, you see Junior Rotax so well supported at the moment that a number of the arrive and drive categories on the Motorsport UK karting pathway use Rotax engines. So in terms of getting themselves used to owner racing, they've got that familiarity with how a Rotax powered kart drives. That was a move from Zane Perry down the inside. Now, what are we having a look at here on a replay? Apologies for that. Connor Large, quarter of a second out ahead of Matthew So. Harrison Bishop still in third. That move from Zane Perry that we saw a few moments ago gets Perry up to P6. And now just behind Liam Nashawaty, who we said was potentially in a tricky area in the middle of the field. Well, Liam's dealt with it very well, has gained 8 places so far in this race, as we have a look once again at Large, So, and Harrison Bishop being cheered on by folks in the live comments. Do keep messages of support coming in. Let us know where you're watching from. It's been another busy weekend of motorsport. If you got up early, did you get up early for the Chinese Grand Prix this morning? No spoilers in the live comments. Don't spoil it for people who potentially haven't watched the race, but there's probably a few people who watched that earlier on this morning and then switched over to us here for the karting at Shenington. Who knows? Could be one of these drivers on a Formula Grid in the years to come.
Over the line to start another lap goes Connor Large, Matthew So and Harrison Bishop. A few notices from race control. Ryuma Komatsu, track limit warning. I think that's the first time we've seen a track limit warning today. Hayden Adams under investigation for something earlier on in the race. Liam Dooling and Christian Kayev both have received contact warnings. 3 minutes of this one to go. Difficult at the moment to see how Matthew So and Harrison Bishop are going to be able to do anything here about Connor Large's advantage. Connor Large looks very calm at the wheel. Just looks to me as if he's got something in reserve. So and Bishop, though, have got to trust themselves to work together and chip away at that race lead. It's about 3.5 tenths at the moment. Change for 6th place, just seen there. Wisnauskas ahead of Stafford. Into the Bruno chicane once again. This is that battle between Wisnauskas and Stanley Stafford, with Zane Perry in the Jack Dex Racing colours of blue, white and red, with the red helmet. Perry, oh, that's a nice move down the inside, clean move from Zane Perry there. Following through in that exchange was Oscar Keane in the number 37. Oscar Keane goes in and takes the position away from Perry. This is good racing once again. Feels good to be saying that at the start of 2026. I feel like I'm saying it more than in previous years. Ethan Hunt's moving up the order as well there. This is a tough few laps for Stanley Stafford. It can happen in this kind of race. When it's close, when it's compact, you have one driver go past you and it tells everybody else behind that you're vulnerable. Gives them a little bit more confidence to be deep on the brakes and go for those overtakes. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. As, oh dear, was out of the race there. Was that Finley Cass? Yeah, the number 28 of Finley Cass has come to a stop just outside of the Stratford hairpin. Was missing from sector 2, but caught by the cameras there. Finley's just taking a little bit of a rest there on the side of the bank. Can't tell from that angle whether that is a mechanical problem or whether that has been a case of Finley's found himself out in the bank there. Gets quite tight on the exit of that corner if you're not aware, if you carry a bit too much speed through that right-hand hairpin. Changes there. Ethan Hunt through past Zane Perry. And I tell you what, Cooper Campbell-Lees is having a good race here. We just saw there for the Kato Motorsport team, the number 71, back with our leaders. Campbell-Lees now up to P9. Had that difficult moment at the start of his previous race. 15 seconds on the clock then. It's going to be close to whether this is last lap next time around or not. No, I think it is going to be last lap as they come over the line. 5 seconds as they come out of Wilkins corner. And indeed, right on cue, Connor Large takes the last lap board, although it's just gone back to 2 laps to go on my screen. So we'll see if this is going to be checkered flag this time or not. But either way, Connor Large, really good control of the situations that have been ahead of him today. Big race to come, of course, that final that you'll be able to be with us for on the same broadcast as well. You don't need to go anywhere, don't need to change links or anything like that. So we'll see if this is checkered flag or not, because I thought I saw a last lap board coming up on the screen. No, don't think there is, so now it's last lap. So it was a bit close on the timing there. Not to worry, we just get an extra lap of entertainment here for us here in Junior Rotax. As, oh, now what was going on there with Zane Perry? Zane Perry's got a problem, and yeah, it's damage to the rear bumper for Zane Perry as he just came past me in the commentary box. That's a real shame for Zane, who was on for a good result there, and is going to drop outside of the top 10. A very good result though for Connor Large. took the lead in the early stages and did it the classic way of just trying to win this one as slowly as possible. Control things, use up that energy later on in the final himself and the materials as well. Very composed performance from Conor Large. And we have two drivers who have won both of their heats. They will meet for the first time in the A final later today. Harrison Bishop P2, Matthew Sow across the line third. Liam Nasharawati should be through to the A final with that fourth place, all being well. Adam Judaitis P5, Daniel Wisniewski, Oscar Keane, Ethan Hunt, Cooper Campbell-Lees and Stanley Stafford all in the top 10. Hayden Adams, Isaac Jameson, Layla Bell, Zane Perry and Louis Marshall come home in the top 15. Liam Dooling, Toby Jukes, Ryuma Komatsu all home in the top 18. First novice, Aidan Young, P19. Good drive there from Aidan, who started P26 for this one. Clark Naylor completes the top 20. Luca Lewin, Sam Batty, Louis Marchand and Archie Thomond Evans all there in the top 25, completed by Jake Richardson. Christian K of really tough day for Christian. I think that's going to be B final time. The driver of the number 20 will be classified 26th, and Finley Cass came over the line there, so did get that kart going again after the checkered flag. Saves Finley's mechanic getting the trolley out at least, and gets points for 27th place. So the slight difference with the Junior Rotax Max drivers is that they will have a B final. It is the first of the finals. I reckon it will be around 3 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier. So if you're here 2:45, you'll definitely be in time for it if you have to pop out. If you don't, you're very welcome to stay with us here on Alpha Live. We're going to move on. Next out on circuit, it's going to be the second and final heat for X30 Senior. Let's take you through the grid then for this second heat in X30 Senior. William Omar and Sasha Bagley will be on the front row of the grid. Monty Brathwaite and Bailey Brooker go from row number 2. It's then Reese Masters and Reese Barber on row number 3. Jake Brook and Ryan Gill have opportunities from row number 4 to get a good result in this one. Alfie Gallagher is on row number 5 alongside the winner of heat number 1, Katie Ashman. That is your top 10. Jack Monkhouse and Don Parabok go from row number 6. It's Ben Cowley and Oliver Meek starting on row 7. Adam White and Noosh Safa Leathers go from row number 8. Alvin Chu had a tough time in the last race, starts this one from row number 9 alongside Samantha Sayward. Andrew Platt and Dan Samir go from row number 10. It's Piotr Jurovic and Lucas Armstrong on 11. Zef Nurnberger and Lauren Dunleavy started the previous race on the front row. They start this one from row 12. One novice in this race who had a good run in the earlier heat. It's John O'Donnell starting P25. We've got a little bit of time just whilst the track is prepared for this next race. We can take you through the final results from heat number 1. All of these results available on results.alphatiming.co.uk/SKRC. So you can look through them at your leisure, because the racing is going thick and fast here today. We don't always get the time to read through those confirmed results, but we do on this occasion. Katie Ashman was your winner, as mentioned, from heat number 1. Zef Nurnberger second, and Lauren Dunleavy in third. I'm just looking through. I'm intrigued to see. Yeah, I think the Lauren Dunleavy 3-second penalty was rescinded, because I'm not seeing it in the list of penalties on the screen here in the box. So yeah, Lauren stayed in third place there. Alfie Gallagher P4, Dominic Parabok P5, Adam White, Monty Brathwaite, Jack Monkhouse, Lucas Armstrong and Noosh Safford Levers. That was your top 10. And of course, is the top 10 in your intermediate standings for the qualifying heats as things stand. Ben Cowley, Jake Brook, Andrew Platt, Ryan Gill, and your top novice, John O'Donnell, all finished inside the top 15. William Omar, Bailey Brooker, Oliver Meek, Reese Barber and Sasha Bagley in the top 20. Dan Samir, Piotr Jurovic and Samantha Sayward
the 23 classified drivers. We did have 2 disqualifications in that one for driving standards, unfortunately. Alvin Chu and Reese Masters will hope to put that behind them and have better times out there in this second race. So, drivers just sat on the pre-grid at the moment. It's all good. I say we're running ahead of schedule. It's nice and calm. Great, efficient work by everyone here at the circuit. I'm just looking around to see if there is a trolley being wheeled back or some other preparations going on. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to E. Kirkwood. Good to hear that you're enjoying the coverage. And hello to Henry Hales as well. Henry will be getting ready, I think, for the cadets race, which comes up after this one. A few more races to go before we get to the lunch break. Good to hear from you, Henry. Hope you are enjoying your time stepping up into the cadets, of course. And yes, keep your comments of support coming in. Good to hear from you all. If you join the comms as well at @MM across your social media networks, and specifically for myself at Andrew Mather Commentary as well on the gram and all of that. Apologies, I've been a bit quiet on it recently. It's been a busy few weeks with the number of events coming through. Right. The gate has been rolled back. The drivers are out on circuit for the formation lap for X30 Senior Heat number 2. And looking forward to this one. It's been a good weekend for X30 Senior Racing across DDMM commentaries. Hopefully this is going to be another one that delivers. Hello to Scott, cheering on Jake Brook in this one. Jake's got a good opportunity here. Starts inside the top 10 for this heat from the random grids. And again, a good start, no problems, should be on for some good points. Again, no threat of a cut-off here. All of these drivers, all being well, will go through to the A final today. As we run into the tram lines, waiting for those lights to go out, and we are green and racing once again. Great start for William Omar. There's drama in the second half of the field. Oh, and quite a bit of damage to the side pod of Jack Monkhouse. So the second race in a row that Jack has had dramas. Now I think that side pod, whilst displaced, is 4 wide off of Stratford Hairpin. That, I'm not quite sure how they made that work, but they did. And they carry on for Monkhouse. That's the second race in a row where he's had a drama on the first lap. Now, he was able to come back through in the first heat. The trouble is, I think he's a good degree further back off the field. And I wonder, front fairing possibly. We'll wait and see on that one. Over the line then, change of lead. Monty Brathwaite has taken the lead away from William Omar. Bailey Brooker needing a good result here has gone round in third place on this first lap. Alfie Gallagher and Jake Brook in the top 5. Monty Brathwaite taking the decision to race here this weekend. Was earlier on the schedule for the IAME Euro Series at Zouera, so has the strange honour of being on 2 entry lists for myself in terms of comm duties in the space of 1 weekend, but decided to race here. And at the moment, that decision's looking good because he's leading this race over the line ahead of William Omar by 0.8 of a second. So the rest of them have got to get organised here. Very experienced driver is Monty Brathwaite. As I say, raced at a national and an international level. Now, is that a spot of rain on the camera lens? And yeah, rain reported. Now, for those of you who are now saying, hang on a minute, Andrew, you said that it wasn't going to rain today. Well, the forecast said it wasn't going to rain today, but this is Shenington. The weather can sometimes be a bit unpredictable here. It's one of those circuits where we sit on top of a hill, and I'm not trying to make excuses for the weather forecasters.
having come here for many years, it's, yeah, always expect the unexpected round this circuit. It doesn't look too heavy, so I think the drivers will be okay to just do this one on slick tyres. They're all driving to the conditions. They're all driving quicker as well, so it might just be a bit of what they call the psychological rain, a little bit of drop of rain on the visor, and you power through, you get your tyres up to temperature, and you keep on going. 5 minutes of this one to go then. Brathwaite leads. There's a nice move from Jake Brook down the inside, takes second place away from Alfie Gallagher. Ryan Gill's coming through there as well, up to fourth place now in the 43. Katie Ashman also looking good, up into the top 5, having won the first heat. Just out of interest, where did Brathwaite finish in heat number 1? He finished P7, so right now it would still be, I think, Katie Ashman looking at pole position for the final as things stand. Those clouds are really rolling in quite quickly here. This could provide a bit of a challenge for racers to come. There's a little tap on the side from Jake Brooks. So let's think about this. We've got to work together to catch Monty Brathwaite. Check the times next time around. Yeah, they're still getting quicker out there, so the track conditions are fine. 42.58 for Brathwaite, 43.0s though for Brook and Gallagher as round the outside. Daniel Samir, this is a good run from Daniel Samir. Started this race P21, is now up inside the top 10. But it's those clouds there off behind the paddock. Let's keep everything crossed that those don't roll in across the course of the next 10 minutes or so. Particularly as it's the poor little cadets out next. We don't want them getting a deluge. As out of the race is the number 41 of William Omar. Had a good start to this race. Now he's feeling down the right hand side. I wonder, has he lost a chain? Has he lost a chain through the Bruno chicane? It is very easy to do, particularly if the conditions are changeable and you're looking for a bit of grip. As down the inside once again goes Gallagher on Brook. This is one big battle for second place. Katie Ashman's now up to P4. Very easy to nip your chain off through the first part of the Bruno chicane if you just simply take too much curb. But either way, Omar out of this race, down towards Wilkins once again. It started to look a little bit trickier down there. I wonder if there's a few more raindrops at that far end of the circuit. Gallagher's through into second place ahead of Jake Brook. Contact warning for the number 99 of Reese Masters. The number 15 of Daniel Samir has also been given some advice from race control to make sure that he's not blocking too much. It can sometimes be a problem here at Shenington when drivers basically drive down to the white line too much and go beyond what is deemed fair in terms of defensive driving. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Lap time's still looking okay. We're still in the mid 42s, but just the body language of the karts tells me it's getting a little bit slippery out there. As through comes one of the VREs. I think that was Don Powerbox. Yes, it was Don Powerbox slipping through, and Peter Jurevich as well. So both of the VRE runners up to 4th and 5th places now. 2 minutes to go. Looking a little bit... now there's a lot of rain now coming in from Cafe Corner. That is significant rain down at Stratford Corner as well. And the lap times are now dropping. We're now down into the 44s and the 45s from the 42s. This could become a bit of a survival moment. I'm also looking down in the pre-grid. I can see no karts there at all. I think everyone's just waiting to see what's going to go on with this weather as the VRE runners nearly get together. Powerbox through into 4th place. 1 minute and 23, 22, 21 seconds to go on the clock. Powerbox through into 4th place. We'll have 3 more laps of this race as the weather closes in. To say that the wind direction is coming from Cafe Corner across to the Bruno chicane. So that's where the weather is going to be coming from. Rain may have stopped as well, just doing it the old scientific way of looking at the commentary box window. Less than 60 seconds to go on the clock. This is one of those races where you're on your tiptoes because one mistake could be very easily made in these slippery conditions. Through there has come Ryan Gill. Ryan's had a really good race here. Up to P5 now, ahead of Peter Jurjevic. Bailey Brooker starting to turn things around in this race. They can hear the wind's got up as well. Brooker currently running in P7. Just a quick note on our novice out there. John O'Donnell's having another good race. He's up into 16th place. He's looking to maybe match the top 15 that he had earlier on in the day, the American driver. 5 seconds to go on the clock. We'll see if the board comes out this time. No, 2 more laps then. So 2 more laps. Which for some of the... Oh, was off the road. Out of Wilkins is one of the Crocs. It's Lucas Armstrong. Armstrong out of this race. There was another driver involved. Might have been Daniel Samir. Daniel Samir has fallen down the order to P16 and now further. That is one of the damper areas of the circuit. I tell you what, Katie Ashman and Alfie Gallagher have done a really good job in this race of keeping Monty Brathwaite honest. Yeah, there's Daniel Samir. Samir's out of this race. Potential damage to the rear of the cars as well. Now we're on the last lap. No more rain. Using the comms box window as the guide for this. The wind's coming in. It's actually helping the drivers. The times have come back down to a 42. So for drivers in the next race, I think you've got to go slicks for where the conditions are right now, because the wind is drying the circuit out. For Monty Brathwaite, though, this is not quite done yet. Katie Ashman's still there. Katie Ashman looking at pole position here for the final. Well done to these 3 drivers. They've kept their pace up. They've kept their heat in their tyres. Brathwaite wins heat number 2. Ashman second, pole position for the final later today as things stand. Gallagher third. Parabok and Gill both in the top 5. It's then Peter Jurjevic, Jake Brook, Adam White, Nuj Safra Leathers and Oliver Meek all in the top 10. A better run that time around for Oliver Meek. Jack Monkhouse, what a day Jack's having. If he can get lap 1 right, he could be on for a very good result today, because he's at both times has come flying back through the order. 8th in the first race, 11th in that one. Alvin Chu 12th. Bailey Brooker unfortunately had problems late on, dropped down to 13th late on there. Andrew Platt 14th. A couple of top 15s for John O'Donnell, so we'll start decently up the order when we get to the final later on today. Zef Nürnberger, tricky race that to go from the back. That's a bit of bad luck for Zef Nürnberger. You get more field spread. Naturally, P16 in the end for the driver who was second in the first heat. Ben Cowley, Reese Masters, Lauren Dunleavy and Sasha Bagley all in the top 20. Reese Barber, Samantha Seriwood all in ahead of the retirements from that one. Lucas Armstrong, we saw 1 lap down. Daniel Samir, actually I think they both got going again. Those 2, and William Omar we saw out of the race fully and properly midway through. Wow, that was a tense one, as the weather unsurprisingly sprung a surprise on us here at Shenington. It has a tendency to do that, but we'll move on. Next up out on circuit, second heat of the day for the cadets. Here's your field then for 2 races for the price of 1. IAME Water Swift Restricted Grid first. Patrick Wood and Logan Hodgetts go from row number 1. Henry Hales and Ben Schlivar go from row 2. Louis Wilson and Harry Murphy start on row number 3. It's then Ollie West, the last of those, on the full plates. Into the novices within IAME. Freddie Purnell starts alongside Ollie West on row 4. Caden Hakura and Max St. Hilaire go from row number 5. And then Jennifer Banks starts on row 6. Into the Hondas. Oliver Ratton will have class pole position for this one. Phoebe Shelton and Krish Doshi start next on row number 7 overall. Finley Thursfield and Shaylin Srikantan go from row 8. It's then Kian Doherty and Louis Dawson on row 9. And then the rest of the field, Ollie Knox, Nico Rezlowski, Ben Bowers, Jacob West and Fraser Messer. So the IAME Water Swift restrictor drivers roll out onto the track. If you've just joined us, wind's picked up a fair bit. We've had a sprinkling of rain that hit the last race, but I think the track has gone back to being good dry conditions at the moment. As I say, there was a whole stream of raindrops on our commentary box window that have been basically just cleared off of the window now by the wind as the Hondas head out onto track. So I would expect that everybody has gone for slick tyres. If they haven't, I think that's going to be the wrong decision, but hopefully they've all gone for slick tyres in this one. So across the line, we'll see if we're good to go on this one. Lights are red, and away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the second time today in IAME Water Swift Restricted. All 11 of them over the line. It's the number 57 of Henry Hales who's taken the early advantage here, waiting for the Hondas to come round. We'll keep an eye on them across the course of this race. If you missed Heat 1, bit of a curious situation. There was a full course yellow, which meant that the IAMEs caught up to the back of the Honda cadets to effectively put a lap on them. I thought everyone dealt with it very, very well indeed. It wasn't a normal situation for one of these split grid races. The Hondas get going, and it's Oliver Ratton who takes the early lead in the 4-stroke category. 7 minutes and 13 seconds to go in this one. And Henry Hales, I'd say that's a very good first lap from Henry. Ahead of Patrick Wood, Louis Wilson running in third, Benjamin Schlivar in fourth, ahead of Ollie West. Ollie, who had a go at some European competition a month ago at the IAME Winter Cup. Also learnt that Ollie West's nickname is Egg. I'm still not 100% sure, but Egg's going quickly and looking to have a really good season. Obviously coming into this year as a seeded driver, which always comes with a bit of pressure. Fourth in the British Kart Championships in 2025. But I know I've discussed this in earlier parts of the season. I'm liking that drivers are taking the option of having a second year at the level that they've not quite won at yet. As there goes Benjamin Schlivar down the inside to take second place. It's taking a bit more time to build their skills to do even better when they get to the higher levels. And that's been done so far by the West family. And to the same extent, Benjamin Schlivar. I say Benjamin Schlivar last year during British Kart Championships action. At times, it was like you could barely see beyond the steering wheel of one of these karts. He's had a little bit of a growth spurt. He's still one of the smallest drivers in the field, but he's also one of the fastest. Here's your Hondas update. Oliver Ratton leads from Finley Thursfield. Finley having a good race here. He's got past both Phoebe Shelton and Chris Doshi on that last lap. Cian Doherty past Shaylin Srikantan as well. Ben Bowers moving up the order, started at the back of the field. Same again with these classes. They have random grids, so one from the front and one from the back, or two kind of in the middle, within their classes, of course. So it means that everybody has the same average grid position respectively to the rest of their class competition. We'll have two final winners when we get on to this one later on this afternoon. This is the battle for third place in Honda. Good scrap between Chris Doshi and Cian Doherty. Cian Doherty nicely moving up the order here. He's gained 2 places in this one already, looking for 3. Down towards the Bruno chicane once again. Also keeping an eye for Shaylin Srikantan. One of the more experienced drivers in that Honda Cadet field, so with the S-plate. Here at the, that was Patrick Wood and Ollie West fighting over 4th place in IAME Water Swift Restricted. I think they are starting to actually catch up to some of the lesser experienced Hondas now. Fraser Messer running at the moment, just done a personal best the novice in Honda Cadet, 54.58. Which is always good to see for the novices, them chasing those lap times in the early stages of their time. The best example that I will give to drivers, maybe a little bit worried, like, oh no, I'm a couple of seconds off the pace, I'm not doing well. Have a look at Jayan Prakash's improvement over the last 15 months. He has gone from a driver doing that thing of looking for lap times, looking to get quicker. Don't worry about the race results. Let's just improve that speed. He is now a race-winning contender in these cadet categories. And again, staying at the cadet level, learning their craft. It's something I like to see in the younger categories, as opposed to just racing drivers up through the levels a little bit too quickly, if you ask me. 3 minutes of this race to go, though. Here is your battle for second place in IAME. Benjamin Schlivar for the Sana Racing team. The driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina, ahead of Patrick Wood and Louis Wilson. Louis Wilson has impressed me a lot so far this season. Had some strong results, particularly in the tricky wet conditions during round number 1 for the few heats that we managed to get in before the fog rolled in and made it unsafe to race. As there's a look down the inside. This is for third place again in Hondas. Oh, the two of them met there. Don't think that was expected between Doherty and Doshi. And there is the S-plate holder, Shailen Srikantan. And Shailen, who won races last year in the British Kart Championships for the MJR racing team. Intrigued to see how MJR do this year. Obviously, they had a bit of a blow just missing out on the British Kart Championships drivers title in Honda Cadet last year through probably a little bit of operational inexperience. They've got that experience now, and they could be a real force to be reckoned with in Honda Cadet in 2026. As, oh dear, we've lost someone into the grass on driver's left-hand side. I think it might be Max St. Hilaire. Yes, it is. It's the number 81. Max is okay. Oh, Max did run on wet tyres, so we did have some drivers going out there on the wets. Just wonder if that tyre choice might have tripped Max up. Max was okay, of course. It's just a little bit tricky down there. It's still a bit damp from the what must be one of the wettest winters on record for us all here in the UK. Good work from the marshals to get over to Max and hopefully get him back on track very soon. 60 seconds to go then in this second heat for the cadets. Henry Hale's still leading from Benjamin Schlivar, Patrick Wood, Louis Wilson and Logan Hodgetts in the top 5 in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Honda's Oliver Ratton still at the front of the order. Oliver, another driver who could be set for a big 2026. Selected appearances in the British Kart Championships last year and looking to kick on in that number 22, and I think has changed teams as well as it joined the MJR crew for this year. Finley Thursfield still second in Hondas, Keir Doherty third, Shailen Srikantan and Phoebe Shelton in the top 5. Here is the battle. This is over 5th place in IAME. Ollie West there in the number 4 for the DK Academy, just ahead of Logan Hodgetts and Harry Murphy. I've got to say, I've continued to be impressed with these two cadet categories. They've done more racing than the other categories so far this season in the first 2 disrupted rounds by the dastardly British weather. But they've always been up to the task. They've always raced clean as well. Look at this, round the outside, Logan Hodgetts. Oh, that's a good one. Ollie West back down the inside, retakes the position, and Harry Murphy might get both of them here. We're on to the last lap now. That's what I mean. Really good racing between these young drivers. Brave, bold, but more importantly, fair racing. That's what we want to see in the cadets, and hat tip to all 3 of them that they all had a go there. Ollie West back down the inside of Murphy, retakes 5th place. Murphy's going to get it on the exit though. This is super stuff. Hodgetts trying to follow through now to get ahead of West. And it is Harry Murphy who emerges from that battle as as the driver in 5th place. Here comes Henry Hales, though. He's going to be across the line, takes the win. Great drive from Henry Hales. That looked easy for the driver of the number 57, the privateer. Benjamin Schlibo over the line, 2nd in the IAME category. Louis Wilson 3rd, Patrick Wood 4th, Harry Murphy, Logan Hodgetts, Ollie West take us down to 7th. Freddie Purnell, I think, is going to be 1st over the line there as the top privateer. Caden Hakura next up, Jennifer Banks, and then we'll wait a few moments and we'll see the Hondas come through, and I think Oliver Ratton is going to be your winner in the Hondas there. Across the line goes Fraser Meza in the number 85. It's still not done in the Hondas here as we go down towards the final few corners. Over the line goes Ratton, Thursfield 2nd, Shenington Kart 3rd. Phoebe Shelton raced well there, 4th place, and it was Nico Weslovsky in that battle just at the end, taking 5th place. Ahead of Louis Dawson, Chris Doshi, Ollie Knox, Ben Bowes. Bit of a tricky race there for Ben, but still some good points from earlier on in the day. Jacob West inside the top 20 overall, and then the drivers who weren't quite able to stay there on the lead lap, but no matter, they'll have another opportunity in the final later on today. Fraser Mesa 21st, Cian Doherty had a retirement. Apologies, we missed that one. That Cian fell down the order to P22, and Max St Hillier we saw having that little issue down at the approach to Wilkins. Good racing. Very good racing there from the cadets. They, as drivers, and their parents and guardians and mechanics, can be very proud of how they raced there. Let's keep that up for the rest of the day and the rest of the season. Right, let's really change things up now. We go from the cadets, the karts with the least power, to the ones with the most power. KZ2 is up next. KZ2 Heat number 2 then. Here's how the grid looks for it. Milo Manderson, the newcomer to KZ2 Racing, starts on pole alongside one of the most experienced drivers across the whole country in this discipline. Lee Ward starts P2. Jessica Edgar and Jack Price go from row number 2. It's Harry Walsh and Ryan Green starting on row number 3. Lexi Fells, the one novice we have in this category here today, starts 7th on the grid for this second heat, which of course is on the full layout here of Shenington. They'll run down to the second Stratford corner on the full 1.2 kilometre layout of this classic circuit. It will be a standing start, of course. The race results from earlier on, it was England's Ryan Green who took the race win. It's a really entertaining scrap with Lee Ward in 2nd place, Jess Edgar 3rd, Milo Manderson 4th, Harry Walsh 5th, and Jack Price in 6th place. Lexi Fells with a good recovery after an early spin, lost a lap but got going again, got some good track time, and came home P7. As of course the order of how they stand in the points as well. Remember, it's 0 points if you get a win, 2 points if you get 2nd, 3 for 3rd, 4 for 4th, etc., etc. Down through the order. So the grid forming up then for this second heat in KZ2. 7 of them looking to the lights then to get this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat underway. All problems for Milo Manderson. Didn't get the shifts right and is left on the grid. It's Lee Ward who takes the early lead of this race ahead of Jessica Edgar. They've all got going now, but Milo Manderson, you could see, understandably quite frustrated with himself as we run down to the Brian's version of Stratford Corner. And this could be the opportunity that Lee Ward didn't quite have in the first race. We've seen him have good race pace so far today. He was able to get past Jess Edgar in the first heat, but not quite able to have the opportunity to overtake Ryan Green. Green's had a good start though. Green already up to 3rd place there in the red and white number 11 machine. Jess Edgar looking quick at the end of this first lap as well. That was a good exit for the effective Jade Racing team leader for today. With Ella Stevens racing and making her debut in the F1 Academy earlier on this weekend, many miles away in
in Shanghai and China. Can Jess Edgar get a win on the board here? There's a bit of a battle going on as well for 5th, 6th and 7th places. Looks like Lexi Fells has got through past Harry Walsh. So this is a good improvement straight away from Lexi Fells, having had that problem in the early stages of heat number 1. So out of the final corner. Over the line once again. Ward from Edgar from Green. All of them in the mid 45s. Very evenly matched. Jack Price there in 4th place is running on a 46.86. Could be under threat actually from the likes of Walsh and Manderson, who've both got back past ahead of Lexi Fells. Lap times a little bit down on, oh, that's a bit more rain down there at the far end at Brian's Stratford corner. That is not what the drivers would have wanted. And, well, we said earlier that the KZ2s are not the easiest things to drive. They're not meant to be easy. This is the top class that, in terms of speed, that you can race on a circuit like this. So this is going to be a real test for everybody out there. In comparison, lap times from the first heat, we were running in the 44s. 44.74 was the fastest time from Lee Ward last time out. We're currently running in the 45s and the 46s, so it's very slight rain sitting on the surface of the track, and only 7 of them on circuits. That track will change maybe a little bit quicker than we saw with some of the X30s earlier, when there was 25 or more of them constantly keeping the track a little bit drier by simply running on it. Good work here from Lee Ward. That's experience, just holding down to driver's right, not too hard down to driver's right so as not to compromise his exit off of Wilkins, but making sure that there was no opportunity there for Jessica Edgar to get down the inside and make an overtake. Here's the battle for 5th place. Jack Price, who's lost 4th place rather, to Harry Walsh, as Edgar has a look once again on Ward. Ryan Green there as well. They've got to be patient right now. And once again, if you wanted to come and watch some KZ2 racing, I recommend a couple of months' time. We're expecting a good grid of KZ2s for a club meeting, but the racing for the KZ2s just count towards the national championship. And of course, we will have live coverage of every Shenington Kart Racing Club round across the course of the year, and especially because you would hope that the weather gets better as the year goes on and the temperatures get up. If you have joined us at the circuit today, fair play. As I say, I think getting up this morning and seeing those temperatures in the low single digits, I mean, thought, well, understandable thoughts. It was like, well, maybe not today to go out and stand on the banks, but I know we've got some hardy, dedicated fans of our sport. Well, thank you for turning out to support us here today. If you're listening to the comms around the circuit, 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this KZ2 second heat to go. No changes yet at the front of the order. Still Lee Ward holding the advantage over Jess Edgar and Ryan Green. Harry Walsh running in 4th. Milo Manderson has got ahead of Jack Price and into 5th place. So Price now 6th, and Lexi Fells running consistent lap times at the moment. A best lap time of a 47.06. That was on lap 4, and Lexi's just put in a 47.07. So as I say, very consistent lap times. Lap times at the front, drivers still not quite matching what we saw in the first heat. As change for 2nd place. Green's got through past Edgar. So Ryan Green looking to potentially get pole position for the final. Right now the scores will be tied between Ward and Green, with the 1st and the 2nd place apiece, unless Green can find a way through past Lee Ward, or Lee Ward makes a mistake or has a technical problem. That's the other thing that can sometimes be a little bit different with KZ2, with them being, there's more parts, there's more mechanical parts, there's more things that can potentially go wrong. It's one of the things that keeps KZ2 racing so exciting. I mean, it keeps karting in general exciting. I was saying this earlier on in the weekend on another event, that
not a criticism, it's just a point of observation. There's other motorsports that for me have lost that luster of the what if from the mechanicals, as the technology at the higher levels of the sport has improved. Karting's still got that thing for me of, oh yeah, someone's is in a very strong position, far ahead of the field, but they've got to get to the end of the race before they celebrate and confirm any results. And that thought will be going through Lee Ward's mind with every single corner he completes here. 1 minute and 15 seconds of this heat to go. Ryan Green, these are key laps now. Ryan Green's got to start making an impression on Lee Ward. Should note the fastest lap from Heat 1 was set by Lee Ward. So if it is looking at that to be the potential decider for who's on pole position for Green's made a mistake there, and that's going to allow Jess Edgar through. That's exactly what we were talking about. It's the fine margins in KZ2 that make the difference, and Ryan Green just got a little bit deep on the brakes. The front axle didn't want to turn in there. He slid wide, and Jess Edgar responded very nicely indeed to keep control of her kart and take second place back. That could be the deciding moment for who's on pole position for the KZ2 final later today, because right now the points would look like this. Ward on 2 points, virtue of a second in race 1 and a win, well, a first place at the moment. He's not won this race yet, but for Ryan Green it would be a first and a third potentially as things stand. Time is up. Last lap board will be out next time around, and Lee Ward knows he's just got to keep control of this for the next lap and a half to secure a very well-earned pole position for that final later today. Jess Edgar is not close enough. Ryan Green's pace seems to be eluding him at the moment. He's not able to close back up to the rear bumper of Jess Edgar as we go on to the last lap. Harry Walsh still running in 4th place, by the way. Being closed in on, though, by Milo Manderson. That could go down to the wire, that battle for 4th place. Jack Price over the line, still P6, has just gone and set a personal best in this heat so far. And Lexi Fells as well has dropped down into the 46ers in terms of lap time. Just comes across the line there in 7th place. Through the Bruno chicane then goes Lee Ward. Jess Edgar does look to be closing in the latter stages, but I think Jess is going to run out of laps here. Lee Ward goes round the final 2 corners, over the line from the front of the grid, is on pole for the final in KZ2 later today. Very, very well done by the Irishman. Jess Edgar across the line there in 2nd. I reckon will be, 3rd on the grid. 2nd and 3rd for Edgar here today in the heats. Ryan Green will slot in between them. 1st and 3rd will give Ryan Green 2nd on the grid. Harry Walsh and Milo Manderson will need a tiebreaker to split them. 4th and 5th apiece for those two across the 2 heats. Jack Price 6th, will start 6th in the final. Lexi Fells will be 7th on the grid for the KZ2 finale, which you will be able to watch. It's on just before 4 o'clock on the timing schedule, but just because we've been running very efficiently today, ahead of schedule, if you want to be here for the KZ2 final, I'd get here a good 15-20 minutes before, just in case we're running, again, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Right, there we go then. That is the KZ2's done for now. We've got one more race before the lunch break. It's Senior Rotax up next. Final race then before we take a little bit of a break. It's been a long morning for our team out there on circuit and the officials around race control and scrutineering. Here's your final race of the heats segment for Senior Rotax. All of these drivers have raced once already. Daniel Kayoff and Ryan Sayers go from row number 1. It's Alfie Davies and Scott Hayward on row 2. Daniel Gurney and Ethan Ling go from row 3. It's then Max Chown and Charles Sutton on row 4. Harvey Quick and Josh Gore on row 5. Kyan Eastick and Robin Brain on row number 6. Are we ready for a start on this one? Yes, we are. So we're going for the final heat in Senior Rotax. They all will qualify through to the A final. That'll be a big grid. Oh dear! Off at turn 1. 2 karts involved. One of them is Lilia Scatchard in the number 18. Didn't quite make out who the other driver was. We'll update you as and when we've got full news on that one. It looks to be the number 83 of Rudy Winslow Morton. And looked to be quite a hard hit. There's a fair bit of damage on the front of Lilia's kart as well. So that's going to be some work during the lunch break. We've gone slow procedure. Ryan Sayers brings us round as your leader at the end of lap 1 ahead of Ethan Ling, Scott Hayward, Alfie Davies, Daniel Kayov, Charles Sutton, Harvey Quick, Max Chown, Daniel Gurney and William Webb. That's your top 10. Josh Gora, Oliver Lomax, Iggy Smith, Kyan Eastick, Robin Brain, Bertie Wellesley, Ivo Ivanov, Tom Nottingham, Gastia Lakar, and then TX781. Someone's had a bit of a transponder issue. We'll catch up with that. Jensen People, Dylan Tutton running in this one, and then the 2 drivers out of this race. A lot of damage to the front end of both of those karts. I can just see out of the commentary box window the bottom brackets of both karts' NASA panels is done, and then will need to be replaced before those karts go back out again. I said the top bracket as well for Scatchard looks to have seen better days, but the most important thing is both drivers are okay. Understandably not very happy about the situation because they're out of this one and will start towards the back of the final, but it's nothing worse than that. Pride can be easily fixed in a lunch break. Still in the slow procedure, just to give the marshals the time they need to put the tyres back. It's a very fast part of the circuit. I went very southern then. A very fast part of the circuit. You don't want to be sending karts in there at full chat with marshals vulnerable. So absolutely the right call there. And for Ryan Sayers, just trying to cut a bit of the time down here. Still 5 minutes on the clock though, so we'll get a good number of laps of racing in on this one. And the marshals returning back to their posts, back to safe positions. Ooh, now, did I just hear someone with some scraping plastic bodywork then? Has someone got a front fairing loose? So Sayers and Ling. Ethan Ling will love these conditions. I've seen Ethan do very, very impressive things before when the weather's on the turn. You need to be able to know what your chassis is doing underneath you and get those tyres to work. It's not a surprise because Ethan is from Wales, of course, part of the world that arguably is even more rainy than here in the Midlands. But I think we're going to go back to green here on this this occasion. 4 minutes then, just more than that, to race us through to the end of this senior Rotax heat. It's a very good start for both Sayers and Ling. Hayward caught out a bit there. Alfie Davies still running in fourth ahead of Daniel Kayov. Down towards Stratford Corner. Ethan Ling right on the rear bumper there of Ryan Sayers. Sayers racing for the Vantage Racing team here this weekend through the Bruno chicane. You can see they're not having to really use too much curb now. The track has started to dry out more now that we've got 22 karts running out there. And look at Ling using the slingshot line. This could be a big move from Ethan Ling. Ryan Sayers has covered it off as they go over start line. Here goes Ethan Ling down the inside. That is great stuff from Ethan Ling. And that was all set up from the entry to Wilkins. He took the wider line. He was looking to get a real slingshot and a lot more corner exit speed that he could then use into turn 1. That's what we're talking about with Ethan Ling being able to read the track conditions just that little bit better than the others around him. Alfie Davies is up to third place, ahead of Scott Hayward. Through into Wilkins again. So he takes a tighter line that time, the more conventional down the middle of the track approach to Wilkins Corner. You've got to say, it's a brave thing to do. When the drivers know that there's been rain down on the circuit, not many karts running through that part of the track. Ethan Ling has shown how to do things in changeable conditions there, but now he's got another job on his hand because as the track starts to dry out, this could be an opportunity for Sayers, Davies, Hayward to come back into play. Out of the race, just underneath us here in the comms box. It's the number 20 coming in into the pits. I think that's going to be our karts. As down the inside, there goes Ryan Sayers. So that's what we're talking about in terms of a response. Sayers retakes the lead of this race. Less than 2 minutes to go then. What has Sayers got? What has Ling got? Got to keep an eye on Scott Hayward as well. Scott Hayward looking really quick at this stage of the race. Ralphie Greenway out of this race at the number 20. There's no number 20 on our little tower, so by process of elimination, that's our TX781 that's no longer running around out there. And I think Oliver Lomax has also had a problem. Will be in the final, but will not be towards the front of the grid for that one. Again, Ling trying to use that slightly wider line. Sayers committed to the inside, but he's got good speed off of Wilkins Corner. But once again, Ling down the inside. Rinse and repeat, does it again. Second time in this race that Ethan Ling has got through past Ryan Sayers through Park Bend. This is a really good heat, really good rating once again here at Shenington. Alfie Davis is there as well in third place for the PRP team. Scott Hayward started to be dropped a little bit in fourth place. Now does Ethan Ling try and kick it up a notch. Davies looking around the outside there, but no way through past Sayers for second place. We've got 2 more laps of this one, 30 seconds on the clock. And once again, it just looks like Sayers and Davies, when they've got that toe behind the CRG of Ethan Ling, they're able to keep him honest. Down towards Stratford once again. William Webb has got through past Daniel Kirchhoff for 7th place. Bertie Wells has had a bit of a difficult race here, but is finishing strongly. He's just got past Daniel Gurney for 13th place. Ivo Ivanov, by the way, is still your leader in the novice subclass. He's currently running in 15th place. 1 lap to go then. Ethan Ling, can he hold on to this one? Can he take a victory in conditions that I really must say, I think he's really underrated as a driver in these kind of conditions is Ethan Ling. Doesn't have the biggest of budgets, but has a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. And when there's a race like this, when there's lots of uncertainties out there to deal with, it's quite often we see Ethan Ling come to the fore, especially at club level. He hasn't got this race won yet, though. Ryan Sayers is still within striking distance if there's a problem for Ethan Ling, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Through the final couple of corners, Ethan Ling will take the final heat in Senior Rotax. Senior Max victory goes to the Welshman. Ryan Sayers over the line, 2nd. Alfie Davies, 3rd. Scott Hayward, 4th. Charles Sutton, 5th. William Webb, Daniel Kirchhoff, Harvey Quick, Josh Scorer, and Max Chown all across the line in the top 10. Iggy Smith, 11th. Kyan Eastick, 12th. Bertie Wellesley, Daniel Gurney, and the top novice, Ivo Ivanov, all inside the top 15. Tom Nottingham, better race that time. Remember, he had problems at the very start of his first race. Finishes P16 in that one, just ahead of Robin Brain. Agastya Laka also had problems on the first lap of their first race. 18th that time in the second one. Jensen People, 19th. Dylan Tutton, P20. Ralph Greenway finishes, or will be classified as a retirement with points for 21st. Oliver Lomax 22nd, and then out on lap 1 after that hefty looking crash on the exit of turn 1. Lilia Scatchard and Rudy Winslow Morton. And with that, 17 races down, 15 to go. We'll go into the lunch break now. On the schedule, we are due to go back racing at 2:10. But we have finished ahead of schedule. So what I'm going to say is, make sure you're back in half an hour because we may go earlier again. We'll wait and see on that one. But it's been a pleasure this morning. Really good racing here for the third round of Shenington Kart Racing Club 2026. More from March Madness coming up after the lunch break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shenington for March Madness, the third event of the Shenington Kart Racing Club calendar for 2026. My name's Andrew Mather. Great to be back with you once again for racing here at one of the oldest karting venues in the entire country. We're moving soon into our afternoon sessions. I can see the drivers for the next heat starting to congregate on the pre-grid. Just a quick rundown of what our schedule is due to look like for the rest of the afternoon. So we've got 4 more heats. IAME Water Swift Inter will run first. Minimax Rotax Inter will run second. Formula Libre, and then the final X30 Junior Heat will take us through for the first part of this afternoon. Then we're into the finals. There's not a B final for Senior Rotax anymore. They are all going through straight to the A final, but we will have a B final for the juniors. So Junior Rotax will start with their B final, scratching the senior one off the list. I'm expecting around 3 p.m. for that one. And then the A finals order will look like this. X30 Senior, IAME Water Swift Restricted, and Honda Cadet. That'll be 2 grids on track at the same time for both of the cadet categories. Then we'll change things up quite a bit because we bring the KZ2s out for their final after that. Then switching back to the single gears, the non-gearboxes, IAME Water Swift Inter will be probably around 4 o'clock as things are going, with really efficient running of the meeting here today. In terms of what comes after that, then Senior Rotax, Formula Libre, Minimax, X30 Junior, and then Junior Rotax to finish for their A finals. That is your running order. I think we can bring you a few highlights from this morning. So spoiler alert, if you weren't with us this morning and you do want to watch it back, it was a really good morning of racing. Really pleasing to see. If you've been with us for the first 2 meetings of the year, the weather has transpired against us. This was the first race of the day. This was Senior Rotax. Problems for Tom Nottingham off the start. This was a race that in the end was won by Ethan Martin. Moving through as well, you also had wins in X30 Senior for Katie Ashman. A few more of the highlights from the Senior Rotax drivers. This was the drive from Ethan Martin through the field. Really impressive stuff from Ethan Martin. We reckon in the box, unofficially at this point, that Ethan will be on pole position for the Senior Rotax final later on today. Good bit of scrapping through the field to get him to the front. This was the race where he went from pretty much the back of the grid in terms of how these heats all work with the random grids. Further racing went on. We went into the X30 Senior. Sorry, this is a bit more of the Senior Rotaxers. Some good scraps involving the likes of Tom Taylor. This was the X30 Seniors' first heat, which again, another drive through the field for a race winner. Katie Ashman started, I want to say, around 15th on the grid for this one and moved up the order. And on the weekend, we've already had the pleasure of commentating on some really good X30 Senior racing. Good to see that here at the club level, back in England, that it's continuing with the X30 Seniors. There's the occasional little bump here and there, of course. That's part of racing and motorsports after all. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the X30 Senior Final later today. That was a moment involving one of the TWMs going round from that X30 race. We'll have to cut away from these replays, though. More of them later, because it is now time to go racing once again here this afternoon with IAME Water Swift Inter. Let's take you through the grid then of IAME Water Swift Inter drivers. Finley Bedford and Harry Fable on the front row, Ethan Lucas and William Bennett on row 2, Oliver Kleinfelter and Theo Tyack go from row number 3, Roger Golkanath and Felix Booker go from row number 4, and we've got 2 novices in this one, Cody Vertigan and Max Frisbee. Quick recap of what we saw earlier in this category. We saw a win for Golkanath, a very good scrap with William Bennett. Felix Booker third in the intermediate standings heading into this one. A little bit more misty. It's been a bit drizzly during the lunch break, but we are racing once again
here. Oh, and spins straight away off into the wall. Goes Bennett and Tyak. Both of the Jade Racing team runners in trouble off of turn one. They've rejoined the circuit now, but fallen down to the bottom of the order. That has left Harry Fable at the front of the field in the green and white DK Academy karts on a great weekend for them as a team already at other races. Harry Fable looking to take advantage of this situation then. Down towards Hanger Corner and then into Wilkins. If you want more updates on the running order, by the way, head across to results.alphatime.co.uk. All the live timing service, the order of races is all on there. So Fable leads from Booker. Felix Booker might be on for pole position here if he can hold himself up in the top three, with close rivals a bit further down the order. I think Roger Golkanath also got held up in that incident, because the winner of heat number one is currently in 6th place. Ethan Lucas had a good start in that one as well. You can see the kart with the bright yellow rails on it. Ethan finished 7th in the first race, currently running there in 3rd, and Oliver Kleinfelter as well, the TWM team, running right now in 4th. So round to complete another lap then. Harry Fable, 49.27. Slightly quicker than the 3 behind of Booker, Lucas and Kleinfelter. Roger Golkanath is up to 5th place ahead of Max Frisbee. Max has had a much stronger start to this race. That's good progress from what we saw in heat number one. Max had a couple of issues off the start, but is learning very quickly. One of our 2 novices in this one, and is currently running there in 6th place, just ahead of the other novice, Cody Vertigan. And looks like Finley Bedford is up a position as well into 8th place. I've not seen on our timing screens Bedford, Tyke and Bennett come through yet, so I don't know if there's been further problems for the drivers towards the rear of the field. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Fable still just holding them at the moment at about half a second. This is good stuff from Harry Fable. Just to confirm, just a bit of a timing glitch for us here in the box. As you can see, both of Tyke and Bennett have just come past the past the commentary box. So no worries for those following Tyke and Bennett. They are still running in this race. So no big changes at the moment. Keep an eye on Golkanath there in the black and gold liveried machine. He's going to be looking down the inside here for 4th place. That's a nice move on Ethan Lucas. Next up for the winner of heat number one is going to be Oliver Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter running nicely at the moment there in 3rd. Fastest lap at the moment is with Golkanath on 48.69. There is the move for 3rd place. This is some efficient work from Rudra. Golkanath now is going to be setting about trying to catch up to Felix Booker. Felix Booker still looking pretty good. Actually, no, now with Golkanath coming up the order, could well be that Golkanath is able to hold on to the lead in the heats points, which would convert through to a pole position in the final later today. Remember, the final for IAME Water Swift on the schedule, at least, it's the provisional schedule around 4:15. But again, the rate at which the races have been going through today, everybody doing a very efficient job out there, including the drivers and the mechanics, making sure that their karts are on the pre-grid and ready to go. Could well be run earlier than 4:15. If in doubt, just stay with us throughout the course of the afternoon. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Felix Booker starting to close in here on Harry Fable. Maybe just sensing that Golkanath is not too far behind. Down the inside goes Booker. Nice overtaking. Good racing again here at Shenington. That's a properly good overtake from Felix Booker to make him the new race leader with 3 minutes to go.
round to start another lap then. At the moment, the gap between Fable and Golkanath just under 3/4 of a second. Ooh, that's a little bit of a defensive move though from Booker. And I think he's got himself offline there. Fable's going to have a go here to retake the race lead into the Bruno chicane. Still a bit of rain in the air at the moment. And through goes Harry Fable. That's a well taken opportunity to overtake. Golkanath's going to draw alongside now. And yeah, I think for Booker, just a little mistake there. It's something that Felix will learn from. Probably didn't need to defend too much into the bottom hairpin. It opened things up on corner exit for Fable and then allowed Golkanath to catch as well. So right now it would be Rudra Golkanath on pole position for the final later on this afternoon, virtue of points for a first and points for a second. But Golkanath wants the clean sweep in these heats. Down the inside, takes the lead away from Harry Fable. This has been a good drive for the A3E Racing driver. I do like how that kart's presented as well. Good little bit of detailing on it in terms of the livery. I think he's got a few. It's got a few sponsors on there as well. That kart. "90 seconds less than that remaining now. That's going to be a bit of a challenge based on the form we've seen from Golkanath today for Fable and Booker to catch back up, I'm afraid. But you never know. As I say, that it has been a little bit drizzly over the lunch break. The wind is swirling around as well. All the weather is coming from behind us. It's coming over from Cafe Corner and then straight across the circuit. Obviously from the air, it's quite a thin circuit here. The history of Shenington, both as a kart racing club and then the gliding club next door as well, if you didn't know. It's one like many older race circuits in the UK. Used to be an airbase back in the 40s and the 50s, and then towards the end of the 50s someone had a very good idea of laying out a bit of a track on the runway and the supporting network tarmac, and it's been history ever since here at Shenington since the early 60s. 15 seconds of this race to go on the clock. Looking fairly steady at the moment for Golkanath, Fable, Booker, Kleinfelter there. It's been problems as well for Ethan Lucas, unfortunately, in this race. I think has stopped out there. Finley Bedford has been out for a while as well. So right now you've got the two novices up in the top six, Cody Vertigan and Max Frisbee, and that's testament that their pace has kept them ahead of two more established names in Bennett and Tyack, whose lap times have been similar to the race leaders. Last lap board has been shown to the leader, and Rudra Golkanath has a 0.9 second advantage over Harry Fable. Harry, who's run a few times at the national level at some of the big races across the course of a season. Again, I think it's another driver, like we were talking earlier, with drivers going for another year in either the cadet classes or in the minis and the inter categories. Harry Fable as well. He's looking to build on some promise from last year. But for Golkanath, it's pole position in the final later on today. A very solid drive. Had to pick a way through from 6th place, but takes the win. Harry Fable with that second will likely move up the order in the intermediate classification. Won't quite move past Felix Booker, and a good solid set of results for Felix so far today. 2 top 3s. Oliver Kleinfelter 4th, Cody Vertigan 5th, Max Frisbee in 6th, William Bennett 7th, Theo Tyack 8th, Ethan Lucas in 9th. Was a retirement, unfortunately, after a bright start. And then Finley Bedford finishes in 10th. William Bennett might drop down a couple of positions with that one. Will drop down below Booker in the intermediate points, and will probably drop down below Fable as well. So looking at maybe 4th place or maybe even 5th place if Kleinfelter's overtaken. That will all sort itself out. We'll leave that to the officials, and then we'll get the confirmation in due course
when it comes through. Next up, though, we've still got a few more heats before we move to those finals. And next up is the turn of Minimax. So Rotax Inter, the Minimax category. This is their grid for heat number 2. Seki Komatsu and Charlie Heffer on the front row. Matthew Lilly and Ben Hunt on row 2. Adam Butt and Oscar Churches go from row 3. It's then Phoenix Millen, Sexton and Arthur Kaiser from 4. Hayden Wardale and Noah Hobson complete the top 10 for the start of this race. Isaac Garth and Thomas Laidler go from row 6. Row 7, Dexter Petty had a good run in the first race. Is joined by Jake Hansford again in that middle part of the grid. Jude Story and Adam Causer go from 8. Daniel Hulse and Lucas Gray go from 9. And then Hugo Torpy and Sandro Kemp complete the top 20. Finley Rhodes and Toby Miles on 11. Jay Birmingham and Finley Thompson starts on row number 12. And then we're into our novices. Arlo Atwood and Xavier Davidson on 13. Roshan Bachara and Freya Lally on row 14. Eva Jones and Emrys Perring on row 15. Max Hall and Ollie Blanford go from 16. Blanford very impressive in the first race. Harry Swift completes the 33 strong field here for Rotax Inter. Minimax heat number 2. And we talked about the entertainment level with Minimax for the last couple of years. These drivers really played up to that earlier on. What are we going to see now in heat number 2? We're away and running once again here at Shenington. 33 of them all streaming towards the first couple of corners. One kart off towards the back we'll catch up with in a moment, as it's the number 40. Oh, stuck on the curb there. That's Arlo Atwood, who was one of our front running, and we've gone false start. So a bit of a saving grace there for Arlo. They were quite spread out there through the field. So I wonder if Arlo just tried to maybe avoid some collections in the middle part of the grid. Got caught on that curb and trying to get going again now. Oh, I'm not sure he's going to be able to. Just looking at this out of the window, so I can update you on top of what you're seeing on the cameras. So we'll have a go at that one. Yeah, I think Arlo's out of this one. Number 40 is being sadly pushed back towards pit lane. We'll see if we're good to go then for a race start. Arlo, unfortunately, not too happy about that. Everybody does make the final, though, in this one. Take 2 then for Heat 2 in Rotax Inter. Away we go through the first couple of corners. Good scrap between the 27 and the 66 off the start, and still off of the next turn as well. Charlie Heffer holding in there to take the race lead down towards Stratford for the first time. They're all checking over to driver's right to try and find a bit of grip in these slippery conditions. They're through pretty much, yeah, all through. Stratford hairpin. Impressive stuff, considering that they haven't had any time to really check over how the track has changed from this morning's first heat. Down towards Wilkins then, and we've gone full course yellow, so something has happened out there. There's a kart off to driver's right out of Pitts Bend. Can't quite make out the race number of it from the vantage point here in the comms box. There's another one off as well. That's Harry Swift in the number 43. I think it's Finley Thompson. Finley's out of the kart, all okay, walking back to the marshal's post. But given how much the tyres have been rearranged there, I think that might have been quite a hefty impact for Finley on the Ben Fulham Motorsport Prepared Kart Republic. So the kart will be extricated from the tyre barrier, and then the tyre barrier will be repaired. So I reckon we're going to get at least one more tour of slow procedure here. Good to see the procedures and the technology stepping up here at Shenington, with a lot of help from development funds and the like. Drivers just need to make sure that they are actually properly slow for this slow procedure. Could do with just backing the pace off a little bit here. The big change from the last round that you may have noticed is the new Pixelcom digital displays, which are
telling very clearly to the drivers, waved yellows and the slow boards as well. I must say, the Battenberg flags were nice, but I do prefer the slow boards. It gives a nice, clear instruction to the drivers of what they need to do in this circumstance, especially for the younger categories. And see Charlie Heffer there at the front of the field. Let's actually give you a rundown of what the field's looking like with the time ticking on as well. So we've gone through 3 minutes of this race. Charlie Heffer leads, Seiki Komatsu P2, Ben Hunt P3, Matthew Lilly, Adam Batt. That's your top 5. We are still yellow for good reason, because the repairs and the reworkings of the tyre barrier continue. Hayden Wardale up to 6th. Jude Story's had a good start to this race on that first lap, up 8 spots to 7th. Isaac Garth 8th, Dexter Petty 9th, Oscar Churches 10th, Noah Hobson 11th, Arthur Kayser 12th, Thomas Laidler 13th, Hugo Torpy and Lucas Gray completing the top 15 as things stand. In 16th, Sandro Kemp, Finley Rhodes 17th, Adam Causer 18th, Daniel Holst, Phoenix Millen Sexton, that's the top 20, Toby Miles 21st. Then we're into the novices. Xavier Davidson in front of the novices. Ollie Blanford has made good early progress as well. He was your novice winner in the first race as well. Freya Lally, Roshan Bachara and Max Hall all ahead of Jake Hansford, Emrys Perring, Eva Jones, Jay Birmingham, who may have been involved in an incident there because he was around the same point of the circuit as Finley Thompson, and Harry Swift has got going again. Now we're back to green. Good work from the marshals. Get us back to racing with 50% of the time still on the clock. Plenty of time for things to change as Charlie Heffer leads down towards Stratford once again. Good battling through the field as well. He saw Isaac Garth in the Ben Fulham Motorsports. I've got to say, Ben, if you're listening, I like that livery, mate. That's a good livery. It stands out. You can quite clearly see what kart brand you're using, but it's still different to the standard, and sticks out there. It's good to see. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. There is the number 53 of Ben Hunt, who's looking good on the brakes there. Oh dear, it's out of the race. Is that the 97 of Thomas Laidler? Yes, it is. Thomas hasn't come through the second sector. So that's going to be covered by yellows. That's just coming out of the Bruno chicane that Thomas has come to a halt on driver's left-hand side. This is a challenge for the lead once again, down towards the Stratford corner. Charlie Heffer holding himself in there very well, but here comes Ben Hunt down the side. How much grip is there? Not enough to get the overtake done. Good switchback by Charlie Heffer. Seika Komatsu is still there as well. Adam Bart is up to 4th, ahead of Matthew Lilly. Jude Story trying to move through also. This, again, you cannot not like this. This is brilliant stuff, once again, from a Minimax grid in the UK. Down towards Wilkins once more. They've got to be careful, though. That's where there's been a good amount of the rain over the past hour and a half or so. Looks like Seiki Komatsu has had a problem. Komatsu down to P20 now. Now it gets even worse. 5-second penalty, and more 5-second penalties coming in. Adam Bart's had a 5-second penalty. Felix Millen Sexton has had a 5-second penalty. I wonder, is this possibly some infringements under yellows? There is a whole flurry of 5-second penalties coming in. Komatsu, Bart, as mentioned. Felix Millen Sexton's had one. Hayden Wardale's had one, and Isaac Garth as well. So that's not official. That's just me contemplating on what those could be for. But they have all come up on the screen. 1 minute 30 to go. Charlie Heffer still leading this one from Ben Hunt. Good work by the marshals again. They managed to get Thomas Laidler's kart over from driver's left-hand side, where it was a little bit vulnerable, over to the infield of the circuit. Here goes Hunt again down the inside. That time he's got the move done. That's good learning from your mistakes by Ben Hunt, as here comes Adam Bart down the inside, who needs to get up the road now aboard the Kato Motorsport prepared machine, because with that 5-second penalty in a race that's close like this, that could convert through to quite a few positions. Whilst everybody will make the final, It's going to be a busy final. It's going to be one where you need to realistically be up in probably the first 10 positions to stand the best possible chance of getting through. Through indeed goes Matthew Lilly. There in the number 20, the privateer now up to third place. Down towards the hairpin once again. Ben Hunt picking his line, but is not necessarily dropping the rest of the field here. Fast pace though is good for Adam Bart. Just allows the field to spread out a little bit more. I think we'll see last lap board, or it's going to be close as to whether we see last lap board this time or next time. I think it's going to be next time, yes indeed. Under investigation is the number 14, that's Hugo Torpy. So we have got 2 laps to go. Dexter Petty's had a problem. Dexter Petty has fallen down the order and is now in P29. There's a few more raindrops there. Down at Stratford Corner. Oh, someone finding themselves out wide and skirting the edge of the curbs and the bank there. Eva Jones has had a warning along with Sandro Kemp, so busy one this. Ben Hunt though looking pretty good here. Has stretched this lead out, can start to relax, can start to breathe. The result from the first race for Ben Hunt was a P5, and with Petty further down the order, Birmingham down the order as well, I think this could well be a pole position drive for Ben Hunt. Finley Rhodes is still well positioned, was second in the first race, fourth in this one, so that would be 6 points. But this is why the race wins are important in these heats, because it's not 1 point that you receive for a race win, it's 0, so you get a little boost that can make a big difference. And for Ben Hunt, he's going to take this race win and fully feature in the early stages, but he's taken the race win ahead of Adam Bart. Matthew Lilly third, Finley Rhodes fourth. A few of these will move up though because of the penalty that we're seeing on our screen for Adam Bart. There are several penalties in this one, of course. Hayden Wardale in 5th, Charlie Heffer 6th, Isaac Garth 7th, it's one of those with the 5 seconds. 8th, Arthur Kaiser, 9th, Jude Story, 10th, Oscar Churches, Sandro Kemp, Ollie Blandford. Great drive again from Ollie Blandford, up to 12th place this time from the novice ranks, and will be a lot higher up the grid for the start of the race when we get to the final later on. Daniel Hulse, 13th, a great drive as well from Freya Lally, another of the novices making their way up into the top half, and in fact finishing ahead of the winner of the first race. Jay Birmingham completes the top 15. Hugo Torpy, Lucas Grays, Seiki Komatsu, Max Hall and Noah Hobson are all in the top 20. It was then Adam Causa, Toby Miles, Harry Swift, Roshan Bachara and Phoenix Millen Sexton in the top 25. Jake Hansford, Eva Jones, Emrys Perring, Xavier Davidson and Dexter Petty all classified as finishers, although Dexter Petty was 1 lap off the overall lead. That's the top 30. 2 retirements out there, who were Thomas Laidler and Finley Thompson. So, Rotax Inters, the Minimax category, we will see probably from around 4:45, so I do hope you can be with us for that through the end of the day. Could well be final of the day based on how we've seen them entertain through those first 2 heats. 2 more heats to go, penultimate one coming up next, Formula Libre. Back here at Shenington then, Formula Libre heat number 2. Josh Derry will be on pole position for it. Archie White alongside Eden James and David Davies go from row 2. Liv Jenkins had a really good race in the first appearance of these drivers early on today, and is joined on the 3rd row of the grid by Jack Foreman. On row number 2, page number 2 rather, row number 4, Rhys Baines and Barney Mortimer. Jamie Jenkins and Ollie Venn complete the top 10 for the start of this one on row 5. James Ogden will look to have good pace again from row number 6 this time, alongside Pierce Armstrong. Row 7, Oliver Bourne and Richard Mallinson. Row 8, Ashley White and Amy Catchpole. Row 9, Oliver Kershaw and Mark Armstrong, who had a bright start to the first race, but then faded a little bit through the middle. Looking to row number 10, Lewis Payton impressed a lot. What can he do, though, now starting a bit further back? Ian Davies completes the top 20. Ben Stanford and Andrew Silvers will be looking for better things here from row number 11. Then Harple Baines and Dylan Chadwick go from row 12. We're into the novices now in the Formula Libre category. Joseph Emmett and Luke Smith on row 13. Isaac Wilkinson will, all things being well, complete a 27-strong field for the Formula Libre second heat of the day. A bit of an update on what we saw from heat number 1. Payton took the win by a second from Ogden. Oliver Bourne pushing along there as well was P3. Liv Jenkins P4. Ollie Venn completing that top 5. Pierce Armstrong, Reece Baines, Ashley White and Mark Armstrong all in the top 10, completed by Ian Davies. Jamie Jenkins fell down to 11th due to a fairing penalty. So there were 3 or 4 front fairing penalties in that first race. Jamie Jenkins was, unfortunately for him, one of them, but still scored decently with that 11th place. Josh Derry was 12th. Jack Foreman was another one of the +5s for front fairing in the first race, 13th in the end. Dylan Chadwick was your top novice, 14th. Archie White was another one of the front fairings, finished, well, was classified in the end in 15th. So the drivers out for their formation laps. Quite different conditions to what they experienced in heat number 1. We had brightish skies with a bit of cloud overhead, but quite high in the sky. Now it's not quite drizzly again out there. Air temperature's still around 9 degrees, but again, I know I keep saying it. We'll take this. We will. We can still run quite happily in these conditions, unlike some of the things that have faced events around the country so far in 2026. Into those tram lines. Are we good for a race start? No, didn't think we would be. Second half of the grid needs to be formed up, a bit spread out through that second half of the field. It's sort of good news, though, that that second formation lap for the drivers. It's these kind of conditions you really want every possible moment to get your tyres, get your brakes up to temperature, without the risk of going full speed, especially down to that bottom hairpin. This time, though, we're looking much better in the first half of the field. Second half of the field will be able to catch up, get into proper position by the time we get to the start line. So this category that is all run on X30 based competition, very much for affordability and accessibility, is away and racing once again for heat number 2. Josh Derry gets a good start from pole position, leads through the first couple of corners. It's the number 22 of Eden James who's following down towards Stratford Corner for the first time on the brakes. As a little bit of a moment there for, I think that was Jamie Jenkins is out. Oh, is that Lewis Payton? Oh, Lewis Payton, the winner of heat number 1. Proper role reversal there. The first few laps were the key part of Lewis's victory, as look at who was that flying through the order. There was a few drivers running wide, struggling with the damp conditions, and didn't quite catch which race number it was there, but someone gained about 4 or 5 positions in the space of 50 metres. Josh Derry leads at the end of lap 1. Eden James second, Reece Baines is third. Jamie Jenkins is up to P4. You can see Jamie having a good scrap there with, I think that was James Ogden for 5th place. Archie White, Pierce Armstrong, Ollie Venn, who has had a warning, was under investigation. It's now come through that it's a warning. Ian Davies in 9th place, and then David Davies up in 10th place. So fast start to this race, and there have been problems, unfortunately, for a few of our drivers. Barney Mortimer has gone down to 17th place, having started this race from 8th. Mark Armstrong's had a difficult start to this race as well. The Irish driver racing in the family team, currently down in P22. Contact warning as well for Ben Stanford. Another element of this Formula Libre class, they are restricted on the number of tyres that they're allowed to use across the course of the entire season. So it's not a case of you can just keep throwing tyres at it and spending all the money there. Got to take care of your equipment across the number of rounds through the course of the whole season. All of these races run as part of the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships. And yeah, if you want to get involved, I recommend you head across to the Shenington website and get in the Facebook forums and things like that for a bit of advice. Very friendly paddock, very good-natured bunch of people who love their racing, love their karting. And we want to see more of it. We want to see more drivers on the grid for this one. As of today, you can have another 7 karts on this grid to get it up to a full complement of 34. We've had some good racing from Formula Libre so far this year. 5 minutes of this one to go. Jamie Jenkins looking pretty good in this one. Just a little bit further up from this battle that we're looking at in the middle of the pack. The number 16 of Pierce Armstrong going through there. That was for 6th place, past Ollie Venn. Oliver Bourne also gained a position in all of that. And Eden James losing out in that exchange on that last lap. So Eden James now running in 9th place. Barney Mortimer under investigation as the rain continues to fall here. Lap times seemingly not affected at the moment, though. We're in the... Oh, they will be affected by those two drivers. Off down towards the hairpin. That's one of the things around a classic old circuit. If you get close to the limits, especially in these slippery conditions, they can bite very easily. That, just to confirm, was Isaac Wilkinson and Joseph Emmett, the 25 and the 67, who went for a little skip down at the Stratford hairpin. Three minutes and 40 to go. Here are your leaders, Josh Derry and Jamie Jenkins. And is Jamie looking down the inside? That's going to get close. Oh, good block pass from Jamie Jenkins. That's what I like about this category. These guys and girls race each other very firmly. But again, they keep it the right side. That got close, but didn't get too close, if you get what I mean. James Ogden has also got through into 2nd place, so Jamie Jenkins hasn't got this one won. Looks over his shoulder. Sees closing in that number 93 machine of James Ogden, who had really good speed in the second half of the first race in the dry conditions. Probably needed, say, 2 or 3 more laps of the race to catch and pass Lewis Paynton. But time simply ran out on him. This time, though, there's more than 2.5 minutes for James Ogden to try and challenge the race leader and overtake. You can see how much the drivers are having to work on finding where the grip is. It's a very greasy surface. Yes, the rain is coming down, as there goes Ogden down the inside into Stratford corner. Did Ogden get that done? They're still side by side as they go towards the Bruno chicane. They're going to be side by side again through this part of the corner, and through goes James Ogden. But will Jamie Jenkins now come back as they run towards Wilkins? This is where Jenkins has been particularly strong so far in this race, but no. Oh dear, damage there for the number 25. That's Isaac Wilkinson. Oh, and Isaac probably needs to... It's going again now, just past myself in the commentary box. Something looked a little bit twisted and out of shape there. The rear left wasn't making contact with the ground, for example. The number 16 also having some problems. Oh, now is Pierce Armstrong falling down the order. As once again the leaders going wheel to wheel. Ogden and Jakins and Josh Derry trying to get involved there as well. Just to end that point about the weather. Very fine rain falling from what I can see at the moment, but the wind's still quite brisk, so that in itself is almost on a micro level, drying the track constantly. It's changing underneath them corner by corner, and the pace at the moment, we're in the 47s, have been in the 44s. Into the pits, into Parc Fermé comes the number 25 out of this race. A bit of work to do before the final to get that kart 100% fit. Through go the leaders into the Bruno chicane as well. .27 seconds remaining on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps of this one. Further down the order, what have we got going on? Archie White now up to 5th place. Ian Davies in 6th. Pierce Armstrong and Oliver Bourne 7th and 8th. Liv Jakins now 9th. Has just got past Ollie Venn, as Jamie Jakins is not done yet with giving up for a race victory. Wants to keep pressing on here and try and find a way past James Ogden or force James Ogden into an error. Ollie Venn continuing to have a bit of a difficult race here. He's just lost another position behind Jack Foreman now. Mark Armstrong, the second half of the race, a bit better, back up to 16th place ahead of Ben Stanford now. Through then and towards Wilkins Corner. Ogden quite calm at the wheel, not doing too much in the way of looking over the shoulder. Both of these drivers very experienced, of course. Jamie Jakins has raced for many years. Down towards Stratford Hairpin once again. Oh, I thought Jakins was going to go for that. He's going to hold a tighter line. He's going to get, in fact, he's going to get the lead. What a great piece of driving there from Jamie Jakins. Just enough grip on the inside to take the lead back away from James Ogden. That might have surprised Ogden a little bit. Ogden took the classic wet karting line. Jakins found just enough grip down the inside to not only get through, but keep the position off of the corner. And I think it's going to give him this race win out of the final 2 turns. Jamie Jakins, in the damp conditions, wins Heat 2 in Formula Libre. Good performance again from James Ogden, who I think will be on pole. Yeah, will be on pole. 2 second places is going to be better than any of the other scores for the other drivers. So Ogden will be at the front of the grid for the final later on today. 3rd for Josh Derry, 4th for Rhys Baines, 5th for Archie White, Pierce Armstrong home P6, Ian Davis in 7th ahead of Oliver Bourne, Liv Jakins and Jack Foreman both in the top 10. Ollie Venn, Ashley White, Oliver Kershaw, Barney Mortimer and Amy Catchpole come home inside the top 15. Mark Armstrong 16th, Ben Stanford 17th, Luke Smith was your top privateer, your top novice, I should say, in 18th place. Richard Mallinson 19th, Andrew Silvers 20th, Dylan Chadwick the second of the novices P21, Harple Baines 22nd. We've got a few other drivers who we're just waiting on to come over the line. I think we're waiting on David Davis out there for 23rd, and then you're into the retirements: Isaac Wilkinson, Eden James, Joseph Emmett and Lewis Paynton. So there we go. All of those drivers can rest up now ahead of their final, which will be, I think, around 4:30, based on how things are going today. And we've got 1 more heat to go. Last of the heat races up next, X30 Junior Heat 2. Starting grid then for the second and final heat For X30 Junior, Lewis Hay and Sebastian G go from the front row of the grid. Tom Fox and James Beckwith on row 2. Alfie Taylor and Jacob Marples start on row 3. Exton Cook and Jack Baker go from 4. Ollie Brunt and Ayrton Limmer Evans on row 5. Millen Tomlinson and Henry Duncan start on row number 6. And then running through as well, Finley Hines and Joseph Davies on row 7. Charlie Blenkinsop and Lucy Lovell on row 8. Katie Donaldson and Archie Lee Bullock go from 9. Alfie Fulton and Conrad Barton on row 10. Henry Clark and William Haynes on row 11. And Katie Clark, last of those on non-novice plates. Here are your novices: Josh Bundock, Lucas Murray, Theo Thomas, Ethan Windsor, Tom Seamarks and Harrison Maxwell. Hello once again to Jensen Hookie. Can confirm that the rain is coming down quickly trackside. I know quite a few of the drivers are. Oh, there's been a spinner on the formation lap. So, yeah, we're going to go around again for another lap on this one. Kart number 18. Yes, you are absolutely correct. The Formula Libre class is it's older machinery. It's age restricted. You can't just rock up with a brand new X30 Senior. You know, brand new shiny engine and all the rest of it. Reason for that is to keep the costs down. So the full details can be found on the Shenington Kart Racing Club website, and get up to speed with that. But yeah, if you particularly just want to get racing, but you know, budgets are tight, Formula Libre, as that's one of those clubman style categories, is a really good place to go. Should note as well, happy Mother's Day for all the mums out there, and particularly the karting mums, because we all know that kart meetings would not be able to run, drivers would not be able to, you know, keep themselves under control and ready for racing without the mums. So happy Mother's Day, and if you've forgotten that it's Mother's Day, then make the necessary calls and arrangements now. You've got a bit of time before the end of racing here today if you've forgotten and you're at the circuit. Meanwhile, let's get on with this second heat for X30 Junior. 8 minutes and 1 lap underway then in greasy conditions now here. Oh, you can see how much they're struggling to turn in, and there's a little bit of a problem in the midfield for Katie Donaldson, who was up on the front of someone's front fairing for a moment there, has managed to get it under control again. Look at how much they're having to get the steering inputs in there. It looks like it's Lewis Hay who's come to the front of the field. I don't think they've quite all made it round the hairpin. We've got a couple of drivers missing from the group. Conrad Barton's had a problem. I think Josh Bundock's had a problem as well. And we've gone full course yellow to stop things here. I can see one driver out of their kart, out of our commentary box window, walking to the marshal's post. So there we go. So Lewis Hay leads at the end of lap number 1. Tom Fox, P2 on the Charles Leclerc branded kart there. That's underneath. Shares a lot of technology with Birrell, of course. But like the Lando Norris chassis being very similar to an OTK, and the Fernando Alonso chassis in the minis being very similar to a Kart Republic. I say very similar so I don't get in trouble with people. You know, that Charles Leclerc one is a similar kind of thing with the Birrell ARTs. You can see how tricky it is in terms of grip, because we've had 2 drivers, from what I've seen just there, fall off under the slow procedure. Josh Bundock, as mentioned, has not come round. Conrad Barton as well has slipped to the back of the field. I think Alfie Fulton might have also had some issues on that first lap. We're still going to be in the slow procedure here because the kart in question of Josh Bundock is still being recovered from a vulnerable position, and the tyres are still needing to be repaired as well, just to give the marshals the time they need, and also to keep themselves safe. So the field really being slowed down now, as it needs to be. So the rebuilding that's going on is just kind of in the middle of your screen, back up the track, out of Park Bend, the left hand. Oh, another one's gone round. It's one of the TWMs that's gone for a little bit of a spin there. I think that may have been one of our novices, Ethan Windsor possibly. Very easy to do when you're trying to warm tyres, warm brakes, but there's not much to warm those tyres and brakes with. Let's see, I don't think we're going to be going back to racing yet, no, so we'll remain under yellow. Other drivers who've had a good start. Oh, I tell you who else has had a good start before we went to yellow. Theo Thomas. First of the novices at the moment. Up 16 places on that first lap to the Classen Motorsport team. Long established team and organisation in British karting. I'm going to be delighted with that. Theo, another driver who's come through from the arrive and drive ranks, who could do quite well in these conditions. Why? Because they don't have, in many of those series that run a stock piece of equipment that is passed race to race from one driver to the next, they don't tend to have wet tyres. So when you have this kind of condition where it's simply not wet enough to put a treaded tyre on, you would more likely shred that tyre. You would need a lot more rain to make it work over the course of a race distance. Everyone still out there on the slick tyres, and away we go then once again for the start of the second part of this race. Lewis Hay from Thomas Fox, Finley Hans and Jack Barker. No, round goes Tom Fox in the Charles Leclerc machine. Simply lost grip. Now it might be getting wet enough for a wet tyre, because the clouds are starting to roll on in. It's not overly heavy rain like we saw at parts of round number 2. But I think it could be getting to the point where someone might risk it with putting on a wet tyre to see if they can get the break, as they're down the inside. That's a move from the 57 of Finley Hines. Finley Hines, one of the most experienced drivers in this particular heat, has come through and taken that position away from Lewis Hay. In fact, Hay's struggling here. He's really not happy with the karts. He doesn't want to turn in by the looks of things. Jack Baker's down the inside in the Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. Oh, what a move that was! Was that Charlie Blenkinsop coming through in the number 27? I wonder. Yes, it was. What an overtake that was from Charlie. Classic wet racing line. Went deep on the initial entry, cut it back, and whilst everybody else was scrabbling for grip, he nipped through, and he's taken the race lead. He's taken the race lead away from Finley Hines here. This is superb stuff from Charlie Blenkinsop. I was just going to have a check. He's not pulled the wool over our eyes. No, he is on slick tyres. Having a look at everyone's tyres as to whether anyone has gone for a wet. The answer is quite simply no at the moment. This is probably the firmest rain that we've had so far today. But again, it's moving up probably from drizzle to light rain right now. Standards at this time of year. Still over 90 seconds of this race to go. Looking further down the field, what's been happening? William Haynes up from 22nd, P9 at the moment. Very good indeed there. Oh, unfortunately, Theo Thomas, who we praised earlier, I think he's been hit by the commentary curse. He's fallen down to 27th now, but it was a good drive up to that point. Katie Donaldson has more than recovered. Katie Donaldson's going to be a potential gainer of positions in the last few laps of this race. She's up to 9th place. The Scottish driver for the Jade Racing team. Can Blenkinsop get that kart stopped? Yes, can just about. Ahead of Jack Baker now, running in 2nd place. Baker's trying to draw alongside to take the race lead into the Bruno chicane, and does so. Great commitment from Jack Baker. This is the kind of drive that the original driver who wore those racing lid colours would have been proud of. In the wet, on dry tyres. Another switchback from Baker. Charlie Blenkinsop's not given this one up. 2 more laps of this.
In a way, I wish we could have more. This is fantastic stuff. Once again, Finley Hines is still there as well. Cuts back to the inside through Cafe Corner. Gets his nose ahead of Blenkinsop. Closes the door. Takes that position. Sets about trying to catch up to Jack Baker for the race victory. Jack Baker, though, he's liking this. He's really liking these conditions. That big wide line almost looks like they're going for a KZ2 loop, but they then cut back really late for the apex of the Stratford hairpin, using a bit of curb through the Bruno chicane as well. This is what you do when the conditions are this way here at Shenington. Time is up, but we've still got one more lap to go. Finley Hines has not given this one up as well. He's really pushing on. And Jack Baker is still in that treacherous situation of, on pure pace, he should win this race, but he's one mistake away from losing it all. There is the number 42 of Alfie Taylor on your screens, just behind Jacob Marples. That is the battle for 6th place. And they need to be careful to not be caught by Sebastian G and Katie Donaldson. Again, look, there's no grip down the inside now for Finley Hines. If anyone has been able to, in time, get a wet tyre on for this next race, it could be good, but at the same time, I do think the rain has stopped, or it's at least subsiding by the value of not seeing any new spots of rain on the commentary box window. Down towards the final couple of corners, though, as there's more spins down at Stratford hairpin. It's going to be Jack Baker who takes the race win here. Very nice drive indeed from Jack Baker. 2nd place goes to Finley Hines. 3rd to Charlie Blenkinsop. James Backwith comes home P4. Lewis Hay had a good start to this race and converts good grid position through to P5. Jacob Marples 6th, Alfie Taylor 7th, Sebastian G, Katie Donaldson and Tom Fox all in the top 10. So we'll see those drivers later on. They will all get through to the A final. There's no B final for this class here today. See how much field spread there was on that one, but credit again to all the drivers. We had the incident at the start of the race that meant we lost Josh Bundock from the race, and you would have expected probably a couple of retirements across the course of that one with the rain starting to come down, but no, all 27 drivers who were still running at lap number 2 got to the end. There's your provisional results. We read through the top 10. We'll continue from 11th onwards. Alfie Fulton, Ayrton Libber Evans, William Haynes, Millen Tomlinson and Joseph Davis all in the top 15. Lucy Lovell 16th ahead of the first of the novices. Harrison Maxwell, Henry Clark, Archie Lee Bullock, Ollie Brunt and Conrad Barton there. And then a few more of the novices. Lucas Murray, Theo Thomas, Tom Seamarks and Katie Clark completing the top 25. Ethan Windsor and Exton Cook, the last of the finishers, and then one driver who was out on lap 1. It was the trigger of the slow procedure. It was Josh Bundock in the number 14. There you can see someone's placed that like an air. I think that's an airbox that's become astray from a kart somewhere out there. But you could also see from that shot that the rain really driving in now, being carried by that wind across the circuit. Just to note as well on Josh Bundock, I just see Josh walking back to the paddock with kart and on stand and mechanic as well, pushing in tow. Looks absolutely fine, which is good to see, and all being well, we'll see Josh back out later on in the final. The final for X30 Junior, it's one of our later ones in the day, just to pull up the time for you if you're particularly following that class. Remember, all the details in terms of race orders can be found on the live timing service provided by Alpha Timing on their full website as well. X30 Junior Final is the penultimate race of the day, originally scheduled at 5:10. So yeah, around that time, 5 o'clock. Liam Dooling and Joseph Berkery on row 4. Sam Batty and Harvey Everett go from row 5. Aidan Young and Luca Lewin
go from row 6. It's then Omar Kavani and Jay Singh on. And Clark Naylor starts on row number 8 ahead of Finley Cass and Christian Kayov. We're into the ones who've had real trouble now. Jake Richardson and Archie Thurman Evans go from row number 10. It's Lewis Marchand and Toby Jukes on 11. Then Austin Moth and Elijah Hartley on row 12. Kian Hundle and Ava Crawford start on row 13. Never know, could happen from the back of the grid, particularly in these conditions. Howie Watson and Jack Dimbleby on row 14. Cody Longdon completes the field of 29 runners in this B final for junior Rotax. And yeah, with that thought as well of you never know from the back of the grid, I will try and monitor the tyre usage. I'm seeing a good number of slick tyres at the front there. As, oh dear, someone's had a problem. A little spin. I think is that Finley Cass in the number 28, who has just gone around a little bit. But if you're going to have a spin, have it on the formation lap. Get it out of the way before the race has actually started. Yeah, if someone's gone for a bit of different tyre strategy from the back of the field, could be quite a good one to do. That kind of moving. Right, are we ready? Once again, for 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the last time today. The race times go up from after this one. We're away in racing. In the B final, there's going to be a lot of sliding here through the first few corners, but it looks like the number 23 or the number 44's out. Jay Singh has gone, and another driver involved there as well. It's going to be the number 46 of Harvey Everett. Has also lost any opportunity to go through to the A final. You would think there's another driver off as well who didn't even get to turn 1. And yeah, Sam Batai has been delayed. I think it might be Christian Kayov. If it is, Christian's had a really tough day. Very testing day. So rest of the field going through then to complete lap number 1. Shea Hilton has the lead at the end of the first lap. Cooper Moore second. Hakeem Bart there in third place. And then Finley Cass. Apologies, it wasn't Finley Cass who went round on the formation lap. Finley's absolutely fine. He's up there in fourth place. Toby Jukes fifth. Aidan Young sixth. There's down the inside there. Goes a move for second place. Hakeem Bart trying to move up the order in that red and white Kato Motorsport KMS machine. It's got through as, oh dear, spin for the number 26 of Molly Mizzen. Molly racing for the Pro Train team. Had a spin out there and gone around. Now, we need to keep an eye on Toby Jukes. Toby Jukes is up to 5th place. That's a gain of, in fact, no, 4th place now. He's at the back of this train, isn't he? The number 39. I think Toby might be on wets. He started 22nd on the grid and has somehow taken 18 positions. He's on wets. He's on wets. That's a lot more grip on the inside parts of the circuit. If you were on a dry tyre, he would have just washed out at the front. Well done, Toby Jukes. Has read the conditions and gone, do you know what? We're at the back of the field. If we do the same as everybody else, we're probably going to stay at the back of the field. He's rolled the dice and called it absolutely spot on. Now he's going to hope that it doesn't now dry up in the next 5.5 minutes. Yeah, he's just coming past me in the box here, and I can see treaded tyres. Oh, now full course has come out. Slow procedure. So this will be to deal with something that's happened off of our cameras. I think this is actually quite good news if you're Toby Jukes, because now everybody's pace is going to get... This is not good if you're on dry tyres, because you're now going to slow down, potentially lose tyre temperature and struggle to get it back. This is also quite a good opportunity for me to have a look and see who else is running wet tyres. It could be a saving grace for some people. The number 44 of Jay Singh has just rolled past me off the back of the field for now, also on wet tyres. So the field neutralised. with Shea Hilton in the lead of this race. Shea's on wets as well. So Shea Hilton has made the right call. Toby Jukes, we know, has made the right call. I would suspect, having gained 14 positions, that Finlay Cass has also made the right call. And it was mostly the drivers towards the front of the field who had elected for the slicks. The number 60 of Clark Nail has just rolled past me on slicks. That's not the right tyre for these conditions right now. This is also good news if you're in, say, around, I don't know, 10th place, whether you had that field spread. If you're on those wet tyres, you're now within striking distance over the course of a couple of laps of those who were able to get to the front earlier on in proceedings. Finlay Cass and Hakeem Bart would be the four. Finlay Cass and Hakeem Bart would be the four to go through. As long as they haven't picked up any misdemeanors. There's nothing on our screens at the moment, to be clear about that. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Slow board's still out here. Apologies, not 100% sure what the reason for the slow procedure is. It should note, though, we actually still have drivers off the back of the field who haven't quite been able to catch back up yet. These will be the slick tyre runners who yeah, really are having a tough time of it out there. We've got another 1, 2, 3, 4 karts at the back of the order, all on the slick tyres, who should catch back up to the field on this tour. Sorry, 5 karts off the back of the field. So that's the Archie Thomond Evans, Harvey Evans, Ruma Komatsu, Jay Singh and Louis Marchand group. Right, full course yellow is ending. The slow boards are put away for now. We're going to go back to green for 90 seconds plus 1 lap of racing here. And still a lot of contenders here for these 4 spots to go through to the A final. Hakeem Bart has immediately got past Finlay Cass. Jake Richardson is there as well in the number 15. Shea Hilton continues to lead this race, but it's Toby Jukes who had the best speed before the start of this race, with the restart here. And down the inside again, Toby Jukes has found the grip on the inside. Can they all get round the hairpin? Yes, they can. And Jukes has taken the lead of this race. Jukes should be safe now. Best position to be in this kind of race with slippery conditions and everybody going for one of those 4 spots out front. Nice and comfortable. The worst place arguably you can be is P4, where you're right on the edge, and the driver behind knows that. And the dangerous position to be in if you're Finlay Cass right now, because you're 1 mistake, 1 lunge from another driver away from losing your spot in the big race of the day that'll complete the programme here at Shenington. Round 3 for the March Madness event, side by side between Hakeem Bart and Shea Hilton, down towards the Bruno chicane once again, and through has gone Bart, through has gone Cass. Good driving from Cass, has got up to 3rd place, and away from that dropping point, it's now Shea Hilton who's hanging on to a place in the A final from Jake Richardson. I've got to say, Jake's driving a very sensible race here. Is not overworking this. We've got a full lap to go. Just needs the 1 position to qualify through to the main final. No point throwing your nose in there and making a mistake with 2-3 laps to go. But now he's going to need to make a move. Shea Hilton does look a little bit vulnerable here. Doesn't seem fully comfortable. Is on the right tyre. But again, is this where tyre pressures come into play? Battle going on as well, Finlay Cass. I like Finlay Cass's racing attitude in this race. He was in that dangerous spot of P4, and he's looked forward and taken 2 positions. In terms of points and all of that, it doesn't matter. You don't get points for qualifying through to the A final. You get your points when you get there to the A final. And racing that one is down the inside. Was that a change for 4th at the end? Toby Jukes wins the B final. Over the line, Finlay Cass qualifies. Hakeem Barton, yes, Jake Richardson. Last corner, gets through into P4.
and will go through to the A final, all being well on that provisional result. Cian Hundle 5th. Oh, the worst possible place in my view to finish a B final. So close to getting through to the A final, especially when you started 25th on the grid. What an effort there from Cian Hundle. Shea Hilton, we really frustrated, was in the lead at the restart, finishes 6th. That's the end of the day for Shea Hilton. Aidan Young, Luca Lewin, Cody Longdon, Liam Dooling, well done. You all got the tyre choice right. And biggest mover in fact in that race, or nearly was, for Cody Longdon, up 20 places. Cooper Moore, Hugh Phillips, Elijah Hartley, Joseph Berkery and Ava Crawford were all in the top 15 in that one. Omar Kiani, Molly Mizzen, Sam Batai, Ryuma Komatsu now are into the ones who unfortunately didn't get the tyre choice quite right there. We're on the slick tyres. Jay Singh, Louis Marchand, Joseph Baxter, Austin Moth, Clark Naylor, Harvey Everett and Archie Thurmond Evans. And again, a real case, we had only the one retirement, which was Christian Kayov right at the start of the race. For Dukes, Cass, Batt and Richardson, we will see them again later on today for the A final. That will be the last race of the day, so probably around 5:15 for that one. But now, though, we do move to the big business of the A finals. X30 Senior A final up next. Back here at Shenington, blustery conditions, but I do think the rain has pretty much stopped. We're going to have to do this the really old-fashioned way of hand out the window. Here's your grid for the X30 Senior Final. Katie Ashman is on pole position for this one. Katie's raced really well through the first part of the day. Alfie Gallagher alongside on the front row. Monty Brathwaite and Dominic Powerbock go from row 2. It's then Adam White and Jack Monkhouse, who's had a wild day, has spun on the first lap twice, but brought himself back through the field to be on the third row for this one. Zef Nurnberger and Ryan Gill go from row 4. Noosh, Zafar Levers and Jake Brook start on row 5. It's Lauren Dunleavy and Andrew Platt on row number 6. Ben Cowley and Piotr Jurovic go from row 7. John O'Donnell, the single novice in this field, starts on row number 8 alongside Bailey Brooker. Oliver Meek has had a tough day so far, having a few chassis issues. I spoke to him earlier. Lucas Armstrong alongside him on that row. Alvin Chew and Reece Barber next up on row 10. Sasha Bagley and William Omar on row 11. Reece Masters and Samantha Seward go from row number 12. It is a 24-strong field. So, the race lengths, of course, go up at this point. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our A finals today. A little bit of rain down there at Stratford Corner as the all just about making their way through now. The number 26 has gone round. That's Jake Brook. Jake Brook, who started up in the top 10 for this one, has immediately found himself shuffled down to the bottom of the order. Not what he would have wanted. Down the inside there, change for the lead. Look at that, Monty Brathwaite. Brilliant second half of the first lap from Monty Brathwaite to take the lead away from Katie Ashman. It's the experience of the National Championship runner starting to come to the fore. Through goes Zef Nurnberger as well. Nurnberger had a difficult second heat, not their fault. But a very strong run in the first heat earlier on this morning. Everyone looking equal in terms of what they've done with tyres. Do believe that everybody has gone for wets in this one. But again, if it starts to dry out, it could become a bit of a tyre management race, this one. Alfie Gallagher there in third place. Their way through as they go through Wilkins for the end of the second lap. Brathwaite, Ashman, Gallagher, Powerbock, Monkhouse there in 5th place, having a nibble at the number 74, trying to get Powerbock in that VRE prepared
machine off of the main racing line. A couple of other changes further down the order. Ryan Gill and Piotr Jurovic are on the move. Jurovic in particular is up 6 places so far in this race, running in 8th at the moment. Seth Nürnberger round there is Seth Nürnberger. Nürnberger out of contention. Was running in 9th, but drops all the way to the bottom of the field. Seven minutes and 45 seconds to go. Monty Brathwaite looking to stretch things out now. Take this final in X30 Senior away from the rest of the competition. Ryan Gill has got through past Adam White for 6th place. Nush Safarlevers as well up to P9. Lucas Armstrong looks strong in this race as well. This is also another one where the setup by the mechanics is so important. It's one thing having the right tyre on. It's another thing to get the caster right, to get the toe angles right, to get the way that you use those wet tyres absolutely spot on. And so you can see who has got it right just from the number of positions that have been gained so far down the inside there for the Maxim Motorsport team. That was Adam White in the blue, white and silver Maxim Motorsport machine up to P6, number 13. Pushes Ryan Gill down a spot. Piotr Jurovic is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, just behind them there in 8th place. And Jurovic trying to search for grip around the outside there. Lauren Dunleavy has got back up into the top 10. Lauren had a really strong run in the first race. But the second heat for X30 Senior was one that's a little bit weather affected. Drew the field and spread them a long way as, down the inside. Bold move from Alfie Gallagher, and Alfie's made it work. Takes 2nd place away from Katie Ashman. You see how Alfie's holding himself right now, leaning into the corner. That's what taller drivers can do in the wet. If you're new to the sport, they do that very deliberately, that very pronounced almost roll out of the kart seat. They're trying to pick the inside rear wheel up. It helps to turn the kart. It helps to push it around the corners and pick up a bit of time. These are often conditions that lighter drivers struggle a little bit with because they haven't got as much weight to play with. They do have weight on the kart, of course. They're not running underweight. It's just their ballast is in a fixed position. When you're a little taller, you've got a little bit more mass to play with. Can move that mass around. It's a great skill that kart drivers have. As Adam White's progress continues, now up to 5th place at the dispense of Jack Monkhouse, who's fallen down to 8th. So Jurovic and Gill have got through as well. Oliver Meek starting to come into this battle. Well, as I say, I had a quick chat with Oliver before this race. Understandably not too happy. He said, yeah, the chassis is not feeling great. It's not quite there. It's not, he'll have been talking about the responsiveness. And I said to him, like, so you'd like rain then? He said, yeah, I would like rain. When you have these conditions, a softer setup that allows you to move your materials around, that's what helps. I tell you what, the rain's really coming down now. That picture has completely changed on the start finish. We've now very much gone up from light rain. The visibility's still good though. That's the key for keeping things running right now. These are tough conditions, but definitely raceable in. Brathwaite now under challenge from Alfie Gallagher. Alfie, couple of notices from track control, race control. Under investigation is Lucas Armstrong, currently running in 8th place. Track limit warning for Ryan Gill. I thought of mine for our camera operators as well, who bring you these pictures. So look at this for the race lead. Gallagher has got Brathwaite off of the Stratford hairpin and takes the race lead for the R1 Racing team. They have done a brilliant job with this kart setup, and Alfie Gallagher is doing an even better job now delivering at the wheel. We've got 2 minutes and 45 remaining in this one. Down through turn number 1. round Cafe Curve. Good amount of grip actually through Cafe Curve if you're on the right tyre, which everybody is in this race. You're a little bit further back in the order. Scrap going on with Katie Ashman and Adam White now up to P4. Apologies, no, that was the 5th place battle with another of the Velocity Race Engines karts. Peter Jurovic for 5th place. Oh, a little bit close there and out onto the curb. That was Dominic Parabot going wheel to wheel with one of the Crocs. Maybe Lucas Armstrong. Lucas Armstrong has had a contact warning as well from earlier on in this race. He's fallen down to P10 now. Jack Monkhouse. The day of Jack Monkhouse is not done here, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming back. Back up to P8 now. Around the outside there. Different line being used by Adam White to hold on to P5. Skating round through the Bruno chicane. Back with your leaders. Gallagher still from Brathwaite. And Katie Ashman as well. Saying again, lap times haven't, they've dipped. But in fact, no, because Katie Ashman's just done the fastest lap of the race so far. So I do think, yes, there's clearly a good amount of standing water, but with a fully treaded tyre and this track surface, which has been worked on a lot by the team here at Shenington over the last couple of years, it's a good racing surface. Good amount of grip, particularly in these conditions. And with the visibility still good and what we need it to be, we'll keep racing. Katie Ashman coming back at Monty Brathwaite potentially. We'll have 2 more laps of this one. Running in the 47s at the moment. That's the thing, like, even though there's a lot of spray and a bit of standing water out there, we're only a handful of seconds off the pace that you'd have for a dry time earlier on in the day. This is a good scrap. This is for 5th place, Ryan Gill and Adam White. These two have been going back and forth for the last 3 or 4 laps, and Adam White once again has got that position back. His yellow flag's out down towards the next corner. Say, commentating as I have here for a good few many years, props to the Shenington team and the kart development funds for getting these brand new digital displays, the Pixelcom displays, installed at the circuit. They're literally weeks, if not days old, and they really do work in these conditions. They are very, very clear on being able to see the yellow flag zones, the green flag zones. Very good use of the investments here at this circuit. We're on the last lap. Alfie Gallagher has the race lead. We're enjoying this continuing battle for 5th place that this time Ryan Gill has gone on top of, has got through past Adam White, and Jack Monkhouse may have a go here with the plain white bodywork on the front of that kart there, the number 81. Adam White just able to hold on to 6th place for now. But for Alfie Gallagher, what a performance in this final from Alfie Gallagher, coming out of the final corner now to the finish line for the R1 Racing team. Alfie Gallagher wins in the wet at Shenington in the X30 Senior Final. Monty Brathwaite and Katie Ashman will be on the podium here this evening. Piotr Jurovic finishes P4. Ryan Gill wins out in a very entertaining tussle for 5th place. It's Adam White P6, Jack Monkhouse, Lucas Armstrong, Dominic Parabot and Lauren Dunleavy all in the top 10. And again, I've been really impressed with the driving standards here today. I think we're going to get everybody through to the end. Oh, all but one. One retirement in really, really horrible conditions. Oliver Meek, P11. Bailey Brooker, P12. Ben Cowley, 13th. A trio of TWM runners in the middle of this pack. Alvin Chu was the 3rd of them in 14th. Zef Nurnberger came back to 15th after his spin. William Omar, 16th. Noosh Safa Levers in 17th place ahead of Reese Barber, Jake Brook, Sasha Bagley, Andrew Platt, Samantha Seward, and our single novice out there who hey, may not have ever experienced a race like that before. John O'Donnell's done well today, P24, just one retirement in that race, which was the number 99 of Reese Masters. And so with that, the X30 Seniors, they're done for this month. We'll see them again, of course. Cadet categories here out on circuit. First of all, the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. Henry Hales and Benjamin Schlivar will be on row 1. Patrick Wood and Ollie West go from row 2. Logan Hodgetts and Louis Wilson start on row 3. It's then Harry Murphy and Freddie Purnell on row 4. Caden Hakura and Max Enhilia go from row 5. Jennifer Banks, the last of the IAMEs. Honda Cadet GX200. Shaylin Shukantan has emerged as the pole sitter in class for the Hondas. Oliver Ratton and Ben Bowes on row 2. Phoebe Shelton and Finley Thursfield on row 3. Ollie Knox. And there's the rest of the field of the Hondas on your screen, because we are racing. Oh, it's nearly off the road. Go. Louis Wilson, false start, has come up on our screen, which is good news for Louis Wilson and Ollie West, who very, very nearly had an unscheduled visit to the new white padded barriers on the exit, the driver's left of Cafe Curve. So they will go around again, have another go at that one. Officials there just reminding the front row to keep the speed steady for this race start, so we get this one underway at the second time of asking. And this time we do go green for the Cadet Final here at Shenington. 10 minutes underway then. Great start for Henry Hales. A little bit of a touch between Schlivar and West through turn 2, but apart from that, they're all good. They're on their way down towards the Stratford hairpin. Henry Hales had a really good start in heat number 2. Can he pull away again in that privateer entered number 57 machine, the driver from Wales? Here go your Hondas away for the start of their race as well. It's the S plate of Shaylin Shukantan at the front of the field. Ended his 2025 season in the British Kart Championships very, very well indeed. Looking to pick up another victory here today. I should note as well, a couple of MJR Racing runners at the front of the field. So can they start to assert their dominance on this field early on? Over the line, Henry Hales has a 1.34 second lead over Benjamin Schlivar in the early stages of this one. Ollie West running in third. And then Louis Wilson, the impressive Louis Wilson so far this season, there in fourth place. Looks like those four have broken away from Patrick Wood, Harry Murphy, Logan Hodgetts, and then the novices as through goes Wilson past Ollie West for third place. West calmly gets back into that position though. That was well taken by the number 4 seed from the National Championships last year. Down the hanger straight through hanger corner. Nice and steady at the moment for the IAME Water Swift Restricted, but they need to get on with it because Henry Hales in the 54s, everybody else in the 55s. 2.5 seconds clear now is Henry Hales of the rest of the field. Henry, who did a lot of Bambino racing. A combo of not only internal combustion engine-powered Bambinos, but I want to say a little bit of electrics as well. So has learnt a lot versus the number of years he's had on racetracks around the UK. A bit of an update on your Hondas. Ben Bowes has taken the lead in the Hondas. Just coming through the pits bend now and down towards Stratford Corner, I can see. So Shaylin Shukantan now in second place within class, and third for Oliver Ratton. Unfortunately been, I think, a bit of an issue for Chris Doshi and Kian Doherty. They've fallen down the order Lost about 4 or 5 seconds on that last lap. So we have a look here at the battle for third place. Ollie West and Louis Wilson. Louis, who raced really well in the wet conditions that we saw at the start of round one. And using that experience to good use there. Gets past West for third place. Changes to report on in Hondas. Group at the back of the field have reconverged, and that's allowed Chris Doshi and Cian Doherty to start moving back up the order. They've got past Fraser Messer, Jacob West and Louis Dawson. As here once again, side by side between Wilson and West. Through Cafe Corner, has Louis Wilson got the drive off the corner? No, West is coming back. Once again, got to be impressed with these IAME Water Swift restricted drivers. They are racing so well. West back down the inside of Wilson, gives space on the exit of the corner as well. Retakes that third place, isn't giving this one up, Ollie West. This is a good spirited drive from the youngster. As we mentioned earlier, you come into a new season, you've got one of those single digit plates on your board. It's not easy. Everybody looks at you as a driver to beat. Louis Wilson back down the inside once again, takes third place. But given on what we've seen so far in this race, how long can he hold on for it? And sure enough, back comes Ollie West down the inside, retakes third place again. This is a great scrap. Really enjoyable to watch between these two drivers. Benjamin Schlivar, by the way, is continuing to pull away. Is again Wilson down the inside. West had a bit of a slide mid-corner though. Not quite able to return back down the inside as he did previously. Four minutes and 45 seconds of this one to go. Quick update on the Hondas. Ben Bower still from Shenington Kart. Oliver Ratton. Phoebe Shelton having a good final as well. Phoebe currently running in fourth place. Ollie Knox inside the top 5 as well as things stand. Just to note as well in the other positions in IAME, Freddie Purnell, one of the novices, has got ahead of Patrick Wood. Patrick Wood, one of the more established names at this level. Another driver who raced during the 2025 season of the British Kart Championships. And some good results along the way as well, did Patrick. So that's a bit of a scalp there for Freddie Purnell to be ahead of a driver who's got a bit more experience than he has at this stage of his time in karting. But Max St. Hillier has had a good response as well. And that spin that we saw for Max in the previous appearance for the cadets is currently running 9th overall and 2nd of the cadets. End of lap number 7 then for Henry Hales. Very consistent pace in the low to mid 54s. 5.2 seconds is now the lead for Hales over Benjamin Schlivar. Louis Wilson has now got a good firm hold on that third place ahead of Ollie West. Here are some of your leaders though in the Honda Cadet category. Shenington Kart with the bright green race helmet there, currently 2nd, just ahead of teammate Oliver Ratton. And I quite like that new livery for the MJR Racing team. The one behind I think is the old one. That's the one I'm familiar with from 2025. But I quite like that white. That stands out quite nicely, that white and silver on Shaylen's karts. 2nd year with the team. But pretty kart aside, not quite able to get on par with Ben Bowers at the moment. There is Ben Bowers. That's another livery that I do quite like. I like that mix of the purple and the blue. It's a little bit different. I like the use of different colours. If you watch the Slipstream podcast, you'll know what I'm on about. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this one, though. No changes of position over the last lap or so, apart from the overall ones. I think, yeah, Jennifer Banks has been caught by the leading Hondas. But Jennifer continuing to learn. It's been here for previous rounds of the season for Shenington Kart Racing Club. Another driver working and getting the signatures before moving off the novice plates later in the year, hopefully. Change as well in class for 5th place in the Hondas. Nico Reslovsky, and Nico Reslovsky's got past Ollie Knox for 5th place in the 4-stroke category. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go then. Looking all good at the moment for both of our class leaders. Ben Bower's there in the number 27 on the Project 1 chassis. It's been a constant feature so far this season in the Honda Cadet category towards the front of the field. Here a little bit further back, this is a change for overall position, as through there goes Nico Reslovsky past Jennifer Banks. As that, oh, now that's a change for 4th in the IAMEs. Ollie West has just got back ahead of Logan Hodgetts. I wonder if Logan just had an attempt at an overtake there into turn 1 and just found there wasn't quite enough grip to fully get around the corner, allowing Ollie to cut back. 10 seconds remaining on the clock then. Logan Hodgetts is going to come back here. Two drivers who've already, at this early stage of the season, done a lot of racing, a lot of the club events. Oh, Hodgetts slips down the inside. Nicely done. Takes 4th place away from Ollie West. Time is up then. Penultimate lap is underway. Henry Hales is leading now 5 seconds. I've got to say, the job by Henry Hales from the 2nd heat onwards has been superb today. And for other regulars here at Shenington, they're going to be scratching their heads, I think, with this one. Remember back to round 1, it was very close between the likes of Hales and Louis Wilson. But today, and even more head-scratchingly, mix of conditions today. Started dry, then went through to damp, now into full wet conditions. And Henry Hales has seemed to have an answer for the rest of the field's questions every single time, and delivering back, in fact, more questions to them. There's the number 85 on your screens of Jacob West. There is your race leader at the moment. No, I do like that one. I know I said, no, I don't like Dayglow Yellow. Unless you use loads of Dayglow Yellow and go full Lando Norris, commit to the Dayglow Yellow, then you switch my opinion. So I do like that one with Louis Dawson. Henry Hales, though, this is a good race win, and Henry Hales' progress in the cadet categories continues. I'm really excited to see where this driver goes over the next few years, because he's got a lot of talent and a lot of speed, and he's a race winner here in the A final for the IAME Water Swift restricted category. Benjamin Schlivar on the podium, P2. Louis Wilson there as well, 3rd. Logan Hodgetts and Ollie West all in the top 5. Harry Murphy over the line, 6th. Top privateer Freddie Pennell in P7. We're just waiting for the last of those on the lead lap in the IAMEs to come through. There's Patrick Wood over the line, P8. Max St. Hilio is going to be 2nd of the novices there, 9th overall. Caden Hakura, 10th. And there is your winner in Honda Cadet. Ben Bowers takes round 3 in the Honda Cadets here at Shenington KRC for 2026. Jalen Trecanton and Oliver Ratton making a double MJR Honda Cadet podium for the team today. Really good performances from two names that I'm sure we'll see a lot more of
across different venues of the country for their Honda Cadet seasons. Phoebe Shelton was 4th today in the Hondas. 5th went to Nico Veslovsky. Ollie Knox 6th. Krish Doshi in 7th. Kian Doherty, Louis Dawson and Jacob West come home in the top 10. Fraser Messer as well. And Jennifer Banks as well finished in, what will that be, 11th place in the IAME Water Swift restricted category. And yeah, for the cadets, good experience gained there. That will have been a tough race, but always good to get a full race distance in wet conditions, because you never know when the rain is going to hit again later on in the season. Well, let's change it up again though. That's the cadets done. Next up, KZ2. So on to the 1.2 kilometre layout then for the KZ2 final here for Shenington Kart Racing Club. Lee Ward and Ryan Green start on the front row. Jessica Edgar and Marlo Manderson go from row 2. Harry Walsh and Jack Price start on row number 3. And then Lexi Fells goes from the 4th row of the grid. 7 drivers in total for this one. And Lee Ward so far today has had a very, very strong performance. He's had to fight for this pole position, but you want to get going nice and quickly in this one. Starts are going to be really interesting, of course. Very different track surface to what we saw earlier on in the day. And probably a bit of variance across the width of the track as well, where the cadets karts have been running through. Starting on driver's left-hand side might not be too easy. It will be 10 minutes once again. And I'll say, Andrew, what do you think of the yellow offset gloves? Yeah, gloves can be good. I can tolerate yellow gloves. Not many people use them. It's not that I don't like Dayglow yellow as a colour, it's that it's overused on people's race helmets. That's what I don't like about it. So gloves, you're absolutely fine, mate, because not many people do that. Most people just use black gloves or something that's a bit toned down. Yeah. In fact, yeah, do that. Do more of that. Anyway, let's focus on this KZ2 final. Here we go then for 10 minutes. Oh, brilliant start from Lee Ward. Absolutely spot on. Jumps into an early race lead ahead of Ryan Green. Milo Manderson loses out there in the battle for 3rd place with Jess Edgar. So Jess Edgar up to 3rd place. Then Price, then Walsh, then Lexi Fells as well. So all 7 drivers have got their karts off the start line. Oh, Lexi Fells has had a bit of a spin just outside of the commentary box window, I can see. But they're all running. They're all good. Here's, oh, look at this for 2nd place straight away. Is that 2nd place? Where's, oh, Ryan Green's gone. Ryan Green's gone to the back of the field then. So something's happened down at the far end of the circuit. I didn't get off the grid is what I'm hearing. So apologies. No, we didn't get everybody off the start line. Ryan Green is down to 6th place. And a bit of an unknown, of course, as to how the pace is in these conditions. Change there for 4th place. Harry Walsh has gone through past Jack Price. Down and through Brian's, the longer version, past the Stratford corner. 8 minutes and 30 seconds of this one to go. So this is going to be interesting. Ryan Green's pace has been very good today, but that's all been in dry conditions. What has he got here in the wet? 8 minutes and 15 on the clock to go. Jess Edgar as well is looking better. We did see a bit of this in heat number 2. She looked to be turning a corner. Lee Ward
may have to get his thinking cap on here as to how to keep the lead Jade Racing team driver in this KZ2 category today at arm's length and behind. Using that inside line. See, obviously it's a lot wetter down that far end of the circuit now because there's been no karts running down there, apart from the occasional excursion of someone who's had a problem going into the Stratford corner. Milo Manderson driving well, also holding third place. Look at that! Look at the drifting through Hanger Corner. Fully recommend and really happy to see different drivers taking on KZ2s, but it should come with a bit of a health warning. You have to be built a little bit different to be brave enough to tackle one of these karts in the dry, never mind in these conditions. The commitment from the drivers, they're absolutely fantastic. We'll enjoy that for the next 7 minutes. Meanwhile, Jess Edgar drawing alongside towards the Bruno chicane. Who's bravest? Jess Edgar takes the race lead. Great work off of Brian's corner. Got a little bit of a switchback going, an overlap, carried the speed through into the Bruno chicane. The Edgar name, of course, familiar to winning a karts race or two. This is the kind of results, kind of drive as well, that could really get Jess Edgar's KZ2 season going before we start going into the national racing season. I'm very much looking forward to the start of the British Championships when we head up to Karting North East. And look at this scrap going now on for second place. 3 apiece between Ward, Manderson and Harry Walsh all of a sudden has come alive in these wet conditions. Manderson has gone through past Lee Ward, taken second place. So another of the younger drivers in this KZ2 category. That would have been a bit brave from Harry Walsh to try and go down the inside of Lee Ward there into Hanger Corner. Lee Ward just looking a bit out of sorts now. What a shame. Drove brilliantly, raced brilliantly in the first 2 heats, but for whatever reason it's just not quite happening for the Irish driver, the Irish privateer at the moment. Just to note that yes, Ryan Green has retired from this race. That is a real disappointment for Ryan Green after a strong start to the day, particularly in heat number 1. It's well, you would think it was more to do with a technical problem. The initial launch was good, but then something happened on the rest of lap number 1 that dropped him down the order, and as I say, he's now stopped circulating out there. Also under investigation is what I'm trying to say. Harry Walsh is under investigation, so now running there in third place. Bit of a question mark though over whether that is going to remain the case. Hello to Laura French, who's in touch, cheering on Milo Manderson, and with good reason. Milo is potentially on for a podium here. Down once again to the hairpin, all looking nice and calm. Pace at the moment, they're in the high 51s and low 52s. You can hear how the drivers having to just feather on the throttle there and drive every inch of this Shenington circuit. It's starting to brighten here, which is good. It had got a bit gloomy in the last couple of races, but the sun is at least trying to break through the clouds now. Plenty more racing to go after this. We've got IAME Waterswift Inter coming up following the KZ2s. Senior Rotax after that, Formula Libre, who've been very entertaining so far today with their final. And then we go into Minimax's. Oh, look at this change for second place. Harry Walsh is through past Milo Manderson and makes it now a Jade Racing 1-2. This is where the local knowledge of the Jade Racing team will really be starting to come to fruition. So many races here, so many laps, test sessions, you name it. They will have sampled every single type of weather condition around this Shenington circuit. You can still see how strong the wind is across the circuit, blowing the spray off the back of these KZ2 karts. But having the setup underneath you is one thing. You've still got to pedal the things. What I always say when people say, oh, well, that driver won because they got the better kit and they got this and they got that. It's like, yes, that will have helped, but it's then another thing to have the skill, the temperament, the patience, the knowledge of how to get particularly one of these things around a circuit in treacherous, wet conditions like this. Particularly this drive from Jess Edgar, who's been doing KZ2 for a couple of seasons now. Been learning a lot from teammates in that Jade Racing Team morning. Ella Stevens, as mentioned, Ollie Stewart, the reigning British champion as well, is someone who's given a lot of help to Jess over the last few years by being in that awning and having all of that data together as a team. Could this be a year where Jess takes a big step forward? As I say, Ella Stevens won't be doing as much KZ2 this year. Got other priorities in single-seaters. But when we do get to the time of the British Kart Championships, I'm sure there'll be plenty of competition between those big, passionate, determined KZ2 teams. Jade Racing Team will very much want to keep hold of the title of KZ2 champions going into and through 2026. The fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Harry Walsh, 51.38, but it's 0.2 quicker than Jessica Edgar, so I don't think any reason for concern there for fans of Jess Edgar. She's got 3 seconds over her teammate, so at that rate, yes, the gap will close, but not to a worrying amount. Milo Manderson still running in 3rd place, by the way. Lee Ward 4th, Jack Price 5th. Good to see as well. Again, we talked about this in other categories with novices, and it's the same here in KZ2. Lexi Fells has just done a new fastest personal best in this race, in these conditions that have not been seen so far on this race day, 53.35. And for a novice to be, what's that, 2 seconds, let's call it 2 seconds off the pace of Jess Edgar, who, as we mentioned, has been doing this for a good couple of seasons. That's not bad. That is a platform to build upon for Lexi Fells. Time expires then, so the next time the leader crosses the line, we will see the last lap board out. .39 seconds now, the gap between 1st and 2nd place. There is Harry Walsh in 2nd place. The pace is very good for Walsh at the end of this race, 51.19. Maybe thinking as well that if there is an investigation overhanging, and there is an investigation overhanging Harry Walsh, not just cutting that lead to Jess Edgar, but growing the gap to those behind as well. It's nearly got the gap to Milo Manderson now out to 5 seconds. So I'm sure that'll be in the back of Harry's mind, thinking, well, if there is something coming my way, and I'm not saying that there is, but if there is, if it's got enough of a gap out there on circuit, it might not actually lose 2nd place later on. But we are on the last lap. Jessica Edgar has really stepped up to the challenge here today. Out of the Bruno chicane, just a few more corners to go. Took the challenge to Lee Ward in the early stages of this race with some smart driving, and wins in KZ2. Jess Edgar over the line, wins at Shenington. Harry Walsh makes it a Jade Racing Team 1-2. Milo Manderson on the podium. Great drive in those conditions from Milo Manderson to 3rd. Lee Ward, difficult final there, but the heats were very strong indeed, and I'm sure there'll be some more good racing from Lee Ward later on in the season. Jack Price over the line there in 5th. Lexi Fells will be classified in 6th, and Ryan Green, unfortunately, was a retirement from that one.
But it's the win for Jess Edgar. That was the target at the start of the day, and the target has been delivered upon. There is your provisional result for KZ2. Should just note, as mentioned earlier, Harry Walsh is under investigation, so if you want the final confirmed results for that one, do check the Shenington results page later on in the evening. But for now, though, we move away from the gearbox layout back to the non-gearbox layout. Next up, IAME Water Swift Inter. Kart down on track, let's take you through the starting order for this one. Rudyard Golkanath starts on pole position. Felix Booker alongside on the front row. Harry Fable and William Bennett on row 2. Oliver Kleinfelter and Finley Bedford row 3. Max Frisbee and Ethan Lucas go from 4. And then Cody Vertigan and Theo Tyack on row 5. So longest race of the day for these drivers. This is not going to be a race start. Oh no, have we gone green? We've gone green on my board. No, I was going to say that's surely got to be a false start. The front of the grid way too quick for the back of the grid. And yes, sure enough, we do go false start. For a moment there, my screen went green before it then reverted back to the false start state. A good call, correct call from the race officials there. And the sun continued to come out. Just having a look behind the comms box almost. The wind still fluttering across the circuit. But yeah, we've got clearer skies. I think the end of the day is going to be more like the start of the day in terms of what's above us. Oh, there's even a rainbow that's appeared over the back of the gliding club. So this could, wow, we could see a scenario later on in the day where even the dry tyres could come back out. But that's all for focus later on. Let's focus in on this IAME Water Swift Final. Away we go then for the big one. Round the outside goes Felix Booker, back to the inside goes Golkanath. Great racing straight away here in this IAME Water Swift Final. Down towards Stratford. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes? What is going to be the correct line to take through this part of the course? Booker will lead, or a bit of a delay there for Ethan Lucas. And there's another driver off the back of the field as well. Might be Finley Bedford in a spot of bother. I think everyone's still running. So down towards the next corner. Felix Booker leading this one, but here again comes the attack from Golkanath. Harry Favel's had a good start as well in that bright green and white machine of the DK Academy. Could it be another win in a Water Swift based category for the DK Academy here? Well, not here, they've already had a win yesterday out in Europe. Could they get another one here at Shenington in the hands of the driver, the number 82? Down towards, see the start, you're starting to see the inside line of Stratford Corner giving a bit more grip. I don't think it'll be dry tyres for the next race, but depending on how the track develops across the course of the next race, which will be a well-subscribed senior Rotax race, Formula Libre could have some interesting tyre choices in what, about half an hour's time. Golkanath continuing to lead this one though from Booker, Fable, William Bennett there in 4th place. Theo Tyack also having a good run, which is good to see because Theo's had a tough day so far in the heats. Tyack has gone past Oliver Kleinfelter for 5th place. See that William Bennett trying to set up a move here for 3rd place. That was a bit close into the Bruno chicane. William Bennett's had good speed so far this year. We were talking earlier about how he's done a lot of club racing
built up his experience in the IAME Water Swift restricted category, now stepped up into the Inter category, the full power version of the Water Swift 60cc engine. Just one place off the podium. Just caught my eye a little bit further back. Good battle going on for 6th place between Oliver Kleinfelter and Cody Vertigan, just coming into the Stratford hairpin now. The bright yellow machine of Tim Wilson Motorsport being piloted there by Oliver. But at the moment, 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Roger Golkanath looking for a second final victory in a row. Took the win ahead of Theo Tyack by just about 1/4 of a second last time out for round 2. Of course, when we had the fog roll in, we didn't quite, we didn't get through the heats on the first racing day of the season. So far this season, Golkanath unbeaten in finals in this category at Shenington. It's just at the fastest lap of the race last time around as well, 53.64. Changes further down. So here's that battle between Kleinfelter and Vertigan, and Max Frisbee not too far behind as well. And the number 43 has got past Ethan Lucas. Finley Bedford still running, by the way. We mentioned that he was having a bit of bother on the first lap. Unfortunately, he's about 20 seconds behind the main pack, but still circulating. He's just set a personal best last time around. There is your race leader, Golkanath from Booker. Here's the move from Bennett down the inside, takes 3rd place away from Harry Fable. And Bennett, who was 5th last time out in the round 2 final, so waiting on that first Shenington Kart Racing Club podium of the season. But with a good part of this race to go, 5 minutes, I don't think Bennett will be done there. First of all, though, got to catch teammates Felix Booker. This could be one of those times where suddenly a non-teammate becomes a bit of a temporary teammate, as it were. Bennett and Fable are able to work together. There's a good chance that they could catch up to Booker with 4.5 minutes remaining. 53.56 for Golkanath last time around. 53.72 for Booker. 53.65 for Bennett, and that was even with a bit of overtaking. So shows an underlying bit of pace there for the number 99. Finley Bedford starting to speed up as well. Another personal best from Finley Bedford. In fact, went purple through sector number 1, as fastest of anyone through the initial part of the course. The trouble is that they're all really consistent. They're all in the 53s or the very low 54s, including our novices, who are giving it a really good go. Cody Vertigan currently in 7th place and Max Frisbee in 8th. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from the race leader then. This is looking very good for Rudra Golkanath. 53.44. Nearly half a second quicker than Booker, who is being reeled in by Bennett and by Fable. So Felix Booker, after that very strong start, is going to have to work hard here. Doesn't want to repeat being in 4th like a month ago. Just missing out on the top 3 there. Has a little check over the shoulder. And another one. Oh, he's looking a bit nervous now. I do tend to say it. 1 look is good. 2 shows to your competition that you're a bit nervous and a bit wary of their speed. That can be a real psychological boost for the chasing drivers. William Bennett closed in, what was that one? It's only a 10th that he took out of Felix Booker, but we're talking about a gap between the 2 of them that is now less than 3/10. So we're going to have a good battle here, I think, for 2nd place. I can see there's a good battle just going past our commentary box window. For 6th place, they'll be coming into the hairpin shortly. And it's Oliver Kleinfelter who's got through past Cody Vertigan. That is for 6th place. But again, I've been impressed with these two novices today, Vertigan and Frisbee. They've really shown themselves as having some good potential over the next few races. So get those signatures, get off those novice plates, and then start fighting more regularly with those who've already passed through that phase of their karting careers. Less than 2 minutes to go then. You're watching live coverage on Alpha Live of the IAME Water Swift Inter Final for round 3 of Shenington Kart Racing Club for 2026. So far in this one, it's all been about our winner from last time out, Roger Golkanath, who once again for the A3E Racing team is running a bit of a sprint and a march on the rest of the field. 2.4 seconds ahead of this duo here, the Jade Racing team pair of Felix Booker and William Bennett. And then Harry Fable not too far behind as well for the Danny Curl Academy. Here goes Bennett down the inside. Clean move. Takes 2nd place away from Felix Booker. Unfortunately for Bennett, I think it's not going to be enough time to catch up to Golkanath. And Golkanath simply just that bit quicker than everybody else here today. Now, what was William pointing at there? Is everything okay? Normally when drivers point down to their right-hand side, it's because they're feeling something with the engine that's not particularly to their liking. At the moment, Bennett is going quicker than we've seen in previous laps of this final. That was a 53.47 last time around. Him ducking his head is fine. That's him just trying to get in as much of an aerodynamic position as possible. Booker going with the teammate though ahead. Felix doing a good job to try and take a first podium of the Shenington Club season. Harry Fable in a better position than we saw 1 month ago. It was 6th in the final last time out for Harry Fable. But again, when you're so close to that podium, 4th can sometimes be a bit of a gut-wrenching result. Time is up then. Rudra Golkanath has just got to bring this home now. 1.5 laps to go. And the gap is 3.5 seconds for Golkanath over this trio. Just to note as well, contact warning and under investigation now. It's the number 60 of Oliver Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter running in 6th place at the moment, which again would be an improvement. As down the inside, Fable's gone for it for 3rd place on Booker. Here we go then, on to the last lap. Did feel that Harry Fable had something in reserve to go for this, and Felix Booker's going to have to make that mini kart as wide as possible now. Runs a little bit wide through Cafe Corner, is going to be vulnerable perhaps down towards the Stratford hairpin. Good speed though, and nicely on the brakes. Harry Fable looks to go through. Oh, now it's on the curb there is Felix Booker. Through the chicane once again. Oh, is it going to be P4 again for Felix Booker? Drove brilliantly in the first half of this race, but this one's just crept away from him. Brilliant throughout the race though has been Rudra Golkanath over the line. 2nd win in a row in the final, the Water Swift final here at Shenington. William Bennett is on the podium. 3rd for Harry Fable, 4th for Felix Booker. Theo Tyak recovers to P5, a 2nd top 5 in a row after the podium last time out during the February round. Max Frisbee over the line with a personal best right at the end there, and top novice. Great stuff from Max to finish there in 6th place, a best result of the season so far. Cody Vertigan P7, Oliver Kleinfelter P8, Ethan Lucas 9th, and Finley Bedford there over the line finishes in 10th place. Had problems at the start, that distance behind not reflective of the true pace that Finley had today. After that problem on the first lap, his pace was very good indeed, and pretty much matching the drivers in the top 5. There's your provisional, we should stress, results for the IAME Water Swift Final. Golkadath, Bennett, Favel, Booker, Tyek, your top 5. Frisbee, Vertigan, Kleinfelter, Lucas and Bedford. And what was a good battle there amongst those 10 drivers, and big thanks to them. I say it's been a busy weekend for IAME Racing. More on that later, because right now we've got to move to one of the biggest races of the day. Senior Rotax Final is next. Let's take you through the grid then for the Senior Rotax Final. Everybody now on the same grid, so they're all combined into one. Ethan Martin and Ethan Ling are on the front row. Ryan Sayers and Alfie Davies row 2. Iggy Smith and William Webb go from row number 3. It's Charles Sutton and Joseph Orton on row 4. Bertie Wellesley and Harvey Quick on row 5. Scott Hayward and Josh Gora go from 11th and 12th on the grid. On to row 7, it's Max Chown and Abby Sanders. Tom Taylor and Harry Gill on row 8. Kian Eastick and Marissa Teague on row 9. Dan Gurney and Freddie Snelling complete the top 20 for the start of this one. Dan Kayov and Lilia Skatchon on row 11. Brain, Charlton, Wilch, Nottingham, Ivanov, People, Lacker, Winslow Morton, Tutton, Greenway and Bamford Senior complete the grid here. Here we go then. This could be a lot of fun in these tricky conditions. We are racing in the Senior Rotax Final. First job, get through these first few corners. It is quite wide. Oh, Tom Taylor's gone. The number 88. Jensen People. Another one of the Tom Taylor Racing drivers in this one has gone round, and similarly, Tom Taylor, the team boss, is in a bit of bother down there at the Stratford hairpin. Ethan Ling down to 3rd place in the early stages of this one. Ethan Martin under investigation straight away, so something to do with the start perhaps that wasn't quite to the officials' liking that they're taking a look at here. That's not good news. The number 66 of Freddie Snelling also under investigation. Now, of course, this is the first Senior Rotax Final of the year. Round 1, we didn't get to the finals. And round 2, the rain called things off with a few finals to go, of which including was the Senior Rotax Final. So the points last time out were handed out based on the results from before the final. This is good scrap now with William Webb going wheel to wheel with Ethan Martin down the hanger straight. Through goes William Webb into the race lead. Ethan Martin won't have liked that. On top of not liking to see that number 55 board under investigation earlier on in this race. So Webb is your new race leader, from Martin, from Ling, from Davies, Smith. Charles Sutton is up to P6. Ryan Sayers, P7. Josh Gora, Harvey Quick, and a good start as well for Abby Sanders over the first few laps of this race. Abby up 4 places and into that top 10 now. Similarly, further back, Oliver Lomax is on this grid. It's full 34 for this one. So Oliver started plumb last and is already knocking on the door of the top 20. Here's your fight for 5th place. Oh, that's a sideways moment and a half for Charles Sutton. Charles did very well to hold on to that, lost a position, now gains it back through Wilkins, back ahead of Josh Gora in the number 21. But that again shows how tricky the conditions are. And again, well, the wind's starting to die down now, so crosswind's not as big a problem as perhaps they were earlier on in the afternoon. Side by side there between Harvey Quick and Josh Gora. Leaders looking good at the front. Webb from Martin. Low 48s now being set by the race leaders. Ling there in 3rd place aboard the CRG. Looking a little bit vulnerable, I've got to be honest. Iggy Smith closing in for Jack Dex Racing, running in 4th. As look at this scrap. This is brilliant scrap for all the second half of the top 10 positions, bringing more drivers into the discussion. Tom Taylor, we can see, the back there. It's got that fluoro yellow band around the bottom of the helmet. The blue and the green. I don't mind that one. It's a simple design. So simple that even I confuse Tom Taylor with some of his teammates at times, but then again, he is the team boss. Down towards the hairpin. Moves going on aplenty there. Saw the number 98 of Daniel Gurney trying to make progress. Has changed for third. Iggy Smith, did he get that move done? Did Iggy get through on Ethan Ling? Looks like that change did occur then. So through and on to the podium goes the number 24. Ryan Sayers is having a good middle part of this race. Started third, lost a few positions, but has now recovered for the Vantage Racing team back up to 5th place. There are your leaders. Webb still from Martin. Ethan Martin looking to get a bit more comfortable now with these conditions. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. Ryan Sayers might be having a go at Ethan Ling in a moment. We just saw a quick sight of them off of the Bruno chicane. Down the line once again. Another new fastest lap of the race. Oh, is there a mistake there from Webb? Running wide. Martin tried to go for the inside, or well recovered by William Webb there. Looked for a moment like he was going to drift out wide. It's not quite as much grip on that far lane to driver's left. You start running beyond track limits into a bit of detritus that's just along the berm there of the circuit. But William Webb held it in there. Took the position back off of Cafe Corner. Different lines through Wilkins that time around. Over start finish once again. There's a really good tussle between these two. Ryan Sayers has got past Ethan Ling. There is, oh, now there's a yellow out in the air. That's going to need to go full course yellow. There's been quite the off, a very sizable off, and there's a kart upside down. There's 2 karts on driver's right-hand side that have been in trouble, but the positive thing to say is that the kart on the left, driver's left-hand side that was upside down, I think that might have been Agastulakar's kart. Yeah, red flag, not a surprise there. So I think on the left-hand side, driver's left-hand side it was Agastulakar's, because it looked to be like a red and white livery. Upside down, thankfully driver out of the kart, just standing against the tyre barrier, taking a breath. Harry Gill for Attack Motorsport and Lily Charlton for AJ Racing. They are the other 2 drivers involved. And just looking out of the window, I think, yeah, there's the greater concern. The emergency ambulance will be on the scene in seconds. That is where the concern is, on the driver's right-hand side. I can see both drivers. One of them's on their feet. I'm not going to speculate on which one's which until we absolutely 100% know what the situation is, out of fairness to the drivers and anyone watching in particular for them. But red flag for the Senior Rotax Final to address an incident that's occurred out of Pitts Bend down towards Stratford Corner, involving at least 3 drivers. Ethan Martin being scored, no, not scored, just need to scroll up my screen a little bit. William Webb being scored as our race leader, having completed 7 laps. Ethan Martin second, Iggy Smith third, 4th for Ryan Sayers, 5th for Ethan Ling, 6th for Charles Sutton, Alfie Davies 7th, Scott Hayward and Bertie Wellesley all in the top 10 at the moment. That's currently being completed by Dan Gurney. Do bear in mind though that if we do get this race restarted, there may be a little bit of reshuffling of this order. In fact, that has now just happened on my screen, as now everything has been counted back to the end of lap number 6. That was of course lap 7 was when the red was thrown. They've all come across the line and across the timing beam in places. In fact, no, they haven't. No, they've stopped, of course, just before the timing beam. But again, we've counted back to lap number 6 now. Josh Gore 11th, Abby Sanders 12th, Harvey, Quick and Freddie Snelling all in the top 15 at the moment, being completed by Tom Taylor. Marissa Teague has had a decent day, P16 at the moment for Marissa. Max Chow, Tom Nottingham, Oliver Lomax and Kyan Eastick all in the top 20. Evo Ivanov and Lily Charlton next up, 21st and 22nd. Evo currently the fastest and the highest of the novices. Daniel Kiyov, Harry Gill and Rudy Winslow Morton 25th. Harry Wilch in 26th, and then we're into the drivers who have had problems now. Some of these obviously have had issues ahead of this red flag coming out. I guess Ilakar was one of them. Oliver Bamford Senior 28th, Robin Brain 29th, Ralphie Greenway, Jensen People, Dylan Tutton and Joseph Orton. Kart just coming back towards me is the number 86. That is going to be Harry Gill. So Harry's good. I can see Harry walking with his mechanic. All fine. So hopefully that kart will be repaired. It doesn't actually look too damaged from this angle. Maybe a little bit of damage on the right hand side for where the engine is mounted. But if the work is quick there from the Attack Motorsport team, you never know. You might be able to get that one in the race. But again, up to the driver and the team to decide whether they're going to go back in for this one or go, do you know what, that's enough for today. Now, the next karts that I can see going back, so I think the driver that we are looking at is just needing a bit of help from the medics, which is nothing to be immediately concerned about. This is standard procedure for a kart race. Red flag is going to be the AJ Racing number 17 of Lily Charlton. So it'll have been Lily that I was seeing, just having a moment, gathering her breath, and then yeah, it's just her getting a bit of help from the medics. Brilliant team of medics here at Shenington. The kart, yeah, that's had a hefty hit. The Nassau panel is pretty much destroyed on that number 17 machine. And yeah, that will most likely not return back to the race. And then the third kart just coming back towards me here is the number 84 Pro Train of Agastya Lakar. It's had a really tough day, has Lakar. This was the one that was upside down on driver's left hand side, but thankfully the driver had I think been ejected from the kart, which sounds dramatic, and it is dramatic. Anyone who's had a hefty incident in a kart knows it's never nice, but you would much rather be separated from the kart and let the kart and all the kinetic energy that's involved with said kart do what it needs to do and bounce down the road and leave the driver behind. There, yeah, that has had quite a hit. Obviously we're not showing you these pictures, I'm just describing out of the commentary box window. The colder end of the exhaust has been completely ripped off. There was a large chunk of turf and mud wedged in between the engine and the seats there. So yeah, I'm quite glad that Agastya was not in that kart as it took that trip down towards the Stratford corner. Agastya, we've seen, was standing at the side of the circuit, gathering a bit of oxygen in the lungs, and now I think we can see that the ambulance is now on the move, which again is a good sign, because it means that the initial work needed to be done by the medical team has been completed. If they needed to stand and deal with the situation, they'd stay on track. The other thing that's just happened, I scarcely can believe this with some of the weather that we've had this year at Shenington. It is now hailing. This is not rain, folks. This is hail coming out of the sky. It is very cold here. It was still in single digits in terms of air temperature. But hopefully we'll be able to get this one going again. Visibility still good. Obviously, that was the real genuine concern from round number 1. And when we had that heavy rain during round number 2 as well, that saw the end of that day's racing action. The old way of just looking out of the window, I can still see all the way down to Wilkins Corner. If I can peer around the building, yep, the view down towards Stratford is fine as well. So all of that being said, that hail shower seems to have stopped pretty much in the last few seconds. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get going and get racing once again. We do have 2 ambulances here on site, which is always a good measure. Well done to the club once again, because we can have 1 ambulance dealing with the scenario and the help that Lily Charlton needs to have, but we can still then go back racing, all being well, with the 2nd ambulance on standby, just in case. You know, you have we always have to wait until there is an ambulance ready before we go racing again. Safety is paramount. Safety comes first, always, in motorsport. So the scene that you're looking at on the grid now, left-hand side, you can see the number 55 of Ethan Martin there. Sorry, the 89 of William Webb. You can also see the number 55 of Ethan Martin just behind him. The number 74 there, that's Dylan Tutton. Now, Dylan, I think, was 27 seconds off the back of the field. So I'm guessing he's just got caught up in the little short slow procedure that we had. He will be shuffled to the back of the pack. Now, this won't be him being lapped, because we're now resetting. The 7th lap of the race is scratched from the records. Dylan will rejoin the back of the pack. There goes Ralphie Greenway past in the number 20. There goes the number 88 of Jensen People. So yeah, that was just to get Dylan back into the right position for this restart. So still a bit of time on the clock. We'll fully confirm how much once we formally get this one back underway. Slow boards are out. Again, this is standard procedure after a red flag to go for effectively a single file restart off of a slow procedure. And does look like we will go for the remaining time in this one as soon as we get news on Lily Charlton. We will let you know. I'm not going to speculate on the condition. That would not be fair. So we'll get back into this race now. William Webb at the front of the field. Ethan Martin second. Track still, of course, very, very wet. But I do think the rain has stopped, or it's gone back to a very light drizzle. As we go back racing then for just under 4 minutes. William Webb gets a good start. Ethan Ling immediately on the attack, using his experience once again. Gets the jump on Ryan Sayers and up into 4th place. Down towards the hairpin. Here comes Ethan Martin on the attack. Takes the lead away from William Webb. This is what he's been looking for, the opportunity. Now the rain's coming back in again. It really is constantly changing every 10 seconds or so. Down towards Wilkins once again. William Webb looking for another opportunity. He's got back through ahead of Ethan Martin. Back onto the pit straight once again. Through past Cafe Corner. So Webb leads from Martin. Ethan Ling looks to have reset here and is going again. 31 of Scott Hayward making positions on that restart as well. Scott up to P6, a gain of 2. Ethan Martin once again looking for the alternative line. Looking for another way past William Webb. William Webb closes that one off on the exit of Stratford Corner. through onto the hanger straight once again. I tell you what, keep an eye on Ethan Ling. He's looking a lot quicker off this restart than what we saw in the first half. Again, maybe just the conditions having changed a bit for everybody out there. It's coming back into Ethan's wheelhouse of being very good at understanding where the grip is when the deck of cards has been shuffled around. Down towards Stratford once again go the race leaders. There's a quick sight of the number 14 of Harvey Quick, who's up into the top 10 again. Bertie Wellesley had a problem on that last lap. Bertie fell down 6 places, is now down in 14th place. Ryan Sayers has gone as well. Ryan Sayers down to 27th now, so something has happened there to the number 33 of the Vantage Racing team. Now William Webb, is off the road there. Who's that going to be through? Well, we are the gloom, and well, I can't see through tyres, unfortunately. Is that the R1 Racing number 14 of Harvey Quick that we were just having a little chat about? As there may be some damage on the rear of that kart. We'll confirm through in a moment. Yes, it was. Yes, it was Harvey Quick in the number 14 who started to fall down the order now on timing. Just over a minute to go then. William Webb looks to have this one in his hands. The trouble is, what is in his hands is very slippery indeed in terms of these track conditions. It's not done yet. The wind's kicking back in. The rain's coming down even harder. This is now heavy rain for the drivers. The track's still looking good though. Yes, a little bit of standing water and spray is being kicked up, but this is not as bad as it was during round 2 a month ago. So I don't think there'll be a need to stop this right now. And as I say, the weather is so changeable at the moment, this could just blow itself through and be back to better track conditions for the races coming up. Formula Libre, Minimax, X30 Junior and Junior Rotax all still to come. We've got 2 more laps of this one. William Webb, lead is now a second. There is a move once again from Scott Hayward. Scott Hayward's had a good second half of this race. Has got past Iggy Smith there for 4th place. Ethan Martin, I think the hopes of winning this race are starting to fade. If anything, he's going to have to be thinking about keeping Ethan Ling behind there to hold on to this second place. Last lap board is out then. William Webb has had his challenges in this race, not just from the conditions, but from the other drivers. It was a strong restart from Ethan Martin. Briefly took the lead, but William Webb has just got a few more corners to go now. Other changes further down the order. Bertie Wellesley's had an up and down race. He's now back up into the top 10, ahead of Alfie Davies. Max Chown and Tom Nottingham both ahead of Abby Sanders. There's a couple of karts off just in front of me here in the commentary box. The number 81 of Oliver Bamford Senior was one of them. I think the 79 of Ivo Ivanov was the other. But for William Webb, what a race, what a performance from 6th on the grid. William Webb wins the Senior Max Final here at Shenington. 2nd on the podium for the EM Improvements number 55 of Ethan Martin and Ethan Ling. Brilliant response there from that restart. The Welshman gets 3rd place in the CRG number 12. Iggy Smith 4th. Scott Hayward 5th. Charles Sutton across the line will be 6th with Freddie Snelling, Daniel Gurney, Bertie Wellesley and Alfie Davies all in the top 10. Great response from the drivers as well. That really wasn't easy, especially when they saw the red flag being flown. And you always have to think about the drivers when they go past an incident like that, what must be going through their minds, because that wasn't a great scene down there out of Pitts Bend. There is your provisional result, of course. The top 10 we've gone through, so we'll continue on from 11th. Oliver Lomax, Josh Gorer, Tom Taylor, Max Chown, Tom Nottingham, all in the top 15. Abby Sanders, Kian Eastick, Marissa Teague, Rudy Winslow Morton, Daniel Kayev, all in the top 20. Robin Brain, Harry Wilch, Ralphie Greenway, Ivo Ivanov, 23rd and 24th. So Ralphie Greenway comes out. That's a recovery and a half from Ralphie, gets the top novice
honour today. Harvey Quick fell down the order, was off at the Bruno chicane, P25 in the end for the number 14 from R1 Racing. Dylan Tutton, Oliver Bamford Senior, Jensen People and Ryan Sayers all didn't quite finish that race. 28 finishes in that one. Sayers retired, and then the drivers out before, or on the red flag or before, Lily Charlton, Harry Gill, Auguste Lacar, Joseph Orton was out quite early on in that race. Well, there we go. That is the first final complete for Senior Rotax. They've had a bit of a wait to get to that point, but well done to William Webb and to Ethan Martin. We'll take a very, very short break. Next out on circuit will be Formula Libre. Here we are then for the Formula Libre final. James Ogden and Oliver Bourne start on the front row of the grid. Pierce Armstrong and Jamie Jenkins go from row 2. Liv Jenkins and Rhys Baines go from row number 3. Josh Derry and Ollie Venn inside the top 10 on row 4. That top 10 is completed by Ian Davis and Archie White. Mark Armstrong and Jack Foreman go from row number 6. And then carrying on down through the order. Lewis Paynton won the first heat, retired from the second one. Starts on row 7 alongside Amy Catchpole. Ollie Kershaw and Dylan Chadwick go from row number 8. Ashley White, Barney Mortimer, Joseph Emmett, Richard Mallinson, Smith, Wilkinson, Silvers, and everybody else gets going for this Formula Libre final here for the March round of Shenington Kart Racing Club. Oh, big wide moment straight away for Oliver Bourne, who's going to lose positions on the exit of Cafe Corner. Down towards the hairpin for the first time. Second final of the year, of course, and James Ogden has got the best possible start. His quest for his first final win of the season was third last time out at the second round. Already a chasing pack trying to form together to catch up to James Ogden, whose race pace has been really, really strong today. They have had mixed conditions, but they haven't had as wet conditions as this. Visibility is still very good, by the way. Again, the clouds seem to be lifting here at the circuit, giving the positivity for us to get through all of these finals today. And Pierce Armstrong there in second place, trying to hold off Liv Jenkins as they go down once again to the hairpin on the inside there. Here's the number 48. Oh, not quite able to get the move done. Liv Jenkins pointing forward to say, let's try and get on with this. Let's try and catch up to the race leader. Because right now, James Ogden has a 2-second advantage over the rest of the pack. 8.5 minutes remaining in this one. Jamie Jenkins, unfortunately, has gone the other way to Liv. Jamie down in 7th place at the moment. Oh, another moment for Oliver Bourne as Oliver tried to find a way through past Pierce Armstrong there. Jamie Jenkins now up to 5th place. You can just see in the background. Richard Mallinson has received a contact warning. I do believe that was after being under investigation earlier on in this race. Looking further down the order, Lewis Paynton's on the move. Paynton's second in the final last time around. Oh dear, as Dylan Chadwick has had a half spin down there. That was down at Stratford Corner. It's a shame. Dylan was in the lead in the rookie ranks. Oh, Paynton had a look there down the inside of Pierce Armstrong and chose wisely to just pull out of that one. That gap was closing very quickly. Oliver Bourne again just struggling for grip, it would seem, at the moment. A third moment out there in the space of 3 laps. It's allowed Paynton through. Lewis Paynton has definitely not given up
the hope of a podium here today, and this determined driving is in fact going to give him the chance to move up to third place. Yes, Payton down the inside. It's going to be 3 wide maybe off of the Stratford hairpin. Armstrong comes back. We'll have the inside line through the Bruno chicane. Payton trying to switch back once again, and all the while Oliver Bourne scrapping in there as well. Good racing once again from the Formula Libre category. As down the inside goes Payton. Nice move there, and a big definitive point forward there from Lewis Payton to say, come on, let's go, let's get on with this. Apologies, this is for 4th place actually. The two Jenkins are ahead, Liv and Jamie currently 2nd and 3rd. Oliver Bourne loses out there to Pierce Armstrong in the battle for 5th place. James Ogden has gone into a different postcode here, as down the inside, more overtaking going on. Oh, that's going to get a bit close off of the corner. Rhys Baines and Josh Derry all involved in that one. There is Aaron Davies in the number 17. Yeah, I think both Baines and Derry have lost out, whilst you had a couple of karts going to the inside, a couple of others going to the classic karting wet line on the outside, and they all kind of just met on the corner exit. Unfortunately, the sun's back out. This again, the Weather Championship of 2026, that is the Shenington Kart Racing Club, continues to mystify everybody here, but we carry on, we persevere. There's going to be some stunning screenshots, I think, from today of the variety of we've probably had about 8 of the 12 months of weather just today. Goodness knows what April's going to bring. 5 minutes of this one to go. Here's your scrap for 5th place. Pierce Armstrong and Oliver Bourne. Again, Davies not too far behind as well, as gained 2 places from where the number 17 kart started in this one. Biggest mover out there at the moment. We're looking to the second half of the field, but Ben Stanford's up 9 places in this one to 16th. I should notice, well, actually, yeah, Jamie Jenkins and Lewis Payton moving up the order. So Lewis Payton also has gained 9 places so far in this one. Is closing in on the podium. Down once again towards Stratford Corner. There is Armstrong on the inside. Is there going to be a route for Bourne on the switch back there? No, pretty evenly paced in and out of the corner. Ian Davies not too far behind. Rhys Baines and Josh Derry have recovered. They're back up to 8th and 9th places. They've disposed of Archie White there in the number 21. 5-second penalty for Oliver Bourne. So race officials have adjudged something out there to not be to their liking. So Oliver Bourne right now, oh dear, that would be dropping Bourne from 6th place down to probably around 12th or 13th position as things stand, but still best part of 4 minutes plus 1 lap to stretch this out. Probably try and work with Pierce Armstrong now. No, go down the inside and take that race position. Pierce Armstrong's going to fight back though. Once again, no, it's not got the straight line speed out of the hairpin. Now Oliver Bourne hopefully will be able to get his head down and stretch things out to recover some points here. Into the bottom corner there through Wilkins. Update on the lead, 9.46 seconds now for James Ogden, ahead of Liv Jenkins. Could have a good battle here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Liv and Jamie 0.56 seconds apart, and then Lewis Payton is about a second back. Here they are, 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. Fastest of this trio at the moment is the driver in the middle, Jamie Jenkins, 0.56 seconds behind at the last count. It was a 10th and a half quicker than Liv on the previous tour of the circuit. Over the line once again, 2.25 minutes remaining in this one. Oliver Bourne again has got past Pierce Armstrong. Where's the 5-second penalty now? Putting Bourne, still around that 12th, 13th region. Needs to get on up the road to displace, make sure that the likes of Davies, Armstrong, Baines, Derry, Venn, they fall more than 5 seconds behind Bourne at the end of this race. Oliver Kershaw's through as well. Has got past Archie White. That's for 11th place. And I think better race this time for Andrew Silvers as well, just to note off. Oh dear, as off down there at that's down at the Stratford hairpin. Didn't quite catch the race number on that one. Well, might be Archie White actually. Archie's not come through sector number 2. So we'll see if the number 21 does start to fall down the order. Here we go then for the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Could it be a double Jenkins podium? Could Lewis Paynton get his 2nd podium in a row in finals for Formula Libre at Shenington? Down once again and through as part of the course. That is a back marker of Dylan Chadwick that the drivers competing for the podium have just come across. But decent driving there from Dylan. Not to get in the way too much, not to disrupt this main intrigue towards the end of this race. 35 seconds on the clock, so we'll probably have 2 more laps on this one. James Ogden, this supreme performance at the front of the field, already into the Bruno chicane at this point. He is miles ahead. Metaphorically, of course, not literally miles ahead, but 10 seconds, come on. That is a huge gap to be having in a 10-minute race. And you've got to say, on the basis of what we've seen across the 2 heats earlier on in the day, not surprised. Hasn't won every race so far today, but that run in the first heat was very, very impressive. The pace in the second half, closing in on Lewis Paynton. Lewis Paynton a bit saved by the bell, as it were. As that was a difficult moment for the race leader. Well, it nearly all went away there for James Ogden as he's trying to make his way through some of the back markers. That was heart-in-mouth stuff as we are on the last lap here. James Ogden looks over the shoulder. He shakes his head a little bit there. Think, come on, what was going on there? But it doesn't matter. James Ogden is going to come out of the final corner. He has dominated this final. He has taken them all to the cleaners. James Ogden wins. And it's going to be a long wait to see who finishes in 2nd place. There over the line, it's a double Jenkins podium. Liv Jenkins and Jamie Jenkins, 2nd and 3rd. Here today, their first podiums of the season. Lewis Paynton finishes in 4th. A decent recovery for Lewis Paynton and good championship points as well, considering that he had the retirement in the 2nd heat earlier today. Oliver Bourne 5th, Jan Davis in 6th, Pierce Armstrong, Josh Derry, Ollie Venn and Rhys Baines all finish in the top 10. 11th for Oliver Kershaw, 12th for Ashley White, 13th for Mark Armstrong and 14th for Barney Mortimer. The 5-second penalty for Bourne will drop him not too many places actually, down to around 8th place I reckon with that one. Here's page 2 of your results, provisional of course. Luke Smith 15th and top novice, good drive there for Luke Smith in the number 74. Ben Stanford, Richard Mallinson, Andrew Silvers, Isaac Wilkinson and Joseph Emmett all in the top 20. Harple Baines 21st ahead of Dylan Chadwick, and then others who weren't quite able to get to the end there. Amy Catchpole, Archie White, David Davis and Jack Foreman. So there we go for Formula Libre for James Ogden. A good day at the office. A decent score from the first final of the year in the previous round. That one could well be giving him the championship lead, depending on how the scores all shake out. Those details will all be on results.alphatiming/SKRC later on this evening. But right now, though, 3 finals to go. We're officially further than we were at round 2. Next up, it's Minimax. So into the Rotax Inter final then. Let's have a look at your grid. Finley Rhodes and Dexter Petty on the front row. Ben Hunt and Charlie Heffer row 2. Jude Story and Toby Miles go from row number 3. And then look at this for a row 4. Jay Birmingham and then the rookie, the novice, Ollie Blanford there for the Lucas Blanford Racing team, doing the family proud. Sandro Kemp and Arthur Kaiser row 5. Isaac Garth and Adam Bart up next with Matthew Lilly. Freya Lally has had a good qualifying as well through those heats. He's on row 7. Daniel Hulse and Seiki Komatsu go from row 8. Adam Causa and Noah Hobson on row 9. It's then Max Hall and Oscar Churches row 10. Hayden Wardale and Finley Thompson due to go off from row 11. Lucas Gray, Hugo Torpy, Swift, Hansford and many others as we run through the start of this race. They're all underway then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's a good start for Ben Hunt. Oh no, the spinners in the middle of the pack. The number 21 of Max Hall has gone round and falls to the back of the order. But apart from that, all looking pretty good at this stage of things. Down and in through the Bruno chicane. Bit of a slide there for the number 99 of Dexter Petty. I think Toby Miles has had problems. Oh, red flag. We've gone red flag immediately. Yeah, there's karts off on the run again down towards Stratford hairpin. I think Sandro Kemp has also not come through sector number 1. Both drivers out of their karts and looking okay. Not happy, of course, as that one will effectively, if I'm right in saying, will be a full race restart because we did not complete a lap of that race. The question is now, though, for those karts that haven't come through, will they be easily repairable and able to rejoin this race? If you've been enjoying the coverage, do give us a like, and if you're new around here as well and you've not done so already, do click that subscribe button to continue support of karting, not just here at Shenington, but across the entire country. Very busy weekend again for Alpha Live, not just karting on their screens here this week, but if you want to go and check out some of the action from elsewhere, Winter Series at Barcelona has been running over the last couple of days. More action coming up in the week as well. The first live coverage of the British Universities Karting Championship will be on your Alpha Live screens. This is the reorganised meeting that was going to be at Dunkerswell because of reasons much talked about. That's not possible, so we're now racing at Llandau on Thursday and Friday next week. And a good number of drivers who've raced in owner club racing like this competing in that championship as well. Plenty to look forward to on Alpha Live as we're into the season now. We're properly underway with the racing season. Yeah, really, really good to be doing so. Blue sky is out again here at Shenington. So after those dark skies, what about 25 minutes ago? It's looking quite positive out there in terms of the weather now. Still going to be wet. I think this simply the temperatures are still low. We're into the latter part of the day, so the sun's not going to be baking onto the circuit anywhere near as much as it was earlier on in the day. So we're going to be wet conditions for the rest of the day. If you are waiting for the X30 Junior and Junior Rotax Finals, you're in good luck. They are still yet to come. If you're tuning in and you're wondering where any of the other classes have gone, unfortunately you've missed them. But don't worry, you can watch back any of the racing that you may have missed back at your leisure here on the Alpha Live channel. Of course, there's more stuff coming up from Slipstream as well. We've got the latest episode of the Slipstream podcast available now to all viewers. We've got a bit of action from Wilton Mill coming up as well. If you want to be able to watch every single moment live as and when it happens for Slipstream content, then do hit that join button down below. You don't have to. You can still watch all of the Slipstream content 7 days after it has been released, free of charge. And as I say, for here at Shenington, this is not a Slipstream broadcast, so it's standard Alpha Live. You can watch all of it in its entirety today, tomorrow, next week, a year's time, whenever you want to watch it, absolutely free of charge without needing to pick up one of those memberships. Keep your messages coming in. Hello to Caden, who's tuned in, cheering on friends in this one. Hello to kart number 18, who's cheering on other kart numbers such as 16 and 40. Hello indeed. Hello to Motorsport Magpie as ever, keeping everybody happy and in check. Hello to Brett Derry as well. I think it was cheering on Abby Sanders. Apologies, it's been a while since I've checked the comments this afternoon. Hello to Finley Lines as well. Hello Finley, hope you're doing well and doing well with whatever you're doing. He was cheering on Ollie Lomax earlier on in the day. Cart number 18 also asks which classes have done their final. In fact, yeah, we'll read that through. So we've had the B final for the junior Rotaxes. X30 Senior, they're done. These are all A finals from now on. The cadets, both the Honda cadets and the IAME Water Swift Restricteds, they're done. KZ2 are done. IAME Water Swift's done. Senior Rotax are done. Albeit with a truncated race or a separated race, 2 parts with that red flag. And then we've just seen the Formula Libre race as well. This is all the Minimax drivers, Rotax into final drivers, all into one. There was no need for a B final for these today. Very much so because of the sheer number of entries. Again, 250 entries hit in the week leading up to this event, which I'm sure someone out there will do the statistics and the number crunching on, but could well be a record entry for a club meeting here at Shenington that wasn't a Super Prix. Super Prix obviously gets a lot of entries. It's one of the biggest events of the whole year held here, and the biggest event of those on the club racing calendar. But yeah, let us know if you are much older than me. Count back if you can, and let us know. It's 250, or I think it ended up being 249, as we had one withdrawal somewhere amongst the classes. Whether that is a record, I'd be interested to know. Of course, entries will open soon for round number 4. Where we will be back on, let me get the date right before I read it out. I want to say the 19th of April. Yes, it is the 19th of April. Myself back on that one. Another busy weekend, particularly with the IAME categories. But very much looking forward to that one. As I say, with the story of how this season's going so far, who knows what the weather could be doing by the time we get to April. Drivers back in their karts for hopefully quite soon restart. You can see race officials down there, just making sure that everything is in correct order, as that was a red flag on lap number 1. This will be a pretty straightforward reset of the grid. You can see they're lining up 2 by 2 for the second attempt at the start of this one. In terms of previous race results, we did have a Rotax into final last time out. It was Finley Rhodes who took the win a month ago from Flynn Grantham and Achille Nane Giannone. Ben Hunt was just off the podium that day, got championship points as the third full member of Shenington Kart Racing Club. But always with the drivers, they want to do it on the track. They don't want to rely on the nuances of the point system. They want to be on the podium and take those trophies home, particularly early in the season. Get themselves a bit of momentum going for the early part of the year. But there, if you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions for an accident that happened just coming out of Pitts Bend on lap 1 of the first attempt at this start. Your grid there rolls off with Dexter Petty and Finley Rhodes on the front row again. Charlie Heffer and Ben Hunt on row number 2. So this will be a full reset, as if that first start never happened. And the leaders take us round this formation lap. And 10 minutes, of course, for all of these A finals. Look out for who had the best start. Freya Lally and Adam Causer both had decent starts off that first attempt. See if they can do it again. Rain has stopped here at Shenington. The track will stay at least damp all the way through the rest of the day. Let's get this final underway then for Rotax Inter. Away we go then for the second time. Good start for the number 36 of Finley Rhodes. A big send from Ben Hunt, puts him to the front of the field. Bold stuff there from the privateer through where we had the incident on the first start. All looking good. This time down towards the Stratford hairpin. It is the number 53 of Ben Hunt at the front of the field. Oh no, out of the race straight away is the number 81 there. That is not what you'd want to see. That is the end of things for one of our novices. Down to, there's going to be yellow flags as well as we run through the Wilkins complex for the first time. Over the line then to end lap number 1. Ben Hunt. Jay Birmingham's had a really good start. Started P7, already up to second. We saw Jay be very quick in the dry conditions in the first heat. Had some issues in the second heat, but has put them right in the early stages of this one. Finley Rhodes third, Adam Batt fourth. Charlie Heffer 5th, Jude Story in 6th place, Dexter Petty, Isaac Garth, Ollie Blanford, all in the top 10 at the moment, completed by Arthur Kayser. There is the number 22 of Jude Story, moving up another position. Jude Story started this one. Oh no, it's gone round! Oh, and getting together there with Charlie Heffer, both of them back running, but delayed. Will have lost positions as a result of that. Yeah, indeed, down to 9th and 10th places. We've been talking about Ollie Blanford having a very good day in the novices. We're going to throw another one in there. Freya Lally. We said to keep an eye on drivers who had a good run off the start in the first one. Freya Lally's done it again. Up 6 places so far in this race to P14. From P14 to P8, I should say. So we could have a real battle on for the top novice award in this one. So number 15, it's a Jack X Racing entry. Solidly there up into the top 10. 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Adam Bart is under investigation, so that could be a bit of not so good news for the driver currently in 4th place. Ben Hunt at the moment though bossing this race. 0.9 of a second clear of Jay Birmingham, with Finley Rhodes still there in 3rd place. Also moving up through the order, in the middle of the pack, we've got at least Hugo Torpy moving up, now 10 places into P14, and Hayden Wardale as well. It's had a decent start to this race. Up 8 places to 13th. As look at this side by side, great racing there. Through goes the number 13, that's Oscar Churches, going wheel to wheel with Max Hall. So Max, who did get a bit of a reprieve, of course, with that red flag, had a spin on the first start. He's now racing there for 16th place. We've got Noah Hobson in the middle of all of that as well, number 38. There was Freya Lally, briefly on your screens in the number 15. Freya, another driver who's done a fair bit of arrive and drive racing, to be her introduction into karting. 5 minutes and 50 seconds of this one to go. There is the field running through from about 7th place. Jude Story, Blanford, Lally, Charlie Heffer, Seiki Komatsu is in there as well. Hugo Torpy continuing this drive through the field. Number 14 up to 12th place. '29 there of Arthur Kaiser. Started this race in 10th place, so with a big field like this, those in the middle. Oh, now spin there. Well, now was that one of the back markers, I think. I feared for a moment that it might have been our race leader, but it wasn't. Our race leader's a little bit further back down, further up the road. My ears, it might have been Isaac Garth, the number 87, who'd gone round there. Ooh, a few 3-second penalties coming in as well. Finley Rhodes has had one, and that could affect things for the podium, you know. And Jude Story as well. So, 3-second penalty for the driver running in third. At the moment, would actually only lose 1 place. Rhodes has got 5 seconds over that Jude Story, Dexter Petty, was Isaac Garth pack. Here is the squabble between the 2 drivers for third on the road. So Finley Rhodes trying to fend off Adam Bart here. Adam Bart is, at least for the knowledge that we've got here in the box, still under investigation for something that happened earlier on in this race. Four minutes remaining then. Ben Hunt continues to bang in the 51.9s. Is now 2 seconds clear of Jay Birmingham. And this duo here, Finley Rhodes and Adam Bart, about 2.5 seconds behind Jay Birmingham. But both of them with clouds over their helmets at the moment. Not just the rain clouds that have been dumping precipitation on us here today, but Rhodes with a 3-second penalty. Bart with an under investigation notification that's coming, and a contact warning. Okay, that in a way is kind of good news for Adam Bart, that the investigation notice came out. We've then had a contact warning, so I'd imagine that those two are linked. A warning is not a penalty, is it? So we carry on for Adam Bart, knowing that right now podium would be on the cards as long as he can just hold within 3 seconds at least of Finley Rhodes. Again, I think I want to do it on the road, not have to rely on time penalties to get one of those top 3 trophies. Just to note in the novices as well, we've had a change in who the top novice is. Freya Lally has got past Ollie Blanford, so Freya Lally now up to 8th place in the number 15. There is Freya, just ahead of Charlie Heffer. Heffer down the inside. And that's going to be a switchback there for Freya Lally, unless, no, I think Charlie got a really good exit out of the Stratford hairpin. If he can hold it now, so he gets the inside for the second part of the Bruno chicane. Good racing once again from our Rotax Inter drivers. The Minimaxes are on the move, and Charlie Heffer now up to 8th place. Of course, Charlie Heffer off of novice plates for a while. He is not in direct competition with Freya Lally for the honour of being top novice here today. But this is a really good development drive from Freya. This will catch an eye, this drive, particularly in the Jack Dex Racing team. They're running a lot of the drivers who've stepped into their first case of owner racing. What's going on there between Dexter Petty and Isaac Garth. Isaac Garth is still fine, by the way. Number 87 running up there in 7th place. So bit of a Ben Folland Motorsport inter-team rivalry there between Petty and Garth. 1 minute 20 to go then. Looking pretty good for Ben Hunt to win this race. 2.67 seconds clear of the rest of the order now. Birmingham, Rhodes, Bart, Story, Petty, Garth, Heffer, Lally, Torpy currently your top 10. Hayden Wardale has just got past Ollie Blanford for 12th place. Thomas Laidler trying to recover from the back of the field. It's gained 16 places in this race as Thomas Laidler in the number 97. The latest of them, which was past Oscar Churches. There's another move down the inside. Hugo Torpy going through. Hugo picking his lane well there. Door opened by the defensive shape from Charlie Heffer on Freya Lally. Not much that Freya did wrong there. But Hugo got down the inside, took the race position. I think, in fact, Hugo might have a go here for P8. So Hugo Torpy trying to close in. Charlie Heffer gets very good drive off of the final corner. Just gets a bit of a breather ahead of the number 14. But the R1 Racing team, they've had some good results today. Another one of the teams that does a lot of focus on the younger drivers, those new to karting. Good line again there from Charlie Heffer. No threats of losing that 8th place on that occasion. Time is up. Leaders coming over the line now. Will be shown the last lap board. Ben Hunt knows he's just over a kilometre away now from victory. Had some really good heats in the run-up to the first final of the year. For the second organised round of the championship, but this is another big step forward, and a driver who's again impressed me a lot across the course of the season so far, and I do hope that we get to see racing on a national stage as well, because he's dealt with a lot so far this season, whether it be the dry conditions early today or these very wet conditions here this afternoon or in previous rounds. Got a really good feel for what's underneath him, and Ben Hunt will take victory. Ben Hunt wins in Rotax Inter here at Shenington, takes the 3rd round of the season and does it with a flourish as well. A fastest lap right at the end there of a 51.7. Wins by nearly 5 seconds ahead of Jay Birmingham. Adam Bart is on the podium in 3rd. Finley Rhodes scores well again. Can't win them all. Won the last time out in February, but 4th place today will do him very nicely indeed as the regulars start to put their championship campaigns together. 5th place for Jude Story, but does have a 3-second penalty, as does Finley Rhodes. Finley Rhodes will not change his race position. Story will drop a couple of places, so Isaac Garth moves up, as does Dexter Petty. Charlie Heffer finishes in P8, Hugo Torpy P9, and a great drive as well from Freya Lally. Top novice there and in the top 10 overall. Well done to her and the whole Jack Dex Racing team. Arthur Kaiser 11th, Hayden Wardale 12th, Seiki Komatsu 13th. Ollie Blanford's had a great day as well, P14. Noah Hobson completes the top 15. Thomas Laidler, Oscar Churches, Max Hall and Emrys Perring all in the top 20, completed by Daniel Hulse. Xavier Davidson 21st, Roshan Bachada in 22nd. Finley Thompson had a really good first heat. A little bit of bad luck in the rest of the day. I'm sure Finley will be back for more. P22 in the final here, 23 rather, today in the final. Jake Hansford P24, Harry Swift P25, Arlo Atwood was the last of those on the lead lap. Eva Jones, Phoenix Millen, Sexton and Lucas Gray
all finish off the lead lap. So there we go. We'll see the Minimax drivers next time out when we move into April's round. 2 more races to go. First up, X30 Junior. Here's your grid then for the X30 Junior Final. Jack Baker starts on pole position. Jacob Marples alongside on the front row. Charlie Blenkinsop and Alfie Fulton. They go from row number 2. Lewis Hay and James Backworth will go from row number 3. Row 4, Millen Tomlinson and Sebastian G. Henry Clark and Alfie Taylor on row 5. Tom Fox and Lucas Murray go from row number 6. And then running through, Joseph Davis and William Haynes on row 7. Archie Lee Bullock and Finley Hines on row 8. Katie Donaldson has work to do from row number 9 alongside Harrison Maxwell. And completing the top 20 for the start of this race on row number 10. It is Lucy Lovell and Theo Thomas. Tom Seamarks and Henry Duncan on row 11. Conrad Barton and Katie Clark on row number 12. And then completing the 25 strong field, more than 25 of course, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Josh Bundock on row 13, Exton Cook and Ethan Winter on row 14. 29 drivers in this one. Ollie Brunt completing the field. So the X30 Junior Final was the last race we ran of round number 2. Jack Baker was the winner of it. Can he do it again here from pole position? We're racing for 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again here at Shenington. Aggressive start there from Baker. The rest of them running through Cafe Corner. A couple of them taking to the curb, including the number 61 of Lucy Lovell. But all good down towards the Stratford hairpin. They go for the first time. Jacob Marples has had a good start in the number 28 there. And a few of the Jade Racing teams starting to form a bit of the train. Charlie Blenkinsop has dropped down to 5th place as Sebastian G finds himself out on the runoff on the exit of the Bruno chicane. End of lap number 1 then. Baker leads from Marples, Backworth, Fulton, Blenkinsop, Tomlinson, Hines. Great start for Katie Donaldson, up to 8th place, having started 17th. Likewise for Hines, a gain of 9 places. Lucas Murray's had a good one as well, the top novice at the moment, running there in 9th place as there's a challenge for 2nd place. James Backworth trying to get past Jacob Marples there. Marples wise to it, retakes that position. This is good for Jack Baker though. He'd be quite happy for them all to fight amongst themselves. Give him an easier run than last time out. It was only half a second that Jack Baker won by a month ago for round number 2. Through goes Blenkinsop there. Finley Hines not able to take advantage off of Wilkins' corner. Tom Fox has had a decent start as well, up 2 places to P9, as side by side there. Backworth trying to find a way through past Marples. Marples doing a great job here, but it is going to encourage more drivers into this battle. And the trouble as well for Jacob Marples, he's got several members of the same team behind him. You would think that those drivers would work together to try and get themselves as high up the order as possible. Finley Hines has gained in the last few corners as well. And Finley Hines, another one of the more experienced drivers in this one. Now someone was off the road there. I think it might be Lucy Lovell. Number 61 has stopped circulating around the track, as there's Katie Donaldson in the number 77 going through past Charlie Blenkinsop for P7. Tom Fox round the outside. Oh, great move there from Tom Fox, using the classic karting wet line to their advantage. Takes 8th place away from Charlie Blenkinsop. Meanwhile, further up the road, Millen Tomlinson has gone through past James Backworth, so maybe that's an order that might be able to do things to move past Jacob Marples. James Backman has had a go, but not been able to do so. Dylan Tomlinson has got good experience around this circuit. Now looking at least a third place finish, potentially even more. Marples needs to be careful with that. Doesn't want to be moving around too many times. There's a piece of bodywork in on the middle of the circuit, thankfully. It's just off the driver's right, but hopefully nobody collects that. I just need someone to run out there and grab it. It is being noted with what's normally known as the slippery surface flag, but it's also for debris on circuit, of course, and one of the marshals has been able to grab that off of the track, and might be another airbox that's disappeared off of someone's kart. 6 minutes to go. Yes, Katie Clark has had the mechanical flag. Was it a chain guard? Chain guard, of course. If that flies off, that is a safety issue. Chain guard off means it's no longer guarding what it should be guarding. There down the inside, James Backman has come back strongly in this one and has gone through past Jacob Marples. Marples throws it back down the inside, retakes second place. Is this going to open things now for James Backman to go around the outside? Millen Tomlinson's still there as well. Gotta say, Jacob Marples is doing a great job here of defending from two drivers at the same time. But now, I'll say the resistance is over. No, I don't think it is. Round the outside he holds into the chicane. And he's still there in second place. This is marvellous if you're Jack Baker, because all of this is giving Jack Baker an easy run through to take this victory. That's getting close between Backworth and Finley Hines in there as well for the Croc Promotion team. Over the line again, 6 laps completed. Side by side between Backworth and Hines. Finley Hines has come from 16th on the grid in this one. Down the inside, can he control it off the corner? Yes, he can. Good move there from Finley. Gets him up to third place. This is a tremendous run from Finley Hines, who had clear difficulties in the heats. That's why he was starting down 16th on the grid for this one. But right now, he's in a podium position now. Could be a knocking on the door for second place in the not too distant future. A little bit further back, move there coming in. I think that was Katie Donaldson moving back up the order again. No blocking yet. Not surprised to see that sign come up for Jacob Marples. He can move once, he can make a definitive move, but he can't move back and forth, left to right. That's close again between James Backworth and Finley Hines. This is really bubbling into a nice final here, as here comes Katie Donaldson now again in the number 77. The Jade Racing team runners all getting in amongst one another now. Finley Hines has had a warning, but just a warning at this moment. Contact warning as well for Millen Tomlinson. 3-second penalty for Alfie Fulton, which we need to keep on top of, because Alfie is in this group. So if he wants to move forward into one of those podium positions, it's got to be 3 seconds or more ahead of everybody else to keep that spot. Alfie Taylor there, bright yellow helmet. See, I like that one. That one's fine. He's got AT on the side of his lid. It's very clear who he is. 3 minutes of this race to go. Donaldson down the inside. Great run here from Katie Donaldson. Sometimes a day like this can be the making of a young driver, where they've got to grit through a little bit of adversity to get a result. Katie was on the podium last time out in round number 2. And the Scottish driver once again could be sending a message home to say, got another trophy here at Shenington. Shadows starting to lengthen, of course, getting towards the end of the day. Only one more to go after this one. The Junior Rotax Final. 2 minutes 15 remaining on the clock. And this really intriguing battle. Down the inside, Katie Donaldson has found the way to get through past Jacob Marples. That is how it is done. she says to the rest of the field, we've all been trying to do that same bit of progress for the last 9 laps, but until that point, nobody had been able to do it. Now, can Jacob Marples hold on? They found the way of getting through. Through goes Hines. Tomlinson's having a go as well. Oh, Jacob Marples does need to be careful, though. As I say, he's had the no blocking warning. And appreciate what he's trying to do, because he's got bandits at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. They're all over him at the moment, just trying to keep all of these drivers behind. And in doing so, has moved around a little bit there. Yeah, he's had another no blocking warning as Jacob Marples. This is the 3rd time. He might be getting something a little bit stronger than a warning. Leader over the line again. 3 laps to go. Apologies, Jack Baker fans. There's been so much going on in this this kind of section from second downwards. We've not really had much time to have a look at your young charger in the number 45, but he's doing a great job. And looking at getting a 2nd final win in a row here at Shenington Kart Racing Club. Hines, this is for 3rd, down the inside. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Get down the inside and control the run off of Stratford Corner. I'm saying that, Marples back again. Retakes 3rd place. Tomlinson and Backwith side by side with one another. Alfie Taylor trying to get back into the top 5 position where he finished the previous round. Has got through past James Backwith, but he's going to be on the outside now to the slipstream. Points forward. Teammates trying to work together. 2 laps to go then. A bit further down the order, just to note, Joseph Davis through past Sebastian G. As there's your top novice on the move, Lucas Murray. We have another top novice finishing in the top 10. That'd be fantastic to see here from Shenington today. I know good friend and colleague Henry Baudet was noting it on one of the other club rounds that he worked on recently. Really good to see at the moment in the club scene. New novices coming in and performing really strongly in the early months of this year. It's what our sport needs. New talent, fresh blood to further grow the sport. I'm sure we're going to be talking about these names for the next couple of years. We're on the last lap now. Jack Baker will, I think, be quite confused at the end of this race based on what happened last time out. I'm sure he'll be expecting a bit of a harder challenge as Finley Hines goes once again wheel to wheel with what feels like half of Jade Racing team at the moment, with how many drivers they've got in this battle in the top 8. With Jack Baker out of the final corner now to take the checkered flag. A brilliant 2nd victory of the season. It's going to be a massive margin for Jack Baker over the rest of the field. Katie Donaldson over the line, P2. It's the same result for Katie as last time out. Jacob Marples holds on for 3rd place. How? I've no idea. But determination at least had a little bit to do with it. Jacob Marples comes home in 3rd place, top privateer as well. 4th place for Finley Hines. A good drive there from Finley from 16th on the grid. Millen Tomlinson 5th, James Backwith 6th, Alfie Taylor 7th. Lucas Murray comes across the line as the top novice. Tom Fox and Alfie Fulton 10th. That, of course, is a provisional result as things stand. Should note 3-second time penalty for Fulton. Will drop the number 40 down a handful of positions, but outside of the top 10, unfortunately, for Alfie. Let's take you through the rest of that order. Lewis Hay in 11th. Charlie Blenkinsop might be a bit disappointed with that final, having started 3rd place. Wasn't able to stay in that front group in the end. Finishes P12 in those slippery conditions. Conrad Barton 13th. Harrison Maxwell was the next of the novices, 2nd of the novices in 14th. Archie Lee Bullock 15th. Joseph Davis 16th. Ayrton Limmer Evans 17th ahead of Sebastian G. A good day for Theo Thomas. Some bright moments for the class of motorsport novice, finishing P19. Tom Seamarks, P20, William Haynes, Ethan Windsor, Ollie Brunt, Exton Cook, Katie Clark was the first of the retirements, having been shown the mechanical flag, and then 2 more retirements as well, Henry Clark and Lucy Lovell. More from the X30 Juniors next time out. We've got 1 more race to go, and it is Junior Rotax. It's the one we've all been waiting for. It's the one the drivers have been waiting for since all the way back in January. It's your first Junior Rotax A Final, Shenington Kart Racing Club A Final of the year. Jensen Powers starts in pole position for it. Alongside on the front row is Connor Large. First time those two have met today. They have been unbeaten through the heats. Jensen Hookie and Matthew So there on row 2. Stanley Williams and Liam Nachawati on row 3. Oscar Keane, Harrison Bishop, both on row number 4. Adam Giuditis, Jacob Cowns on row 5. Oliver Barton and Ethan Hunt on row 6. Jennings, Wisniauskas, Shaw, Marshall, Adams, Cossins, Perry, Shepherd, Bell, Whitmore, Campbell, Lees, White, Guest, Stafford, Rakaitis, Johnston, Jameson, Corsa, Jukes and others. That is your lineup for the start of this race. Away we go for the last time today. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh dear, spinning towards the back of the field. Charlie White has gone round in the number 18. There's also dramas in the second half of the field through Cafe Corner. Not to the extent that anyone's had to retire, but a couple of drivers will be losing positions in the early stages of this race. Connor Large has taken the lead of this race. Number 59. Looks like Jensen Hookie has elected to go for the wet lid, understandably, in this race. Running there in second place. A couple of drivers again off the back of the field. I think Alex Shepherd has had a moment through sector number 2. End of the first lap then. Large from Hookie from Powers. There down the inside is the number 40 of Harrison Bishop. Privateer moving up the order. Number 19 of Liam Nachawati in close company behind. Other good starts in this race so far. Down to 14th place. Jesse Whitmore up 8 places. Cooper Campbell-Lees up 8 places as well into the top 15. Good start as well for Shay Hilton. I love it when a B-final driver has a big start. Up 13 places. So Shay, who that means he must have had a reprieve because he didn't finish 4th on the road. Meanwhile, number 37 of Oscar Keane goes through there. Almost. Back comes the number 27 of Daniel Wisniauskas. Sorry, just trying to find you what's happened in that B final whilst we've been doing the other A finals. Oh yes, we had a DQ. Jake Richardson was DQ'd for non-compliance, so that's where Shay Hilton got this reprieve. Change of lead. Through has gone Jensen Hookie to the front of the field then, ahead of Connor Large. Connor Large goes back through. Jensen Powers takes second place now. Oh, what a run this is from Jensen Powers, who's going to take the lead of the race. Fantastic stuff for Jensen Powers and Jack Dex Racing, but back again comes Connor Large. Retakes the race lead. This is superb stuff once again here at Shenington. Matthew So is approaching as well. Down into the hairpin. Large leads off of it. Hookie trying to get a big drive off. It's got 1, has he got maybe 2? Look at this from Jensen Hookie. Large closes the door. Keeps Hookie there in second place. Keep an eye on Stanley Williams there as well. The Evolution Racing main driver in this one is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment. Not the first time that we've said that today. The driver of the number 84. End of lap number 4. Large from Hookie, from Powers, from So, from Williams. Second of the Evolution Racing team as once again Hookie's going through. Hookie takes the race lead away from Connor Large. Great move there off of Cafe Corner. Down again into the hairpin. Jensen Powers, I think, just having to be patient at the moment. He's already seen the two drivers ahead of him go wheel to wheel. It's given him an opportunity. He wasn't quite able to hold the lead, of course. And that's not to say he won't get another opportunity again. Change for fourth place there. Stanley Williams has got through past Matthew So. Not necessarily a bad thing, though, for Matthew So, because as mentioned, Williams' speed, lap by lap, is very, very good at the moment. So if Matthew So can just sit there and hook onto the rear bumper, see if Williams can close that gap into Powers, Large and Hookie, the top three. There's a move as well further down the order. The number 70 of Hayden Adams going wheel to wheel. The likes of Cooper Campbell Leeds, Adam Giuditis, Jesse Whitmore in there as well. Jensen Hookie, though, look at this. He does like the wet conditions, does Jensen Hookie. Leaning in the kart there. Again, getting it to pivot a bit more around the corners. Connor Large is going to need to do something here to win this race, because Jensen Hookie right now is stretching away from the rest of them. 5-second penalty for kart number 59. That's Connor Large. Connor Large's chances to win this race have taken a mighty, mighty blow here. Not only has he lost the lead on the road, but a 5-second penalty right now would drop him down to 8th place. This is actually brilliant news now for Jensen Hookie, because he's effectively got a rear gunner. It's an unconventional rear gunner, but Jensen Powers cannot set about getting up the road and challenging Jensen Hookie. He's got to clear Connor Large, but Connor Large is not going to be in that sort of mood. He's got to go in time trial mode and just run the pace he's got right now. Hopefully stretch this lead out over the rest of the field and get as many points as he can. 4 minutes of this race to go. Still Stanley Williams there. Stanley Williams now looking at a podium here. In fact, down the inside on Powers for 3rd place on the road, 2nd place net once penalties have been applied. Now, could Stanley Williams be the driver to close down Jensen Hookie? Again, he's got to get past Connor Large first. Connor Large has been pretty quick so far today, but just not as quick as Jensen Hookie in this final. Through Wilkins once again. 3 minutes 30. This race has absolutely flown by at the end of the day. Critical laps these for all of our leaders. Connor Large doesn't look as comfortable as he did earlier through the medium speed corners, such as Cafe, such as Hanger. This is a chance for Williams down the inside. Takes 2nd place on the road. Didn't need it necessarily for the position because of Large's penalty, but now Stanley Williams has clear road and 3 minutes plus 1 lap to see if he can pull back Jensen Hookie. Not easy to do. Jensen Powers still stuck behind Connor Large. Just doesn't quite seem to have the pace on this occasion in this final. 2 minutes 40 remaining. 48.43 for Jensen Hookie. 48.55 for Stanley Williams. Yes, not as quick, but that was a personal best from Stanley Williams last time around. This race isn't over. 3rd place battle on the road is raging on between Large and Powers. Could be a battle between the two Jack Dex Racing boys for the last spot on the podium, because Matthew So is still there, 5th place on the road, but within that range of the 5-second penalty for Connor Large. Looking at the sector times, Hookie good through sector number 1, quicker than Williams. Sector number 2 goes the way of Hookie. Hookie, I think, is kicked again. Hookie's maybe had a little signal from the sidelines to say, if you've got any more, give it us now. 2 minutes to go. Hookie set a 48.42. Williams a 48.83. That wasn't his best lap, though, so maybe a case of Stanley Williams, now he's in the lead, just pushing a little bit too much, making little mistakes here and there. Not to cost him 3rd place on the road, but it's definitely not catching him up to Jensen Hookie right now. No weaving warning for Isaac Jameson further down the order. As again, Powers trying to get through past Connor Large. Might have a good chance chance here and has done so. He's got it done before they all get to the chicane. Williams through this lap again, not quicker than Hookie across the course of the first 2 sectors. Large back down the inside, retakes 3rd place on the road. Right now the 5-second penalty would drop him just in front of Jacob Carnes. Powers down the inside though. Again, retakes 3rd place. Matthew So just waiting for the moment to try and find a way through. If he wants to be on the podium though, he's got to beat his teammates. Connor Large could be a partial deciding factor in this squabble for 3rd place on the podium. But either way, Matthew So has got to find a way past his teammate. And right now, as things stand, he's got to find a way past Connor Large as well. No blocking warning has come in for Adam Giordaitis. Might have 2 more laps of this one. Leader just coming over the start-finish line now. As there once again, oh, So's got through. So as Powers and Large went at it again, Matthew So took the opportunity to go through. 4th place on the road, but now net 3rd once the penalty for Large has been applied. Good stuff there from Matthew So, has kept calm at the wheel for the last 5 or 6 laps. Into the hairpin once again. Powers knows now he's in the role reversal. He's got to get past his teammate if he wants to be on the podium, and he's done so. Good response there from Jensen Powers. Back into 4th place on the road. Leaders going past one of the back markers there. I think that was Jacob Carnes who's had a problem, and is a couple of laps off the overall lead now. Last lap board out for Jensen Hookie then. This would be a great win for Jensen. 3.9 seconds clear. Very experienced driver. Had the privilege of watching Jensen race all the way back to his Bambino days. Very knowledgeable as well. Knows his stuff, knows how to deal with difficult situations, and boy, has it been a difficult situation today. The fading light, slippery conditions, the thought of what is the weather going to do next, but Jensen Hookie has risen to the challenge and is going to exit the final corner to take the first Junior Max Shenington A final of the year. Jensen Hookie wins at Shenington by 4 clear seconds ahead of Stanley Williams. 3rd on the road is Connor Large, but has a 5-second penalty. So Jensen Powers will be 3rd in the final classification. 4th will be Matthew So. Oh, it's still going on in the second half of the field. One of the Maxim Motorsport drivers having a bit of bother, I think, in that one there. But over the line go the rest of the field. We'll give you your results in a few moments' time. But Jensen Hookie has the race win. We'll head into scrutineer and go through all the checks, of course. That was a really good drive from Hookie. 4.17 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Stanley Williams P2. Connor Large 3rd. Jensen Powers 4th. Matthew So in 5th. Harrison Bishop. Liam Nashawati. Daniel Wisniewski's. Ethan Hunt and Oscar Keane. All of them in the top 10 there. Jesse Whitmore in 11th. Hayden Adams 12th. Cooper Campbell Lees and Ethan Cossins all in the top 15, completed by Adam Giordaitis. Louis Marshall and Alex Shepard next up, 16th and 17th. Toby Jukes, Isaac Jameson and Ethan Guest as continues to learn his craft here in owner racing. That is your top 20. Stanley Stafford P21. Zach Jennings P22 has had some bright sparks here today. Oliver Barton, Lily Shaw, Shay Hilton, Layla Bell, Emily Johnston, Charlie White, Zane Perry and Jack Corser all in the top 30. And well done to Finley Cass, Keane Hundle, 2 novices in the biggest field of the day. 60 drivers, only 34 of them could qualify for the A final, and those 2 novices did so. So well done to Finley, well done to Keane. They have done really, really well today. 2 drivers didn't quite get to the final lap. One of them was Ralph Ricaitis. Jacob Cairns as well also retired with 4 laps to go. And we did it. There we go. A Shenington Kart Racing Club meeting gets through to its final conclusion. All the races planned we have seen today. If you've missed any of them, you can watch them back at your leisure here on the Alpha Live channel. If you've enjoyed the broadcast, do give it a like and subscribe as well if you've enjoyed it. You want more and you haven't done so before. In terms of commentary as well, if you've enjoyed that, at Andrew Mather Commentary and at _MM on social media as well. As you could probably tell by the voice, it's been a heavy week. 4 days of commentary in 2 different events, 2 different nations. Thank you very much for all of your support. And all being well with the world, we'll be back again for round number 4. The next Shenington Kart Racing Club meeting is scheduled, of course. Let me just fully check to make sure that I don't get the dates wrong. But of course, it always stays on the same week of the month, so we should be good for another meeting coming up in just around a month's time. Once again, thank you to all of the supporters. Thank you for all of your comments today. Hope you have enjoyed the live broadcast that we've brought to you. As I say, we got through it. It's been a while. Big thanks to all the camera operators out there today. It's been some rough conditions for everybody out on track, and their work's not done. Of course, they've got all of the kit to pack down and bring back in. Thank you to all of our marshals again as well, all of our race officials. Very efficiently run meeting. Again, the weather gave us a really big challenge here today, but this time, 3rd time lucky. We weren't to be beaten, and big thanks to all of them as well. If you want to check on the website as well, all the dates are on there. The full meeting is the 18th and 19th of April. The race day, of course, is the Sunday. That will be live broadcast as well. And myself back as well on commentary duties for that. So thank you very much, everybody. Happy Mother's Day once again for all the mums out there. I'm sure that you're going to have a really lovely rest of your day, particularly all the karting mums out there. We could not do this sport without you. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you on Sunday, the 19th of April, for the Spring Showdown, round number 4 of Shenington Kart Racing Club.